fast as you can. Stand on business.
Oh, gosh. You know, bots are annoying. Even when, for some reason, you get, like, over 300 or 400 of them in your chat, or just, like, passively viewing you, it's annoying. Because that's not real people. I only want real people in my chat. Press 1 in the chat right now if you are a real person. Press 2 if you are not a real person. And I'll time you out for like 20 seconds or some shit. I don't know. Maybe I won't. I don't think I'll spend all the. I won't like do that. 2. Oh, I see some 2s. I see a 6, 7. You know, I might actually have to ban you for that. Oh goodness. All right. I'm expecting that today will be the last time I talk about Tectone in a dedicated manner, unless there is actually something else to do. Because, well, I think that unless more happens, there's really no reason to go out past today. I'll be honest with you. Do I press 1 or do I press and hold 1? That is up to you. Oh shoot, did the camera not launch? It didn't launch. Okay. Give me 1 moment. The camera decided it didn't want to work. Give me 2 seconds. I know what happened. I had to restart the computer because one of the things wasn't working. Tell the elf we are cleaning the holding tank. Exactly. How was my day? I got told I'm not working tomorrow. Sadly. Boss said that the leadership didn't want to open up the warehouse, and that's fair. I will say I did escape containment, finally. I went outside. I went outside and was finally able to do shit, and I was happy about that. But I'm like... I told my boss, I really hope that we decide to open up again on Tuesday because I want to make money. You know? Oh, excuse me. I would like to make money. So while, you know, having a couple of extra fun days to do whatever I want, I'm going to be real with you. There's a point where it's just like, I want to go out and make money. Get some fresh air. I did. So it snowed yesterday all day, and it's very beautiful outside right now. I mean, it's darker now, so it's not like I can look out there and see the beauty of the winter wonderland, which I haven't seen since my youth. But oh well, yeah, it's really I haven't seen snow in this quantity ever since I was really young, because we moved to warmer places ever since then. But I had to go outside because I was like, okay, there is a chance that I will need to go to work tomorrow. And so because of that, I went to go brush off my car. I did have a scraper brush. And then I was like, you know what? Let's see if I can get to the gas station. And then I made it to the gas station. And then I like scraped off the rest of my window and back window. And I was like, you know what? We're gonna get a Dr. Pepper and then we're gonna go home. And that was my excursion for the day, just because of the snow. And then like a couple hours later, most of the snow on the roads melted. So tomorrow, since I'm not actually going to be held inside, I might see about going to the store, not the grocery store, but another store, and getting some stuff. I don't know, maybe I'll go to Target and like look around, because I'm gonna be honest with you, even though I don't have work tomorrow, I really can't stay cooped up again. I need to go out, you know, unlike some people that can just sit on their butt and stream all day. I can't do that. We almost lost Occo today, chat. Dangerous times. Very dangerous indeed. Very, very dangerous indeed. It's very sad and unfortunate. Hold on a moment. There you are. So tomorrow I will try and go out, but because I'm not working tomorrow, where did I go? Down there, I'll grab that in a moment. I will probably go to a store and just chill, you know. So, but I am also planning, for those that aren't in my Discord server, number one, why aren't you in my Discord server? Because you should be. Number two, I will be doing some movie stuff tomorrow. So, I believe that Mizu is still planning to do Starship Troopers 5 tomorrow. So we'll be doing that in his server. But I want to watch some movies with you guys. I want, and I need to find some clips for it. But I want to, here, I'll actually save I'll make a reminder for it. I want to watch The Big Lebowski with you guys. I haven't seen it in a while. So, what I'm going to do is, I think once I get home from the store, we're going to go ahead and we're going to watch The Big Lebowski and maybe a couple other movies. Who knows? I love that movie. It's a fucking fantastic movie. Great movie. Good clips, you know? Speaking of clips, I have some new clips that I added today. I decided to do some cleaning, and so now I have everybody's favorite clip.
This might strike
that for some reason
harsh,
is
I believe
sized
everyone
incorrectly
in this story should
on the
die.
screen. I don't know why it's sized incorrectly on this screen. I'll try and fix that later. Is this one also sized incorrectly? Kind of.
That one didn't age quite so well.
It is sized incorrectly. Well, I know it's not sized incorrectly on the one place it matters, and that's the main screen. So yeah, I've added 2 new clips. I'm very happy about that. Both of them very funny, very amazing. And they are in addition to all of the other couple of clips I have. Why? Because yes, listen, Norm Macdonald is one of the best things to happen to comedy. And he's just one of the best things in general because he was able to get a 30 to 40 year old man child to complain about him on Twitter, starting one of the craziest lolcow spurgouts in the universe. And yeah, my foot was over the line. I don't know what you mean by that. And so Norm Macdonald is a national treasure and a treat, and we are very sad that he is no longer with us. He is a god. He is indeed a god of comedy, for sure. Oh. But yes, I have that, and then I have the JonTron clip. I want to get, why is it sized incorrectly? I have no idea. Look, if we go over to the main screen here, I'll show you the main screen. It should be sized correctly. Look.
Now, this
yeah, it's sized correctly here.
Is harsh, but I believe everyone
I feel like
in the story
I don't understand why it's sized incorrectly in one place and sized correctly in another, but it is. But it is. So that's cool. I guess it's just like not sized correctly on one screen. I don't get it. I don't get it. Are all of my other clips sized incorrectly on this screen? Well, that one isn't.
Don't want to make.
Okay, so it might just be that the entire folder needs to be like resized on this. The problem is it's kind of hard to resize a folder when all of the sources are invisible until it's time to show them off, if that makes sense. Anyway, this is beyond the point. The point is I have 2 new clips and I'm going to use them. I'm trying to come up with some other clips for when people throw gifted memberships at me. And if you want to suggest silly clips like that, you are more than welcome to. I know that, you know, people like Andrew has some VTuber clips or just like some other memes. I want to have some of my own memes, but the problem with me is I don't remember memes until like literally they're put right in front of me. So if you guys want to suggest silly memes for when people throw gifted memberships at me, you're more than welcome to. By the way, not to shill, but gifted memberships are $1. And you can become a member for as little as $1 if you really want to on the channel today. Like, subscribe the video. That's enough chilling. Give me one moment. I just finished one of the last parts for this 3D printed server rack not case. This 3D printed server rack for my Raspberry Pis. Now I need to print another thing for the other Raspberry Pi, but now I'm gonna plug it in. I don't think I'll be able to screw it in with the screws I have because the screws are tiny. So I might see if I can 3D print some screws that will screw in there. I actually haven't looked yet. That's on my list. It's on my list. I'm going to put it on a sticky note and put it there. But now my 3D printer's taking a break. It's been printing all day, and we're going to give it a rest. But I'm really happy that this is done. I can finally do something. I can finally get working on the one of my projects, one of my personal projects that you will see eventually. I'm just like very slow to showing all my technology-based stuff. Oh, excuse me. But like I want to like start working with my Raspberry Pis, and I'm thinking about buying another one here soon. And then just like seeing if I can mess around, have my Raspberry Pis talk to each other, do all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah, that's really like one of those things where unless you're deep into the technology, you're not going to understand what I'm saying, and you know what, that's okay. So I won't bore you too much with it. I'm just going to tell you right now that's what's going on. Basically, excuse me, that's what's going on. Yeah. Really quickly, we have Dog Wave tonight in about 4 hours. So I'm going to get through as much of this as I can. If I don't get through the whole thing, I'll probably do another stream. We'll see. I really don't want to do another stream, but we'll see. My plan is to do as much as possible for all of you. And I know that we're probably not going to get all through it because I don't just have the reading to do, wanted to do today. I wanted to play some clips. Because chat, spoiler alert, guess who came back? That's right, Tectone came back. He had a stream this morning, and
obviously
I was a little surprised. Oh, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that.
At Tawa tipped $5 to the Lost Cause. You are not going to be able to 3D print screws, unless they're very thick with large thread pitch, and even then you need to chase them. Just buy them.
Fair. I'll take a look anyway. I don't know. I want to just 3D print as much as I can because like the screws I want to get, the screws I would need are thicker than probably normally sold. So I have no idea. Where she's covering the Tectone stuff. I heard she is too. I'm gonna keep myself reserved because people have already come to me and told me that they're upset with her coverage of it, and I'm just sitting here like, okay, if she just barely started, you gotta wait till she's done to form an opinion. But people are telling me that like she's allegedly dancing around it, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait till she's actually finished talking about it to see. I'm gonna reserve my judgments because it's just like, again, I just, if she just barely started talking about it and see tangents, you got to remember Kirsch is a woman that loves to tangent, just like me, although I'm not a woman. And so you got to let her get to the point, basically. So I speak from experience. Fair enough. I'm gonna have to if worst comes to worst, I'll just like figure out like how big of the thread these screws are, and then I'll just buy some of those screws off the web. But I want to see if I can 3D print it right now. A lot of people defending Tectone is chiming in on Kirsch's stream. Well, I want to know what her opinions are, because like I've got some opinions based off of what he has said today, and I do feel like he might just. And I will be honest with you, chat. I think a lot of people were expecting him to come out and talk about it and violate the protective order. I'll be honest with you. I was kind of expecting him to be stupid. I was kind of surprised to see him not be as stupid and actually like hold it together for the most part. I guess we'll have to wait and see what goes down. There are some people that are pointing out things, and I guess you can like you can like I guess infer whatever you want. But the thing that was kind of interesting that people are like trying to point as a contentious thing is people are saying that he is using a whiteboard at certain points. There was a whiteboard at certain points, and now people are saying that he's making vague, poking at Pink Chew vaguely by using a whiteboard to explain some of his stuff. And I'm just like, I think, and again, I hate Tectone. I have to like put that there. I have to tell you all that I hate Tectone before I say anything, because if I don't, people are gonna accuse me of sweeping for him. When I have been one of the most anti-Tectone people for the last couple of years, because he is a fucking retard. But if people, I feel like it's a bit of a stretch. All right, I really do feel like it's a bit of a stretch with the whole whiteboard means he's like poking at his former partner. I just feel like some people are digging too much into it. Are we doing some sweeping? We're doing all of the sweeping today. We're doing all of the sweeping. He talked about lollies. I heard he talked about lollies, and he basically said, from what I've heard, and this is the guy that is not like. The closest you'll hear me say is I like Rebecca, and people call Rebecca a lolly, and there's a couple other lollies that are taller than what people would consider to be lollies, but I guess they are lollies. So I am not an expert in that field, and in fact, Mizu has told me very kindly that I know nothing about it. So I'm just gonna tell you right now, I have no idea. But I've been told by people that are in the know about the lolly that Tectone basically didn't change his stance, even though he did change his stance, and he was like dancing around it or being pedantic. I have absolutely no idea. All I will tell you though is he did talk about the lolly, although he talked about a lot of things. And you know what, let's get into it. All right, chat, I have some things here, and then I have the court document. I have the entire thing here. It was downloaded, it was given to me by Based Legal Mindset. He passed it over to me after his stream. He gave me this, and then he also gave me the polygraph that Tectone took. I'm not really going to bring up the polygraph thing because I feel like that in itself doesn't really matter that much. Especially because polygraphs I feel like can't be used as admissions in court these days. But he did pass that to me, so thank you, LM, for that. Andrew, he's always given me things, and I appreciate that. Even though I am a little bit critical of how he's decided to cover some of this. And if you want some of my critique of that, I will. You'll have to listen to last night when I was streaming with Sparky, and you'll get some of the comments on that. I don't really feel like rehashing that. Where's Ava? She's in the chat right now because she cannot be on camera because her family that she lives with is sleeping, and she needs to be quiet. Now, before we go into anything serious, let us go ahead. We're going to listen to this clip. This is an absolutely hilarious thing. I don't know how serious Mizkif is. We'll let you judge that, all right? I will let you judge how serious Mizkif is during this, but according to Mizkif... I'm dying right now on the inside. I died when I heard this, but like, Mizkif believes that the Epstein files are a distraction from Tectone. So you know,
reenacting that.
They released these Epstein files to distract us from the Tectone files. I have inside sources telling me this.
Yep.
It's true people.
Yep. I agree. I think that this is all just a diversion to get us away from the Tectone files.
Are you serious?
And sadly, it's worked. I mean, really, you're gonna drop a bomb like this one on us? Like, fuck, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do here. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. But yeah, this is a diversion of...
Hold on. I don't have the picture pulled up, but let me pull up the picture real quickly. All right, we're chat, ladies and gentlemen. All right. This man, all right, this motherfucker was Pink Chew's alleged knight in shining armor. All right. This
Mama,
man.
At Towson $5 for more hats. While they might be a distraction, it damn sure ain't for Tectone.
No. This man, according to him, was given permission by Pink Chew to release certain informations. This man that has gone on camera and acted so schizophrenic, you might actually convince me that he is actually Tectone with how insane he started to be. At this point, I can't tell if he is being serious or not. I can't tell. But here's what I'm going to say to all of the commentary people, because I know a lot of commentary people are taking him with a grain of salt. But here's what I'm going to say. If you take this motherfucker seriously, you are taking seriously the words of a literal idiot. This man is a fucking retard who has no idea what he's talking about. And I feel like people need to just not forget he's in his own allegations right now. And I legitimately believe that he used Tectone as a springboard to distract people from the fact that he has his own allegations that are going on right now. Again, I hate Tectone. I hate everything that Tectone stands for right now. And I hate that, like, you know, Tectone made some things like that he probably shouldn't be. And I'll give my opinions on that later. But I really don't think people should forget that this motherfucker, this retard motherfucker, has his own allegations. And he is actually suing right now. And it is my opinion. Like, originally, I was, like, very iffy on Emeru. My opinion on that has kind of changed. I think the reason why Emeru hasn't done anything right now is because he's suing her. He is suing her. And I think that... Sorry, I'm putting the shelf away. The 3D printed shelf I just made. I think that if this man did not sue her, she would probably be trying to actively litigate against him for some form of protective order. Who? Emeru. For those who don't remember, Emeru came out with allegations against him. I think that was the dumb thing to do. I think she should have just done her own protective order on him instead of, like, going public about it. But if she wasn't being sued by this man, I think she would be doing what Pink Chew did right now. So, I will give her a little bit of clemency about that. If the lawsuit ends and she doesn't go for it, I'm going to have way less I will give way less credibility to Emeru. But here's what I'm going to say, all right? I think I legitimately think that the fact that this man used Tectone as a springboard, I legitimately think that he did it so that he could get heat off of himself. And, yeah, I mean, like, my personal opinion is he's innocent until otherwise proven guilty. And she is not to be taken seriously until she actually does something about it, which she can't do until she gets out of this lawsuit with him. But, like, I really think that people need to take what he says with a grain of salt. And, you know, vice versa. Anybody that sweeps for Tectone should be taken with a grain of salt. And hell, you can even take me for a grain of salt because I'm just giving my opinions on the internet. But here's what I'll tell you. This man is way too close to be to be serious. And the only things that I take seriously that this man has shown is what he has shown on paper. But even still, my entire problem has been I've wanted the actual transcripts and the actual court documents in order to form opinions. Now that I have the actual hearing, I'm going to discard everything that that this man has said, and now I'm going to prove it. I'm going to look through it myself and see if it's true. Yeah, like, this man right here is trying to tell you, chat. This man right here would like you to think that Jeffrey Epstein files are the reason why, or excuse me, Tectone is the reason why the Jeffrey Epstein files were released yesterday. Donald Trump himself decided, all right, Donald Trump himself decided that we must release 3 million files to distract from my best friend Tectone. He only had one effing lawyer. According to Tectone, yeah, he only had one lawyer. But yeah, this guy, fucking maniac. And I'm going to tell you right now, the fact that he decided to say all of this, I think that this invalidates a lot of his screech outs. The only things that are valid from his gift that I will give is the fact that he actually read some specific things that are true. Other than that, I really don't trust a damn thing this man says, and I don't think you should either, because he is crazy. He needs to get mental help. And I think that he is spiraling out of control right now and being insane. But that's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. Even insane people can be handed a piece of paper and spread it around. But I think that this man needs to get some help because he needs help. Anyway, I figured that would be a funny thing to open up on with all of this. Let's move on. My buddy Vex here. It's not really a buddy, but like he's in my Discord here. Another lawyer, by the way. This man is also another lawyer. Not in America. I believe he's in another country. I think he's in... don't get mad at me on this one. I believe he's in a Slav country. Or not a Slav country, but he's somewhere in the European Union, I believe. He might get really mad at me for calling him a Slav. And sorry, not sorry. But he's a lawyer that is in another country. And he came out and there's a bunch of clips of Tectone on here that we're going to watch from his stream. This one I felt like was the funniest, and I appreciate Vex for giving me this clip. Oh, fuck. Why is it so low? Why is it so low? Okay, I'm going to have to pause the music so that you can hear it. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. We're going to turn this up.
I think I'm gay. I'm probably not gay. I could be gay. Yes.
Okay, so Tectone has come out as gay in this clip. I want you all to give a round of applause to Techie, to Mr. Techie. I want you to clap hands for him finally being able to come out of the closet. So, congratulations. Congratulations. Now, obviously, this is a joke, but, like, I love it. It's funny, is what it is. The only thing I got new about the file drop is that Yuri is now Epstein coded. Allegedly, I've heard that as well. I have not been paying attention to that at all. But I did hear that Epstein was into a bunch of things, you know? So, anyway. That was a funny clip. Thank you, Vex, for making sure the world knew that Tectone came out of the closet. And this is very real, very true. But anyway, let's get serious. Let's get serious here. Now, chat, you might remember... There is this VTuber drama documentarian named Mugen, who is very up and down, in my personal opinion, on terms of the content that he makes. I have seen quite a few videos from Mugen. Most of them I've only seen for the purposes of research. I saw both of his Cinder videos. Both of them sucked, in my personal opinion. I saw his SAG-AFTRA video. His SAG-AFTRA video being the only one that I actually liked about Mugen. Mugen's best video, in my personal opinion, was the SAG-AFTRA video. And do you want to know why it was his best video? It is because he had the most evidence or the most research actually done into it. And I felt like he actually spent real time actually researching about the SAG-AFTRA stuff. Like, again, out of everything else I have seen from Mugen, his SAG-AFTRA video is the one that I would say is his magnum opus. He can't do any better than the SAG-AFTRA video. And so I think that he should really quit there, because that video is the best that he's ever done, basically. And he got insider information that assisted him with that. Everything after that, I've really just felt like a lot of his stuff is cringe. I feel like his reporting is bad. I feel like some of his stuff is poorly researched. And recently, Mugen decided to come out against Tectone. He came out and said that he knew everything that was going on. He had all of the information, and he was quiet and pretending to be Tectone's friend. So basically, he was a snake that was Tectone's friend because he didn't want to freak out Tectone while Tectone was in this litigation with Pinkchu. And he's just like the mega Chad, always on her side kind of guy. You know, he was just on her side. He didn't interact very much with Tectone, even though he's had a couple of tweets out there. And he wanted to pretend that he was still this guy's buddy. Well, turns out I might have been right about how fucking fake he is. All right. And now you can take this with as much grains of salt as you want. Okay. But this comes straight from Tectone. Thank you so much for the 5.
At Lobert_Tarian tipped $5 to the lost cause. Tectone? Tremendous guy. Wonderful. Totally bald, not one hair, folks. Perfect shine and it looks fantastic. Best bald head ever.
Yes.
Great guy.
We'll say that, yes. Best bald guy ever. Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. So anyway, while Tectone was doing his stream this morning, he addresses a couple of people. One of those being Hex Juice, where he's like, oh, I please don't send Hex Juice any hate, but I think that she's wrong. And he also addresses Muujin. And we're going to listen to this clip, chat. And all I'm going to tell you is this is what I would have to say to Muujin.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Excuse me.
Holy
Sorry.
fucking
I'm out of
shit,
control.
dude.
I apologize for that.
Literally lying.
I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys are excited. Now, while I don't believe a lot of what Tectone has to say, I do believe this. I do believe this 100%. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's because I'm biased against Muujin.
Talk about Muujin. All right. So Muujin put out a crazy fucking Google Doc on me. I'm also going to say I like Muujin. We were very, very, very close friends. Best friends, actually. He actually officiated my wedding. No, we were very good friends. We broke bread.
I will let you know, I thought he was being serious here for the moment. And it took me a moment to say, oh, I think he's fucking around. He's fucking around.
We lived together for 8 years. Really, really good friends, me and Muujin. Yeah, Muujin's just wrong. Yeah, I don't really get it at all. Is the PowerPoint over? No, it's not over. I have to go over a couple more Google Docs. So real quick, I got to highlight some things here real quick. So he makes some big claims. And I want you to really take note of this. Okay. What was said by Muujin was on January 29th at 2 a.m. And now, why is that important?
Unfortunately, the compression is bad because Yeet, the person where this clip is coming from, only records in a certain amount of P. But I think you should be able to get the point.
Why is it important that Muujin said this on January 29th at 2 a.m.? Muujin made a post saying that he read all of the documentation. Muujin, I really hate to break the news to you, but all of the documentation wasn't available until January 29th at 8 p.m. So how the fuck did you read all of the documentation when it wasn't out until 18 hours later? Like, listen, man,
To be fair, there was leaks. There was leaks. Now, if you want my personal opinion, I feel like this is a bit of a weak thing to say. I don't think Tectone mentions the leaks. I don't think he's able to mention it. I have absolutely no idea. But in my personal opinion, here's what I think happened with Muujin. And I feel like my version of events is better, and I feel like Tectone should just like be honest about it. Here's what I think happened. The leak happens. All right, the leak happens, and everybody gets to read the court doc filings, and which I have read myself as well. And the most damning things in that is the affidavit where Pink Juice lists why she needs this protective order. So here's what I think happened. I think Muujin only read that and decided to make determining factors based off of that. Because soon after these docs are leaked, he decides to make his post and he decides to say his piece. So I don't think Muujin ever got any information or any of that other stuff. I prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You're gonna have to show your DMs in order to prove it wrong. But I don't think Muujin got the information until everybody else did. And when he got that information, he made his determination and decided to snake Tectone. Very funny thing for him to do. Very funny that all of these people, by the way, decide to start snaking Tectone And I'm not sweeping or I'm not saying that that's cool because I don't like this guy. But you know what? At the very least, I could be fucking honest about it. And not Mugen. Mugen can't be honest about it. He's got to look the best for his audience. He sees how the tide is shifting. He's got all those normie viewers. And guess what? All those normie viewers, they probably fucking hate Tectone. And he's got to get ahead of it. Excuse me. He's got to get ahead of it and say, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not friends with this guy who's an alleged rapist anymore. And I just knew everything before. Even I knew this man was evil before, and even though I still was a supporter of this man, and I still like had his back, I knew everything that went on, and I was secretly rooting for them. It's like, no, fuck you, Mugen. Your credibility is worth nothing, in my personal opinion. Nobody should listen to you. Nobody should give you the time of day because you are a fucking liar. And all you are choosing to do is come out now. All you have to do is just say, you know what? I've seen the smoke. I've seen everything that's going on. Or hell, just don't even say anything. All right? There's a lot of people that didn't say fucking anything. Okay? There's a lot of people that were initially on Tectone's side that probably aren't going to say anything and just step away. Maybe they'll tell him behind the scenes, hey, listen, Tectone, I saw what was going on. I really don't approve of it. If you make yourself better as a human being and you improve as a person, you know, then I could probably be more public with you. But for right now, I really don't approve of what you're doing. And I really don't want to talk to you right now. You know, because you're allowed to have your own personal standards. You're allowed to say, hey, I personally don't approve of what you did, and I can't really be around you because of that. It goes against my personal standards, and that's fine. But making it public and trying to get updates for it and trying to virtue signal like a fucking pussy. I hate Mugen. I just fucking hate Mugen. And I'm glad now. I'm so glad that his post went so viral so everybody can see just how much of a fucking snake he is. And how much of a fucking idiot he is. So yeah. But yeah, here, let's continue this.
I understand you got to save your skin, but you couldn't have read all the documentation because it wasn't out until 18 hours after you typed all that shit. And then you go, and I guess we'll talk about this right now, right? You make this claim. Why did I choose to speak up now? Because protective order court cases are infamously difficult.
This is one where I will give Tectone a win, because Mugen tries to claim that protective orders are hard to get. No, especially in the place where Tectone is. Some of them are kind of handed out like candy, depending on the circumstances. And this is just one of those things where it's just like, bro, Mugen, you're fucking lying. You're fucking going against your principles, if you had any principles to begin with. And I think he's a fucking snake, in my personal opinion. Fucking snake, you know?
Difficult for the victim, especially in the state of Texas. Okay, so, and let's just talk about some numbers here real quick. So this guy says it's incredibly difficult and infamously difficult to get a protective order in Texas. So let me ask you guys a question real quick. Guys, what % of protective orders do you think get granted in Texas? The only reason why he's talking is because protective orders are infamously hard to get.
So he's going to Google it and show it to you, I believe.
77% of them are approved.
Now, I don't know if this is like where the sources for this come from. I feel like some people would have to do some research on this. I personally didn't because I didn't really care to do so. That could be proven wrong. But if this information is real, Mugen is a fucking retard. Fucking retard. That just lied. He just lied. And again, you don't have to do all these lies. You don't have to throw all this shit out. Just say, I don't want to be friends with this man anymore. Or just say nothing. And if somebody asks you, just say, I don't want to talk about it. He's not my friend, so I don't care. But, you know, Mugen's got to, like, pander to his audience. So I hope people recognize that. I hope people recognize that. I hope people see that. And I hope that people don't forget that, because that's what he is. That's who Mugen is. That's how a lot of some of these other VTuber drama creators are, unfortunately. You know, I'm not saying I am definitely not a holy person, but I think him and a couple of these other people, fucking snakes that will sell you out the moment that it is good for them. Yeah, I could you tell? I hate Mugen. Just as much as I hate Tectone. Maybe a little bit more, though. No, about the same, I would say.
77%. So, Mugen, I don't know if you Googled anything for fucking 5 seconds. Clearly not.
No research is basically what he's trying to say.
But dear God, I understand people have to save their skin, but can we not just make up lies as well? Like, come on, man. Like, can we, like, 77? Oh, sorry, 77. I fucked up. 77. Anyways, that shit was cringe. It is what it is. And you know what? Once again, I'm not mad. I don't care. It is what it is. Me and Mugen never talked. It doesn't matter. I had him on a podcast like 3 times because I liked his vibes, and he was the giggler.
And guess what? Mugen really just fucked himself because people are going to pay attention to that and be like, oh, he's willing to lie to snake people. Mugen, I hope that you're ready to like only deal with snakes in the water. That's all I'm going to say. And, you know, I'm not saying Tectone's any better. He's some high and mighty individual because I don't think he is. But Mugen really just signaled to the world the kind of person he is.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is. So, yeah. I was right about Mugen. And I don't think any of you said I wasn't right, but I was right. I was right, basically. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about Tectone and his schizophrenia. Now, I went off about this, I believe, yesterday and the day before, but like one of the reasons why I felt like one of the reasons why the protective order, in my personal opinion, was strengthened was because of not only just Tectone making tweets and streaming and bad-mouthing Pink Chew, but him admitting that he had unmedicated schizophrenia and he had not visited someone for it, I felt like also was a contributing factor towards that. However, according to him, his schizophrenia is healed now. So let's listen to this and figure that out.
And I guess in case you guys don't know, when I was 19, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia.
By the way, schizophrenia, as I understand it, I could be wrong, but schizophrenia is something that's like, it typically shows up, typically, all right, in men, young men, but in their early 20s. So that would make sense for him. And no, yeah, it basically shows up right around the time where he was diagnosed, which is why I think he believed it and why I think a lot of people believed it, because it made sense. Statistically, it made sense.
In New Mexico State University. The meeting was very quick. It was very brief. I went in with my dad. I kind of said, hey, sometimes I see things that aren't there. And they said, you're schizophrenic. They gave me medicine. I took those medicines and they made me a zombie. I went to a psychiatrist yesterday. And I'll try to provide some documentation for this at a later date.
If he does not provide documentation for this, I do not believe him. All right? No documentation, I don't believe. So I'm hoping that he provides something. If he provides documentation that he did actually go to a professional to talk about this, I will believe him. Until then, it is conditional belief, hoping that in the future he provides something. How much you want to believe he'll provide something?
Whenever I receive it. Guys, I'm not schizophrenic.
So the psychiatrist told him, you're not schizophrenic. Again, I want to see paperwork. I want to see documentation. The only way he would have to do that is basically to dox his health information. All right? But if he shows that, I'll believe it. Otherwise, I really don't believe it.
The psychiatrist believes the reason why I see things that aren't there, mainly, well, at night, is due to the fact that I got stabbed in my left eye and my right eye is normal. And so they believe that my eyeballs are causing me to temporarily hallucinate things that aren't there because they're not signaling my brain properly.
And I can believe this because that sounds like a credible thing that can happen to you when you have a traumatic experience with one of your eyes. Your brain can probably have issues with making your eyes function normally. Again, that is a believable thing, and I'm not going to say that he is or is not wrong. Okay? He has to prove it. He has to prove that, not prove that he got stabbed. I'll just believe him that he got stabbed in his eye. But I'll need some proof to know that he's not actually schizophrenic. I don't know why you would lie about that, which is why I just like, I hope he's telling the truth. Oh, excuse me. But until I see paperwork, I really am going to have a hard time believing that. I asked Mizu, and Mizu does not believe it whatsoever.
And what they believe that I have is anxiety with bad vision as well as unresolved childhood trauma. So I was going there unironically, and I'm trying not to get emotional, because I thought there actually might be something wrong with me. And so I was going to actually try to get medicated. They said I do.
Which, if that's the case, it's good that he's wanting to get better. That's good. If he actually wants to heal himself, that he's like, hey, you know what? And again, this is why, like, I have a pretty bittersweet post that I made on Twitter. But my post is basically, he is claiming he wants to get better and he wants to improve. And that's good. If he is actually serious about that, you'll see the fruits of the labor. Give him a month or two. Oh, excuse me. That's way too early. I apologize. Give him a couple of months to see if he actually does, quote unquote, improve. And if he does, quote unquote, improve, make this massive change in his life, then great. You know, I will hate. So I think that, you know, no person really is. Well, it's kind of hard for me. Very few people, I would say, is hard to be redeemed in my eyes. Granted, I am not a judge. God is the only judge. And I think under Christ, pretty much everybody can be redeemed, even if I might not approve of it. So if he actually works to improve his life, do things, you know, great, fantastic. I may never consider him somebody that I would want to be around with. But if he fixes his fucking life, then I'll be happy. I'll be happy. And I'm sure a lot of the internet will be happy. So, you know, give it a couple months. Then you look back on this and see if there's any improvements that actually happened. But according to him, he thinks, oh, there's probably something actually wrong with me. Maybe he did have some self-reflection during all of this time. Who knows? And he wanted to get medicated, maybe help himself out. So if that is what he did, good on you, man, for at least trying to help out. But I want to see the fruits, not just the words, basically.
Not require medication. So I guess I am just a human with anxiety, unresolved childhood trauma, and eyes that don't communicate too well to my brain.
So yeah, there you go. According to him, he's going to continue trying to talk to people. He's in therapy right now, allegedly. And his girlfriend, which he is now engaged to, which we'll get to, by the way, is going to make sure he goes. So we'll see. We'll see. Why do I have two of those? Sorry. Now we're going to get on to him talking about the court case, which is something that is very, very, very difficult for him to talk about because he can't mention her. He can't talk about her. So I was like, there's no way he's going to talk about this without potentially putting himself in danger. So we'll see. Let's see what he says about losing his court case.
A lot of people want to act like they're lawyers these days, okay? They do.
This is true.
What is a civil case? Spoiler alert, guys. I lost a civil case. I did. Hey, I did. And we're going to talk about, I lost. It's true. And we're going to talk about everything. What is a civil case? So a civil case is essentially a vibe check to where they see, how were this guy's vibes? Unfortunately, I'm fucking retarded. Yeah.
We can definitely agree with that.
L for me. I'm fucking retarded and I run my mouth way too much.
I'm going to be honest with you. I was not expecting him to admit this. So I will give a thumbs up to this because the fact that he's willing to admit I fucked up. I was not expecting that. I don't think anybody was expecting that. Again, it really doesn't do anything if you don't actually like do much with it. But I'm glad that at least he's like, I fucked up. I did too much. And that's a good first step. It's a good first step.
One thing that I've learned, and throughout this slideshow, there's going to be consistent change. I am going to start tweeting 95% less.
I'll see it when I believe it.
I uninstalled Twitter on my phone, and I'm not going to tweet for 1 week. Yep. Because a civil case isn't determined by proof.
I'll see it when I believe it.
It's determined by vibes. And usually the way that court cases work for like criminal cases is you need to have proof to prove that someone's guilty. But in a civil case, I needed proof to prove that I'm innocent, which was hard, and I'm a bastard. So essentially, the court decided that I'm a vibe rapist. Yeah, and my vibes were fucking terrible. So the thing that I learned is, Tectone, stop fucking tweeting. Because my vibes are fucking terrible. And I don't think I've ever been on Twitter and done something where I was like, you know what? I'm going to tweet something that's positively going to affect my life. But yeah, the vibes are fucking off. The vibes are off. All right, so I lost the vibe check. It's true. Next up.
So yeah. But yeah, he lost his court case. I'm glad at the very least he's willing to acknowledge that. I feel like he was being a little bit... I feel like he was kind of dancing around it, but he is basically correct. Yes, he lost his court case. Yes, I don't know if vibe check is the right way of saying it. It's not really the right way of saying it. They operate off of a preponderance of evidence. Civil cases, typically, at least the one he was dealing with, had a lower bar to entry because of the kind of cases that they are. Why criminal cases have a higher bar of entry. And he lost. And again, we've already talked yesterday. That him talking about it as much as he did is what fucked him over. And at the very least, he admits that was a contributing factor. Oh, excuse me. So I'm glad at the very least he's willing to say, yes, I did too much. I went too far. He needed to prove innocent instead of someone proving him guilty. That's all he needed to say. Yeah, but he's got to stoke it up a little bit because he's a content creator, you know. But yeah. So he was basically right, but he threw it up way more than he actually needed to. There's quite a gap between a vibe check and a court case. I would say so. Yeah. But again, I think that's I think that's he basically got it right, but he still, I felt like, twisted it around. Trump lost his civil grape case because of vibes. There was zero evidence of the allegation. That sounds about right. But yeah. Pretty much. Anyway. So here is his closing remarks on his loss in the court case. And I think some people will have some things to say about this as well.
This will be my one and only comment, and then I am moving forward.
I was really freaked out hearing that he was going to make a comment like this. I was like, what the fuck is he, what is he going to say? Because I was like, is this man about to, like, fucking violate what he did? Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. This man going to violate his fucking thing? So I was really like I was like, oh, even though I don't like this guy, I'm freaked out for him, basically.
For the rest of my life. Okay?
But he's basically saying, I'm going to say one thing about this and then I'm done forever, basically. Now, technically, he's not done forever. If he gets sued by her, or she brings criminal charges, or she asks the police to bring criminal charges and the prosecutor brings criminal charges, then it'll keep going. Because, like, I believe as we get to the actual reading She mentions that she is considering bringing it back up now, the criminal charges. And I hope she does. If she is actually serious about this, I hope she does. Otherwise, I will lose some credence for her, because part of the reason why I am interested in that is if he actually did these things, she should go to the police. And as it mentions in the court case, which again we'll get to, the reason why it was dropped is because she was too afraid and she couldn't complete the initial shit that she needed to get done. So I hope that she reopens it and it goes somewhere. Otherwise, if there's not a good if it doesn't get reopened, or if it doesn't go, I mean, if she doesn't reopen it, I'm automatically gonna be a little bit iffy on it, unless there's a decent reason for it, such as whether or not she went to a lawyer and the lawyer said you can't do anything about it, don't pursue it any further. And if a lawyer says don't pursue it, then okay, whatever. At that point, you know, nothing you can do about that except just say, oh, it's 10 year, it's a 10-year thing, you know. But if she doesn't pursue it, then I'm gonna be a little upset. If she were to open the case and lose it, what would that imply? If she opens the case and loses it, I would say he's got a good chance of getting the protective order dropped, because the protective order is put in place with the preponderance of evidence. But if you go and get criminal charges and the criminal charges are dropped, he could then go to the court and say, look, she couldn't even get this to stick with a shadow of a doubt evidence, which is over 90%. I believe it's 99%, I believe. She couldn't even get me on 99%. I think this 51% that you put on me is bullshit. I think it should be repealed, basically. So, if she does, that's where it's just kind of interesting to see about where that will go. So, again, that's why I kind of hope it goes somewhere, because that is going to be the ultimate truth. If she goes on it and he's innocent, then hey, great, he's innocent, you know? But if she goes on it and he's guilty, well, he's guilty and he goes to jail. You think her reputation would be destroyed if she failed to win criminally? I think it would be harmed. I definitely think it would be harmed. 100%. See the clip of him referring to Brax's previous opinion on Pink is based? I have not seen that clip. I heard somebody say that he made a comment on Brax. I don't know what Brax said. I've been told that Brax said some insensitive things about her, which is why when somebody said that he said that, when somebody told me that Tectone said that Brax's opinion, which allegedly was very insensitive towards her, I was like, oh, that's not good. That's not good. But, you know, anyway, let's continue.
I'm going to say one comment. Obviously, I have to be very careful with what I say.
Yes.
Addressing the elephant in the room. I lost the civil case. I did. That sucks. Didn't go the way I wanted. Is what it is. But I do genuinely want to respect the court's decision. At this point, I'm not sure what route I want to take from here.
I don't believe that. He's already told 2 people that he's planning to appeal it. One of those being Tactical Templar. So he is planning to appeal it. Probably. We'll see that in the future. So I don't believe him when he says this, because he's told people in private that he's planning to appeal it, and those 2 people have already come out and talked about it. So, but yeah.
But I believe, even though I lost the case, I do believe that this still gets me to where I want to go, which is for all parties to simply move on. That's pretty much all I want, is for everybody to go their separate ways, to be able to move on and find.
Some people don't believe that this is actually what he wants. I could say maybe, you know, again, if this man actually does want to move on, and you are to believe that he's trying to change himself as an individual, I can believe that. If you believe he's not a changed individual, then I can understand why people would say that he doesn't actually want to move on and he just wants to continue to be a piece of shit. It's up to you to decide, you know? Again, words mean nothing to me right now. Actions mean everything. So we'll wait and see.
Solace and peace in their life. Genuinely. I understand that things are going to be an uphill battle for a while, and that's okay. But I will say, I do want to respect the court's decision. Do I think the American justice system has failed me? Yes. And I do believe in an America where consent cannot be retracted 1 year later. However, at the end of the day, I want to move forward with my life. And so I am going to admit that I fucked up. I should not have tweeted that much.
Glad he admitted
Straight
that.
up.
Glad he admitted that.
I should not have tweeted that much. I was tweeting like crazy. I hope people can understand why.
He was tweeting and also then streaming things like crazy. That's maybe that's splitting hairs, but he was not just tweeting. He was doing both.
Why I was tweeting that much. But at the end of the day, I should have practiced self-control. I fucking got out of hand. This shit consumed my fucking brain, and it sucked, the things that I was being called. So I tweeted a lot. Going forward, I'm just like not going to tweet.
Seeing is believing, not words.
Like barely at all. I uninstalled Twitter. I'm not going to tweet a single time for another week, but I think what I learned is I need to stop fucking tweeting so much. And boys, let's just move the fuck on. And to my lawyers, sorry, I should have shut the fuck up.
I'm glad he apologized to his lawyers because he definitely should have apologized.
And that's it.
So there you go. That's like the comment he'll make on it. That's his comment on it. Cool. His majority of his content is talking about others. We'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes for sure. 100% we will see how that goes, and we'll see how true he actually chooses to make it. Now, one more clip here, and then I'll get into my final thoughts about this. Is this man is now engaged to another woman. As far as the court is concerned, everything Pink testified is true. Everything is a preponderance of evidence to being true. So they believe 51% of it at the very least. Or they have 51% of a belief in it is basically it. So this man is now engaged. I'll let him speak. The woman does actually come on come on screen. But yeah, we'll let this go.
So I will say I got engaged about 3 months ago, and you'll never guess with who.
It's with this woman named Sophia. I have no idea who this woman is, but he's been very goofy with her on Twitter. Does she know the allegations? I would assume so, since she's also on Twitter, and I imagine he probably does have to talk to her about it. So she would kind of have to, because it's just like, hey, my guns are gone now. It's just like, well, where'd your guns go? Well, my ex-girlfriend took them away from me.
But it'll probably become painfully obvious over the next couple months, years. But life is going in a very, very good direction. And I'm very grateful to have such a beautiful person in my life who is, there for me when I really needed it.
Streamers should make their relationships public. I agree. And maybe he shouldn't have been talking about it, but he did. Should have been Emery for the drama. That would have been funny. That would have been funny.
I got engaged to Shinya. anyways. I'm not gonna.
How long till she comes out with allegations? Well, I'm just hoping that doesn't happen. Even if you might think that, I'm just hoping that, like, this man gets it together on the third girl, I
mean, they're probably watching, but it's fine. I don't want to bombard anybody with that, but life is very good right now. Mango! Mango, come here.
And then she comes in.
Here.
So, this is the girl. Kind of blurry, so you can actually see who she is. Again, I have no idea who this woman is. But he's been dating her. I don't know if it was like right after Pink Chew, but like He's now with this woman, and they're engaged to get married. And they, oh, excuse me. My apologies. He got engaged to her 3 months ago. She sounds like a woman. Oh no, she's 100% a woman.
You were watching? Yeah.
Me and Marissa were both watching.
Yeah, was it a good stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious if you were gonna say something.
Yeah. No, I love this woman more than anything. Yeah, but it's gonna be very obvious. And
Yeah, I thought I'd just come up.
Okay.
Because they were saying Shinya.
So there you go. There you go, there you go. He invited her on stream like she's a dog. I mean, he said that to the dog. I don't think he was talking to her. But, so yeah, he's engaged now. Excuse me. So that's all the clips I really had about this stream. I'm sure there's probably others, and those were the only ones I felt like I wanted to bring up. He ain't passing the vibe check here either. We'll see. But here's my final thoughts. Here is my final thoughts. Okay? Tectone's had a lot of L's in the last few months, but if he keeps to what he said in his stream, I will be happy. He claims he's going to therapy. It didn't have a clip for it, but he has said that he's going to go to therapy, and she's going to hold him to do it. She's going to force him to go to therapy, basically. He has claimed that he doesn't have schizophrenia and will prove it. I hope he does. Otherwise, I don't believe him. He claims he just wants to move on and that the case was good to help move on. Although, again, 2 people have told me, or 1 person has told me and 1 other person on the internet has said that he's planning to appeal. He's become engaged to a new woman. Congratulations. There's 1 clip I didn't play, but he mentions how he considered not ever returning to streaming and instead getting a normal job. Because, I guess he was like, maybe I should just go get a job instead of coming back to streaming. Probably would have been the better move. Who knows? We'll see in the long run. He claims he's got an eye issue and he is going to get it corrected. He is going to get eye surgery. Allegedly. So he stops seeing things. Now, my overall thought is this is a lot of talk, which, you know, kind of should expect when a streamer is like days after things. This is a lot of talk for him. But if he does this stuff, cool. Thumbs up, you know? I feel like at this point he fucked up, but if he turns around and makes it better, I'll be happy, you know? I will be happy. A lot of people are still upset at him. I guess, again, some of the people that are enjoyers of Lawli said that he still got the Lawli take wrong, and they're not happy with that. I'm not in that world, so I can't really give an opinion. But you know, that's basically what happened. So, if he improves his life, I'm happy because I don't like seeing people downtrodden or stuck, and if they actually do good, then I will be happy. I'll be happy and I'll be proud, basically. But I will never be a friend with somebody like him because I have a hard time trusting people like him. So, you know. But, you know, if you want my honest opinion about all of this.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
So, that was his return stream. That was his return stream. Now, who wants to read the hearing? As long as he doesn't defame people, we're Gucci. I would say that is probably fair. As long as he doesn't defame people on his stream, then who cares, you know? Who wants to read the protective order hearing? Took place on January 23rd. We're going to go through it. Before we go through it, I'm going to use the restroom real quickly. Been streaming now for a little over an hour. And I will use the restroom, grab some water, and then we'll read it. We're probably not going to get through all of it because it is 225 pages. I am going to skip to the point where we kind of ended yesterday when we were listening to Legal Mindset. My goal was to listen through all of his stream because of the protective order, but since I have it, I'm just going to read it. And we're going to stop. We're going to start right where me and Sparky ended off yesterday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the restroom. When I come back from the restroom, we are going to we're going to start reading through the rest of it. So give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. That is loud as fuck. Sorry.
Tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it. I just started there. Yeah. We've been to Korea's before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado? You had a hot minute ago. Hey, we got ups, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. Get me on the pipe, and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses, and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that he can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've been to Korea's before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Play hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado? You had a hot minute ago. Talk big game till you load it ain't one. Catch your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dub, so you gotta make one. G, get domino, trying to cook some great stuff. You can keep talking, this be the season, but hot when we down and new in our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending it's nothing, but we can tell you we button drop the end us with a poker, but your face looking all flushed and we calling out all your bluffs and we telling you what is left and we saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one, cause the song will be nothing speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all. We've been to Korea's before. They call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword. Played hero, Roroni, Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. Use the one who will get to seven. Where was that bravado? You had a hot minute ago. We eating pasta and yo. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Needed to use a restroom. Pull up this thing. Okay. A reminder, by the way, in a couple hours, we do have Dogwave. I need to, like, make a custom intro for Dogwave as well that Temp can use if he wants to. And by the way, I will not be working tomorrow, so I might not stream tomorrow, but I will be chilling tomorrow. But anyway. Now, like I said yesterday, we already went through some of what Andrew did. Well, I'll probably be rereading some of it. I got to, I believe, the rough spot that I was at yesterday when I was listening to Andrew cover it. The reason why I'm not starting over from the beginning is, again, because we've already covered the beginning bits of it. So if you want to listen to the beginning bits, excuse me, you'll need to listen to my stream yesterday. And like I said, if I don't finish this today, we'll read it later down the line. Probably not tomorrow because I'm not interested in reading more of this tomorrow. But like with the Cinder thing, I will do my best to read all of it just for all of you guys. Because I want to make sure that I do that. Also, I decided to, like, try fish fillets. Not like McDonald's fish fillets, but, like, actually, like, get the fillets from the market. Because I was at the store, and I was like, you know what? I want to find something to cook in the air fryer. Just because the air fryer that one of my fans bought me has not had much use, and I want to use it more now. Instead of, like, feeling like I should go out to eat. Because going out to eat is very bad for you. Very, very bad for you. So I am trying fish fillets, and I'm kind of happy with that. I'm kind of enjoying that. And these ones are supposed to be very crunchy. And they are definitely very crunchy. The air fryer, I don't know, I like air fryers. I don't really know how it works. I like figuring that stuff out, so maybe we will eventually. But it's really cool. Really, really cool. Anyway, all that to really say, I am eating fish fillets right now, and I like them. Air fryers are the best. I agree. I once visited my parents where they lived. My mom is on this all-meat diet because she wants to improve her health. So she cooked, like, fried chicken in it. And now, if you're wondering if it's an all-meat diet, how she had fried chicken, well, she used pig. It's not chitlins. Fucking. You know, it's a pig skin that they dry out, and you can eat it like a chip. She used that as like the covering for it, which I thought was kind of neat. So, I might try that. I'll ask her, like, hey, can you tell me how you made this? And I'll go to the store and get it. And if it tastes good, maybe I'll share it with my roommates. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I know Mizu owns an air fryer, and he eats nothing but rice and chicken. That's probably not true. Pork rinds? Yes, pork rinds. So I'll go get pork rinds. I'll see how you actually do it, or how she actually did it, and I'll try that. It sounds good. Sounds good, because pork and chicken together. Anyway, you're not here to listen to me. You're not here to listen to me talk about that. Let's go through this now, since it is technically a docky that we have to go through.
They want to make an apology? Google Docky.
It is a Google Docky. So, we're going to read through this. Chicharrones? I don't think it's chicharrones. I'm pretty sure it's pork rinds. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pork rinds. Although I would eat chicharrones. I've seen so many people. Oh, fuck. Sorry, we'll move on. But, like, I've seen so many. One of the I consume very few types of shorts. People making food. Like, not the ones where they narrate stories, but actually making food. Those are the few kinds of shorts I like, because they're great. It makes me want to cook, too. Like, during the summer, I think I want to get, like a slow... not a slow cooker, but, like, fucking whatever, my brain can't think of the name right now. Whatever you use to make, pulled pork. I want to get whatever that is. So, I want to get that this summer for the backyard. And, yeah. Rinds are just the skin. Chicharrones are the skin and fat. I have no idea. Listen, I'm not a cook. I can cook for myself, but that doesn't make me a cook. Anyway, let us get started here really quickly. Really quickly. Don't forget, by the way, to like the stream, subscribe, consider becoming a member for $1 if you'd like. And consider following me on Kick as well. All right. So we are going to start around here. I do remember this being one of the last few things we listened to, I believe. Where she is talking about when she was going to file a police report shortly after, I believe, the visit to the mental facility. Occo is uncultured swine. Very true. Very true, very true. So, I do remember reading this. We will just start right here. I'll rephrase. Do you recall opposing counsel in his opening statements making comments that you didn't mention anything wrong about Mr. Robinson when you were at Austin Oaks? Yes, I remember. Okay, when was it that you first realized what was going on? When was it that you first realized that what was going on was what is sexual assault? What? What? I'm sorry. This might just be the stenographer or it might just be the lawyer. I have no idea. It was after I moved my stuff out and I talked to an online friend and I felt safe enough to speak to someone about what the events that had occurred. Okay, and have you had contact with law enforcement regarding these allegations? Yes. When did you make contact with law enforcement? Do you mind if I look? You can look at your affidavit. Judge, may I retrieve the journal? You may. I believe it was around January of 25. I do believe it was earlier the next year. I just can't remember the exact date of when we went to the blank. Okay, but did you file a criminal complaint? Yes, I filed a police report. And what is the current status of that? Because of the harassment, I had to suspend it. Okay, they wanted, what did law enforcement want you to do with regards to a phone call to Mr. Robinson? A preliminary call. Okay, and was it a pretext call? Yes. All right. And what was your understanding of what you were supposed to do on that phone call? Call him and get him to talk about the things that he did to me. All right, and were you able to do so? No, because he was threatening me and harassing me publicly, and I was scared. Okay, we'll get to that in a second, but did you not follow along with what law enforcement wanted you to do? No, I did what was recommended by the counselor that was there with me. All right, and so around the same time, did Mr. Robertson start posting on blank? What was it? Is it Twitter or is it X? I don't know. I'm just going to start. I'm still going to call him tweets. But it is X now, unfortunately. I think it is X, unfortunately. Let's see here. Did you follow along with what law enforcement wanted you to do? No, I did what was recommended by the counselor that was there with me. All right, so around the same time, did Mr. Robinson start posting on... Oh, I already read that. It was Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. He did it on all three. And starting in January of 2025, what did he start doing with regards to the online platforms? He started before then. He started, I believe at around November, he started the threats in 2024. And what kind of threats was he making online? I have a timeline of everything. Okay. But it was mainly, I'm going to sue you. And I have seen that clip of that. And I believe we've shown that clip through the Shamu video. He also made threats that he's going to ruin me, that everyone was going to know the truth. And he was coming after me. That there were explicit material that he shared with multiple people and that he will post them online if I don't retract statements. I'd have to see that clip, honestly. And it's almost 200 pages of it. And you actually asked him to do, when you first broke up, what did you actually ask him to do with regards to the videos? I asked him multiple times in multiple circumstances, please delete any sexual footage you have of me because I knew that some of it was not consensual. And he would make collages of my videos. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't record your partner. Don't fucking record your partner. All right, that's just fucking dumb. Don't record your partner. All right, it's never gonna go well for you if you just do that. So instead of recording your partner, just enjoy the moment with your partner. In fact, I would argue that like recording diminishes the impact of spending time with your partner, because you're gonna watch a recording of yourself with your partner instead of actually being with your partner. And it's just like, I can understand maybe if like your partner is away or on a trip or doing something and they're not with you, but it's just like, you need to have some separation to make the time with your partner that you do have special. So don't record your partner. Enjoy your partner with them. And you don't always need to be with them, basically. If that please tell me if that makes sense. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, when you're in a relationship, don't record them because it will come back to bite you later. And enjoy your partner when you're with them. Don't try to like find ways to enjoy them when you're not with them, because that doesn't help. I didn't want him to have access to them. Sitting here today, do you know if he has deleted all those videos? I do not know. He's told me he would, and then the last time I requested, he just did not respond. Now, he probably didn't respond. I don't know if she mentions where, but he probably didn't respond because he probably wasn't allowed to talk to you. Who knows? So I don't know when that would have been, but that's probably why. Okay, so sitting here today, you have no idea if he still has those videos in his possession. Yes, I am not aware if he does or not. What Occo was trying to say is lay pipe, don't watch paint dry. I'm too stupid to, so I'm gonna say maybe. Are you concerned about what he will do if he has those? Yes. What are your concerns? He will either post them publicly, continue to share them with more people, as he has stated, and possibly, I don't want that. I don't think anybody wants that. Has he threatened you with putting that out there? Yes. Okay. How has he done so? I don't have the exact verbiage. It's in the timeline of what he said in his words. Okay. Did you have to contact an attorney in early 2025 with regards to what is going on online? Don't you say so? People say that, and I disagree, but you're more than welcome to believe that. Tapeworm, thank you for being a member for 12 months. 1 year, yippee. Very much appreciated. Tapeworm, one of my favorite people, one of my favorite mods, I would say, has made some of the coolest yippee edits. He made all of the yippee badges, in fact, on YouTube. They were all very silly and very amazing. So thank you, Tape. I appreciate that. Very, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I see you, Occo. I'm sorry. Tape has made all the coolest edits. I'm going to be honest with you. Have you made any edits of the Yippies Magma? No. You buy Yippies. You buy your own Yippee. Oh, goodness. Thank you for the banana. Real life Fake Monkey. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I have edits? Okay. Okay, no. I call fake news. Oh, excuse me. And thank you for the second banana, Real Life Fake Monkey. I appreciate the potassium. Okay. Did you have to contact an attorney? Yes, it had gotten very overwhelming because no one wanted to associate with me because he was attacking me. He had attacked them as well. Okay. And I was becoming very isolated. I kind of had to rebuild my friend group with my family. Sorry, what was the question? That's okay. What was going on online that gave you to the point where you had to hire an attorney back in 2025? Oh, yes. Even after going to the police, he still would not stop harassing me, and I had an attorney send him a cease and desist telling him I had gone to the police and he needs to leave me alone. Did that stop him? No. In fact, he went publicly and laughed about it, said she sent me a cease and desist for defaming her, but I'm going to keep defaming her. I would have to see the timeline for that. If he actually did say that, that's pretty fucking gay and retarded. Have we moved on, or is this the last of it? This is the hearing. Once we're done with the hearing, which might not be tonight, we're done. But I'm not going to do the hearing tomorrow. I need a break from... Tomorrow is my day off of streaming. And I just need a break from Tectone in general, so... Let's see. Okay, and that was February 6th of 2025. He posted a live stream on Twitch. I'm not sure of the exact date that he did that. Okay, has he made threats about going nuclear when the legal situation between you and he ends? Yes, and I believe it was a time he was, like, showing his guns and things. Okay, and in fact, he indicated on social media that he's schizophrenic and is strapping referring to weapons. Is that correct? I would need to see those tweets. We all need to take a break from the Tectone drama. Yes, after today, we're not talking. We may not. If I don't finish this today, it probably will be a few days, but I will finish it. I will finish it, but I'm taking a break today. Tell the court your concerns about his use of, or I'm sorry, his possession of firearms. I'm afraid that if he does, obviously, with the threats, he gets so upset that he will try and do something to me. Especially because I do go to conventions and public things, or if, like, he has an episode or anything and is upset enough. And you filed this on the protective order. So you first contacted an attorney in January, went to the police in January. Why is it that you filed the protective order application in August of 2025? It's a good question, actually. Well, first, it was mainly just dealing with the police and the preliminary call and trying to get that set up, and whether that was the right move to do for my safety. And so it kind of just kept getting pushed between the police and his threats. And he, in the lawsuit, I'll ask the court to take judicial notice of the filing of the application for the protective order, which was on August 21st of 25. Yes, the court will do so. May I approach the witness? You may. Thank you. I'm going to show you what we've marked as Applicant's Exhibit 7. Are you able to identify that? Yes. Okay, without telling what's in it yet, the statement's in it. What is it? A tweet from Robertson, Mr. Robinson. Have I seen Kirsch following defense for Tectone? I have not. I've been told that, like, she was going on tangents when I first hearing about it, but I was waiting to hear that she is done before I listened to it. But I'm curious to know the cliff notes, and then I would probably have to see the clips myself. But people are I'm hearing in the Discord that, like, allegedly she is sweeping, and I'd like to know what that means before I, like, make blanket criticisms, if that makes sense. What does Mr. Robinson go by on his social media? Tectone, and that, can you spell that for the court, please? Spell it, yes, for the court reporter. Tectone, all right. And what is it you go by online? Pink Chew. Can you spell that for the court reporter? Pink Chew, all right. And that is a true and accurate copy of the message that he put on social media on August 25th. Is that correct? Yes. Clip it? Yes, clip it, please. Probably won't watch it tonight because I'm tired right now. But, yeah, just clip it. Just clip it and throw it in Discord and we can talk about it there for now. And when you read this, did you know this related to you? Yes. And how do you know it was related to you? This was many of his multiple times where he's named me or not named me, or it was times where I sent the cease and desist or have gone to the police, and he would make statements like this. And this is a true and correct copy of this. You've not changed or modified it in any way. Is that correct? Yes. Judge, I move to introduce applicant 7. Court, any objections? Relevance, Your Honor, I mean, this could be about anything. I don't understand what the relevance this has to the proceedings in front of the court. I don't think that those dots have been connected sufficiently, but that would be my objection. Your objection is relevance. It's overruled. Applicant 7 is admitted. Thank you. What was it that Tectone published 4 days after this application for protective order was filed? I'm not sure of the dates correctly. I'm sorry. What are the dates? Can you zoom in? Do you say, I'm sorry? 8/22/25. And this was the day after the application was filed. Is that right? I believe so. Okay, and you received extensions of this ex parte protective order that was granted back in August. Is that right? Yes. All right. Judge, may I approach the witness? Of course. Pink Chew, I'm going to show you what's been marked as applicants 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Will you look at those, please? Yes, I see. Let's start with those are all like the last exhibit, Exhibit 7. Those are all various screenshots of Tectone posting. Is that correct? Yes. All right. And just to lay the foundation, you've not changed or modified these in any way. Is that correct? Yes. These are true and correct copies of the social media posts that Tectone, Mr. Robinson published. Is that correct? Yes. And 9 is from 9/16/25. Is that correct? Yes. All right. And there's an extension of this protective order signed back in on September 3rd. Is that correct? Yes. All right. And that paperwork was extended until December 3rd. Is that correct? Yes. By the way, it was extended because of the court pushing the can down the road, basically. Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice. I'm sorry. I apologize for not standing. Judge, the court take judicial notice of the agreed order for the extension of the temporary ex parte protective order. I marked it and will move to introduce it as Applicant's Exhibit 3. Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right. Applicant's 3 is admitted. May I approach 2 with the court reporter? You may. Let me lay the foundation of all of them. So it was true and correct copy of post that he put on 9/16/25. Yes. And did you believe this one to be about you? Yes. Why? Anytime there was an extension or something, he had something to say. Okay, Judge, I move to introduce Applicant's Exhibit 9. Are you moving to introduce 9 through 13 or just 9? I want to lay the foundation for 9, so I'm just going one by one, Judge. I'm sorry. No problem. Any objection? No objection. 9 is admitted. Can you go to 10, please? And 10 was posted on September 22nd. Yes. All right. And you have not changed or modified this in any way. Is that correct? No. Is a true and correct copy of that post that Tectone, a.k.a. Mr. Robertson, posted on that date? Yes. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. And this was related to something involving you, correct? Yes. All right. And that's how you believed it to be? Yes. All right, Judge, I move to introduce Applicant's Exhibit 10. I am going to jump through that here because it's just the exact same thing over and over again to introduce evidence. They have to do that, by the way, in court. That's why court takes fucking forever. So let's go at all. What does Mr. Robinson tell his followers on 9/23/25? If you and the answer is, if you think 10,000 is a lot to start VTubing, you should see how much women spend on plastic surgery to start an OnlyFans or OF. OF stands for OnlyFans. Yes. Do you have an OnlyFans account? Yes. When did you create your OnlyFans account? I believe it was towards the end of December of 24. All right. So Mr. Robinson knew you had an OnlyFans account. He encouraged me to make one. Okay. But you are not doing any nudity on your account. Is that correct? I do not do full nudity. I'm going to take a drink. Is Tectone's new GF a ploy to keep, by him to keep his guns? No. I don't think so. He is not allowed to have guns in his house. If he has guns in his house, I believe that would be a violation of it. So yeah, yeah, hold on a moment. Let's see. And he encouraged you to do so. We agreed that I did not do full nudity. Okay, but he is the one who encouraged you to make an OnlyFans. I had a Fansly account at the time. OnlyFans more stigmatized and kind of can hurt your career more than just having a Fansly. Okay, and what do you know? What is the reference to the 10K to start YouTubing? What is that a reference to? To make a VTuber model. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just a lawyer. To make a graphic for your streaming. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go to 12. What does Mr. Robinson post to his audience again around the same date? September of 25. Again, that's pretty sure that's about Cinder. I'm going to be honest with you. Pretty sure that's about Cinder. I made a post about this early, and I'm going to need to say it again. Do not date crazy chicks. No, you will not fix them. No, it will not be worth it. Accurate. Yes, it's fucking stupid. It's like inviting a rabid dog into your house. Sure, they might be cute, but the thing got rabies and it's going to kill your ass. You won't have a partner. You will have a liability. And if you don't stoop to their delusions, they'll turn against you and make you their next target. Find yourself a nice girl or a guy you can communicate effectively with, not an adult with the mind of a deranged psychopath. Why was there any doubt who this referred to in your mind? It was me. Okay. And how did you know it was you? He said multiple times with my name, specifically stating my name on stream and publicly that I was crazy. All right, let's go to 13. You don't need 10K to get started as a VTuber. No, but if you want to get a model by Nanolist, you do. You got to go with Nanolist. So, just saying. Are these type of messages that you found to be harassing? Yes. Okay. And were these types of messages that your attorney requested he stop doing in the cease and desist? Yes. All right. Let's go to A13. Tell me this. Do you do a little bit like anime? Is that what you do? Like you dress up because cosplay is anime? Excuse me. Excuse me. Give me a moment. Holy shit, my apologies. Yes. Okay, so back on October 3rd of 25, so 2 months after the protective order had been filed and the ex parte had been granted, what did he post on his socials? Do not put your dick in crazy. It's hot in anime, stupid as fuck in real life. That is... that's a reach, in my personal opinion. But, you know. What else did he say about mental illness? You cannot fix a mental illness, bro. You cannot medicate it, but that's a crapshoot. Get someone who you don't need to fix. Much easier. All right, and did you have any doubt that these were about you? Excuse me. No, I had no doubt it was about me. Okay, and how did your fans, if at all, because I don't know how this works, how did you learn that he was talking about you on social media? Hold on a moment. People in my community will let me know and tag me and at me, my friends and people in the space, because it did affect my livelihood and my consistent life, because people who worked with me would be technically associated with somebody he's constantly attacking. And they were afraid that he would also attack them as well. Bless you. Thank you. It's a reach. I agree. Some of this is definitely a reach, but it doesn't matter because it is going to be used in court. Even if it sounds retarded, it is going to be used in court. Give me one moment. Let's see. All right. And let's go to 13. I'm sorry, 14 is correct. I don't believe I have that page, but I can see it on the screen. I'm sorry, that will be these ones, 15 through 21, I think. May I approach, Judge? You may. I'm going to show you applicants' exhibits 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, and 21. No objections to these, Your Honor. No objections. All right. 15 through 21 are admitted. All right, let's start with 15, and this is Mr. Robinson on applicants 15, actually referring to your allegations. Is that right? I believe so, yes. All right, and what does he say? They're going to hate what I found today. Your loss is now even more inevitable. Now I'd wait. Okay, and when you had seen these messages, he posts like this. How did you interpret them? Like, how did it make you feel? Like he's coming after me? Okay, then let's go to 16. So the same month, October of 25, so shortly after the protective order was filed, what does Tectone Mr. Robinson post again about this? Another OnlyFans woman lying about rape, then just moves on. No damage is done to them. It ruins a man's life for 3 years. Why is it so common? I want to know what that's in reference to. I really want to know what that's in reference to. Tectone using his audience to attack Mizu significantly stirred the pot against... No, I agree. He did. That's why it's just like, you can't say that he doesn't, because he does. He does. Yeah, man. The other T server is going crazy right now. People are really mad on the other T server right now. I need to make a button for that. Hold on a moment. Give me a moment. I want to make a button for the Under the T server so I can just give it to you guys. Discord server? Yes, the Under the T Discord server. Never, no limit. There we go. Does that work? There we go. Okay. Apparently, I'm being told Kirsch is defending Tectone's Lawli take, which people are not happy with. Okay. Again, I'm not going to talk too much about that, but join the Discord if you want to. Join the Discord if you really would like to. All right. Let's continue. By the way, I will, if people want to read this, I'll throw it out to them. I don't think that there's any reason why you shouldn't be able to get a copy of it. Let me ask LM just in case, but I see no reason why I can't just like hand it to anybody that wants to read it for themselves. So let me ask him, and then I see no reason to not just give it to people, basically. And did you believe that this was also related to you in a way? Yes, I can see why she would, and he should not have said this. Should not have said this. And why did you believe so? What he does is he basically trains his community into hating OnlyFans or women or migrants and things like that. I'm half Mexican and things to just hate about women, and women have OnlyFans. So when he does attack me, that's more angry towards me. That is a stretch in my personal opinion. All right, this right here, this whole thing is an absolute stretch in my personal opinion. Absolute fucking stretch. Because I know this is about him being on the alt-right. Saying alt-right just makes it sound retarded. This is him being on the right-leaning grift train, all right? All of that right there. I don't know why that's coming up. All of this is his right-leaning grift train that he's doing, that a lot of other people are doing right now. So I know she's using it for her own purposes, but I don't believe that that's what he's using it for. I believe some of it you could infer. And again, he was retarded for talking about it like this. But I think that's dumb, because hating on OnlyFans people is something that's common now in the right-leaning space. And hating on migrants that come into the country illegally is also something that is common right now. And what's funny is she just says migrants. I would like to see the tweet and what he actually, like, what she's actually referring to. I don't actually see something like up here. So I don't know. But yeah, Sparky, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think this is retarded right here. Just saying. Can I mark my own shit? Probably can. I can. Oop, there we go. I think that's retarded right there. Now, have you had some of his fans come after you on these platforms? Oh, absolutely. Can you explain that to the court, please? I've had people make threats, YouTube videos calling me a liar, a whore, threaten to want to kill me. That's wrong, and he should disavow that. I believe also I've had a DM, somebody threatened to rape me. Basically, it's gone to the point where I didn't even go to TwitchCon because I was afraid that maybe one of his fans might try to physically hurt me. Does Mr. Robinson know that or let me rephrase that, has he told you previously about how he can get his fans to do what he needs them to do? Yes. Okay, can you tell the court what he has told you with regards to that? He was in a situation with his ex-wife. After he had her sign the NDA. He wanted me to go after her. May I give context? I don't want to go into what is the issues with the NDA. Okay, just answer the question, what he told you specifically about having his fans do things. Yeah, that if you're kind of a guide, if you kind of guide them into the right direction, that they'll know who to attack, and he's done that to multiple people. And I'm going to be honest, I do kind of believe this. I'm just going to have to like mark. I'm just going to mark this because I do believe that he does this. Because he has, in my personal opinion, before. Did she report it to police? We already read it up above. She had her initial filing, and the charges got dropped because she couldn't provide the police with what they were asking for, so they dropped it. You know? Let's see here. And have you seen him do it to multiple people? Envicious? Oh, that's an individual. Enviosity was one example. He has a lot of, I guess, beef with a lot of people. I can't even count. In his YouTube videos, he names each of his YouTube videos after the person he's going after in that video. And what is your concern with regards to what happens if this protective order is not granted after this hearing today? He is going to continue, as he's shown before, relentlessly harassing and threatening to me to the point where I will probably have to take measures where my life may be in danger. Again, he is allowed to talk about other people. In my personal opinion, and, you know, I don't feel like some people do this, even though it literally does nothing. Like, I say don't harass people, people are still going to do it, you know? However, me saying that at the very least gives me something to say. I tell people all the time, don't go after the people we talk about. Because genuinely, I don't want that to be the case. So, I genuinely don't want people to do that. I can't stop it, but I will at the very least tell people, don't do this. I do not vibe with this. I 100% do not approve of this, basically. So... I know that you can't stop people for being stupid, but at the very least, you can protect yourself, and that's kind of what you have to do these days. Now, it didn't work out for Rev. Well, it's unfortunate that Advanced GG dropped him. And guess what? They're going to lose business because of it, including me. I purchased product from them. I'm not going to do it anymore. You know. You know. So, he'll go find somewhere else. Sounds like he opened a Patreon then. Which is interesting. I'm not really going to opine on that right now, but if he opened a Patreon right after that, they're already tanking. So I've heard. I've heard that allegedly. They're having an exodus currently. So I've heard. They had an exodus before they dropped Rev. They had an exodus after they dropped Rev. And I'm going to be honest with you. We'll have to wait and see how their business does. Anyway, let's continue. A17, he posts in October of 21. What does he post? Proud to be blocked. Women who falsely accuse men are scum and should be in prison. That was in October of 21. That's not about you. Are you falsely accusing him of these actions? Absolutely not. Okay, did they in fact take place? Yes. A19, what did Mr. Robinson say? And this is actually before the protective order that was filed on June 18th of 25. Wait, October of 21. Is that supposed to be 21 or 25? I'm going to mark that. If somebody is medicated and has schizophrenia, should they have their guns in their first place? I don't feel like I'm the right person to answer that question. Because, like, I know a lot of people that have mental illnesses that do have firearms. Technically, I have autism, and I have my Second Amendment rights. Should I not have my Second Amendment rights because I have autism? I would say that my autism is well managed. Not medicated. They're not medicated? Probably not. I don't know. It depends on how bad his schizophrenia is. Some schizophrenia is worse than others, and some autism is worse than others, and some people's other mental illnesses are worse than others, you know? That's really one of those things where it's a case-by-case basis. It's not a subject that I feel like anybody that's not a psychologist should be allowed to answer because they're not psychologists, and because I'm not one, I probably am not going to give you a good answer. So I can't really give you an answer that I feel like would be satisfactory to me. So yeah. Some people know what a firearm means to a different term. Means a different term. Very true. Anyway, let's continue. A19, what did Mr. Robertson say? And this was actually before the protective order was filed. I'm excited to be called misogynistic for thinking women are smarter than people, and that the bad actors who lie and scream, I was manipulated, are going to make it harder for real victims to be taken seriously. Do you think that this post was related to you? Yes, because he already said publicly I ruined it for other victims. I will tell you right now, if she is wrong and it does get proven that she is wrong, it will be so much harder for real victims. So much harder. I already feel like Amber Heard fucked it up for real victims too. But if she is wrong, right now she is technically right because she won this civil court case. But if later she is proven wrong, oh, so many real victims are going to be fucked over specifically because of Pink Chew. So many people. So I hope you're not wrong, Pink Chew. Let's see here. He said you specifically. Yes, he made a tweet with my name specifically speaking about me. All right, let's go to 20, please. On October 27th of 25, what did he post? To all the OnlyFans whores trying to give me life advice, bro, I can see your asshole for less than buying a Fortnite battle pass. Shut the fuck up. Listen, I would say that to an OnlyFans whore too. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're an OnlyFans whore, yeah, I would. That's probably what I would say to you as well. Just going to be honest with you. She has at least some reason to believe that it could be about her, but that is oh, fuck. Wow. All right, let's continue. Is this how he would refer to women in front of you? Yes. Okay, let's go to 21. All right. And then on, it looks like, again, in October of 2025, what does Mr. Robinson say? Who will be the next OnlyFans girl to call me out? Bot their likes, then lock the comments. Holy fuck, absolutely rent-free in their minds. Get back to making your family shameful of your existence. And did you believe that it was referring to you? It was possibly, just kind of like I said, getting his audience to have a certain view for when he attacks me. And then it was set for the court, I think, in December. Yes. One of the extensions. Yes. All right. May I approach? You may. Do you have objections to 31 and 32? No. Applicants 31 and 32 are admitted. There was an agreed order for an extension of a PO from 123 of 25. Is that your understanding? Yes. Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the agreed order of extension protective order that was signed on 123. The court will do so. All right, I would ask that the court to take judicial notice that it was originally set for hearing, not originally. The extension was set for December 3rd of 25, but it was extended the day before because the parties agreed to extend it. Yes, that's right, and the court will take judicial notice. Shortly after that extension, did Mr. Robinson post again on social media? Yes, all right, in fact, on December 12th, in Exhibit 31, what did he post? You've got no idea how hard it is to find a woman that isn't a psychotic entitled cunt. Men got it hard. The more you read, the more that I do like both parties. Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. The problem is, maybe I'll just be a fence sitter. I have no idea. I hate both parties equally. You know, hell, here. It's like this.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Do not. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Well, anyway, let me continue on to my point. The more you go on, the more it's just like both parties are just equally as bad as each other. Obviously, you know, I'm going to give some credence to the woman here, but still, I don't really like how both of them frame it, because both of them are going to use opportunistic ways to fuck over the other individual. Do I think it's plausible that he was talking about her when he mentions OnlyFans? Yes. Do I also think it's plausible that he is talking about OnlyFans because OnlyFans is definitely a hive of scum and villainy when it comes to certain women? Yes, I also think that. 100%, I also think that. So, I think it could be both ways. What the fuck was that? I got the Norm clip? I do. I do. You're funny, Magma. Let's see. Do you think, did you take that as directed towards you? Yes. Why? It's the same verbiage that he used multiple times when describing me and describing you publicly or private. I believe he just calls me crazy and psycho is what I believe he said on streams about me. So every time he says crazy or psycho, it's obviously about her, is her thought process. All right, we'll pull up 32. And then on December 17th of 25, what did he post? No, we do, but modern feminism has convinced women that a man wants to protect you is manipulating you. Women have grown ungrateful and entitled and expect to be taken care of and protected, but aren't willing to do their part of the relationship, and they say you're abusive. I would just say that that's not always the case, but it is definitely sometimes the case. And, you know, while I may agree with him mildly on that, again, probably not the right thing to say when you're in active litigation, because she's going to use it against you. And that was all while there was that emergency protective order in place. Is that right? Yes. How did this compare to what he had posted before the protective order? Like, what's the difference between them? Very tame. Okay. And what were the ones like before? He explicitly named me and gave it lots of threats. All right. No objection. All right. That was applicants. 33, 34, and 36. All right. 33, 34, and 36 are admitted. In addition, he says he's seeing things on the road. Should he be able to drive? Again, no. Actually, I'll just say right now, if he's saying that he's seeing things on the road, he either needs to get his eyes corrected or stop driving, because that is very dangerous. If you're seeing things on the road that aren't there, that is very dangerous, and you probably should not be allowed to drive. And if he is not able to get that fixed, I do think he should be allowed to drive, in my personal opinion. Just saying. 33, 34, 36 are admitted. Back in December 20th of 25, so a month ago, what else did Mr. Robinson post while this ex parte was in effect? Any woman that lies about SA, sexual assault, or rape should be punished to the fullest extent of the law. They should be excommunicated from every group they're a part of, and people knowingly weaponize their lies should be held accountable as well. I believe that, and I feel like that is a fair thing to state, and I agree with Tectone on that. And then on 30, we'll say though, shouldn't say that when you have a protective order for SA on you. And then on 34, on 12:30, what did Mr. Robinson post? Lying women have it far too much power today. Did you believe that was in reference to you? Yes. And then, Judge, I asked the court to take judicial notice of the extension of the protective order that went into effect until January 7th. The court will do so. With a hearing on the 6th about the extension. That's correct. All right. And so I'm going to show you A36, and this was posted on January 6th at 7:17 after we had court that day. Do you recall the tweet? Yes. All right. And what does he say? What does he say? I'm a patient man no matter how long this takes. I don't care. Justice will come. I will not fall off. I will return to my life soon. And in the meantime, I'll keep living, working on myself, and growing. I'm not worried. I'm looking forward to the future patiently. Obviously, that's about the court case. And how did you take that post? He's treating this as some kind of criminal court case rather than me needing protection because of his harassment and threats and the abuse. Okay. Okay. And what are you asking the court to grant the protective order? Yes, please. Okay. And are you asking the court to prohibit him from going within 200 yards of your residence and place of employment? Yes. And are you asking that he be prohibited from engaging in any conduct, either online or otherwise, that would harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass you? Yes. Judge, I've got some video that I just need to queue up so I could take a break. Why don't we do that? Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you, Judge. Brief recess. I do believe that women ruin a man's life without lies ought to be. Yes, I agree. If a woman ruins a man's life with lies, they ought to struggle just as much as they put the man through, in my personal opinion. So that is technically, here's the thing, that is technically on the books. Like when you lie under oath on in the courts, that is a problem. That is definitely a problem, you know. Thank you, Judge. Really fake document? No, it's not fake. This is the hearing. Wording that vague is horrific. Yeah. Yep. Please proceed. What I'm going to show, Judge, is the clip from A38, so applicants 38, which we will move to admit its entirety. We're not going to show it in its entirety, but have the clip set up. Any objections? No objections. All right, A38 is admitted. Permission to publish. You may. Thank you. Video is played. Actually, Judge, I should clarify I haven't viewed this. I don't have any objections to authenticity. I should reserve objections to content, but for time's sake, I'll lodge those objections if they're necessary. I understand. Okay, no problem. Video is played. Direct examination continued. And this was done on, that was published on May 12th. Do you recall seeing that stream? I didn't see the stream. I saw the clips. Where is it? Afterwards, they were posted online. Okay, and these were clips that were posted specifically. Do you think these specifically related to you? Yes, he was speaking about my case. All right. And what are your concerns about, if any, about his comment of going nuclear? That was just based off of the police report, and so that's why he was publicly anticipating and constantly attacking me. Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sure, when he said were your concerns about what he would do, if anything, when he talked about going nuclear. Possibly, most likely to post the revenge porn, obviously threaten and harass me more, and that's when I got really scared that it might get to the point where it will get dangerous for me to even leave my home. Just to say, I think that, I'm not going to say it's an unfounded concern to say, oh, that he wouldn't post that kind of stuff, but it's Tectone. It's fucking Tectone. So, I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. You can, at that point, you just kind of, have to assume. You just have to kind of, assume that it could be anything because it's fucking Tectone, you know? Sorry, we'll move on here. Wanted to include that. What do you even consider to be annoying her? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, and we're there. Let me back up a little bit. Have these types of posts continued post the granting of the temporary ex parte protective order? Yes, a lot. Okay, and are they as descriptive as these particular posts? Yes. All right, and this, Judge, is August 16th of 25. It's Applicant's Exhibit 45. Like we've indicated before, we'll provide the entire recording to the court reporter. We're just going to show a segment today. Okay, the video's played. And that was published right around the time of the protective order application was filed. Is that right? I believe so. Okay, I'll move on to another one. Judge, we're going to show another portion, and we're going to mark it as Applicants 46, Judge, which is court. Any objections? Again, at least to the authenticity... I love that interruption. At least the authenticity to the last clip, I guess I don't understand what the relevance of any of that was. Worrying about being killed, schizophrenic, I understand the desire to, well, I'll strike that. I just don't know how this applies to what we're here for. Okay, how does that? I think that was Applicants 45. How is that relevant? So they're asking about the relevance of the clip that was played. Unfortunately, we don't have any of those clips. Sure, Judge, one of the issues at stake is he got an untreated mental health condition. It's schizophrenia. It's pretty serious. He carries firearms. He bragged about it online. That gives her concerns for her safety, considering the continued pattern that he has, in addition to that he's paranoid about her and admits to seeing hallucinations that he admitted to publicly online to over 1 million streamers that he's got following him. It gives real concerns for her personal safety and grounds for a protective order to be granted. All right, objection overruled. Applicants 45 is admitted. All right, and this one's from January 14th of 25. Video played. And again, we don't know what the video is. Excuse me. Give me one moment. All right, when you listen to that, what did you know him to be referring to? Me. Okay, and how did you know it was you? He's talking about our case. Okay, and this was done in January of 25. Yes. Wait, video? Oh, that's right, because he doesn't do streams, he does videos. That's right. Give me, again, another moment. Let's see. Okay, and is this kind of content that has been harassing you? Yes. Okay, and tell the court what it does to you when he posts this kind of content. It's degrading, it's scary, it's embarrassing. I don't even think anybody wants somebody consistently just calling them these things publicly for everyone, their family, their friends, my colleagues, everyone to hear on a constant basis. And did he ever... I'm sorry. And do you believe that he is doing this intentionally, knowing it's going to harm you? I believe he's doing this to harm me, and because I went to the police, he just wants me to let it go, the case. And is it, as he engaged in this a repeated pattern of making online comments on his streams about you since you went to the police in January of 25, even before the police Okay, and in fact, and we won't get into all of it, but you actually created a timeline that is everything he actually posted on you over the course of a year, and it's how voluminous is it? Over 200 pages. Now, that could probably just be 200 pages of screenshots, but, and that is just the timeline, right? Yes. And do you believe that you will be safe if the court... Do you believe you will be safe if the court does not grant this protective order? Absolutely not. Do you believe that he will engage in a continued pattern of harassment of you if the protective order is not granted? Yes. All right, I passed the witness. All right. And then signals to the, I believe that's Tectone's lawyer. Thank you, Your Honor. And this starts into cross-examination. So we're a little over a fourth of the way through this here, chat. So that was just her lawyer talking to her, asking her questions. Now we're going to get into his lawyer asking her questions, basically. Pink Chew, I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you something that's confusing or in any way doesn't make sense, just let me know, okay? Okay. And do you go by Pink Chew? And then she just gives her name. I'm not going to say her name, even if it's listed there. I'm not going to say her name. I go by Pink Chew. It's my middle name. Is that how you want me to address you? Yes. Okay. Pink Chew, I want you to take a second. All of those exhibits that your attorney just admitted, can you point out for me where in those exhibits it mentions your name? In my timeline, there's multiple situations. Pink Chew, I want you to take a second and review all of those exhibits. Can you tell me where in those exhibits it mentions your name? Are you speaking of these printed ones or the ones that were on the screen? Either. I do not believe in this court clip section my name was mentioned in the clipped section. Okay, I agree with you. Can you point out for the court any time in any of those admitted exhibits where it mentions your name? No, it was not shown. Okay, I agree with you. You would agree with me that, well, strike that. Hold on a moment. Has John ever text messaged you since the application? Well, have you ever expressed to John, that being Tectone, until the protective order was filed that you didn't want him to contact you? Yes. Okay, how did you do that? How did you communicate that? From my mom. Okay, so you had your mom call him and say she doesn't want you to call anymore. He called my mom. Hey, Pink Chew's mom, I'm really sorry. Sorry. I'm just trying to imagine how that phone conversation went because I know they don't have a copy of it. Let's see here. And was that conversation recorded in any way? No, but I believe there were. Was it memorialized in a text message in any way? Yes. In writing, I believe there were in text messages. I don't know if that's when she said it over the phone or through text. Okay. And I would assume if it's in text, you have a copy of that. No. Okay. Until the strike that. And I think they say strike that because they don't want that to be like admitted into like the record of like evidence. Honestly, I would have to ask Ava, but I think they say to strike something when they don't want what they're saying to be used as like compelling for the judge, basically. Since the protective order has been filed, has John text messaged you? No. Has he emailed you? No. Has he called you? No. Has he communicated with you by social media? Are you speaking as of since the temporary orders? Facebook Messenger, direct message on Instagram, any communication at all. Man, that sounds so boomerish. My confusion is, are you speaking from since the protective order? Correct. Since you filed application for the protective order and the temporary protective order was granted? No. Okay. I do not believe so. Okay, so have you seen him outside your house in your neighborhood? No. Okay, has he approached you? No. Okay, I want to ask you again. How did your relationship with Tectone start? Who contacted you? I reached out to him because his friend asked me to reach out to him. By the way, chat, I'm just going to say right here, this is the worst thing that his lawyer did right here, all right? This is one of the worst thing, all right? This is the worst thing that he could have done. I hate the double standards at Play in the Docs. They call her Pink Chew, but Tectone gets... Yeah, her name is mentioned in this. I'm trying to call them both by their online names. I'm kind of failing at that. I apologize. But no, both of their names are mentioned in here. I'm trying to just call him Tectone, but I'm kind of failing at that. My apologies. But no, both of their names are mentioned in here. Anyway, going back to my point. His lawyer made a really big mistake, in my personal opinion, because he asked has he harassed you ever since you put in the protective order? And she's like, no, he has not harassed me. He has not tried to contact me. That's the worst thing that you can like ask, because it's just like, oh, you're telling me that because he's willing to follow the rules of the protective order that we should extend it for a while longer. And it's just like, no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just, well, that's definitely not a good thing to try and point out to the judge, because the judge is going to be like, huh, okay, so he will follow it if the law is something, you know. It's just funny to me. Oh, goodness. Because, like, all that's going to do is make it worse for him. Oh, goodness. Anyway, let's continue. I reached out to him because his friend asked me to reach out to him. Okay, but your friend didn't type out the media message, the social media message to Tectone, correct? No. You messaged Tectone. Is that yes? Correct? Okay. And when you messaged Tectone, you all began a romantic relationship. No. In December, what's that? Oh, no. When I messaged him, no. At some point following that message to Tectone, you entered into a romantic relationship sometime between December of 22 and let's say July of 24. Yes. At some point, yes. You guys were a couple. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. Well, I just want to clarify, because you provided some testimony on direct that the only reason you slept together was because he had a mental health diagnosis where he didn't want to sleep alone. I mean, you guys were a couple. Is that fair? Yes. I really don't know what his lawyer is going through here. I'm going to be honest with you. I think he was trying to prove she wasn't being stalked, but it was just badly done. It was. It was very badly done, because it helped her out in the long run, I think. I just want to clear that up, because the implication from that was that you were roommates, but you were only sleeping together because he was scared of the dark or something like that. I mean, you guys were a couple. You slept together in the same bed like couples do. I preferred a lot of the times to sleep upstairs. That's kind of weird. Then you're not really a couple, in my opinion. Okay, have you ever expressed something different in text message to John? Tectone, excuse me. I believe it was over Snapchat. I would tell him I'm working or I'm going to sleep upstairs. Okay, and I'll just say it for the purposes of a cross-examination. I'm familiar with the text message history between you guys. I mean, you guys, you guys, again, you all were a couple and you slept in the same bed. Yes, periodically we did. It was both. Okay, did you engage in consensual intimate encounters? There was times before I moved in, yes. Okay, and I think it's fair to say, well, strike that. Your date of... Why would you ask her what her date of birth is? What the fuck? Your date of birth is blank. Yes. Is that correct? You made a statement. Well, strike that. Dude. I think his lawyer... Dude. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. From a personal perspective, do you want partners to be invested in your career goals? Supportive. Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. Do you want them to be supportive of your career goals? Yes. And Tectone was supportive of your career goals. Is that fair? You testified about him wanting to kind of promote your presence online to try and help you. No wonder he needed 5 lawyers. According to him, he only had 1 lawyer, and the lawyers had an assistant. That is purely something that is allegedly fake news from fucking... It's allegedly fake news from Ms. Kiff, so... And Tectone was supportive of your career goals. Is that fair? You testified about him wanting to help promote your presence online to try and help you achieve more visibility, more popularity. Those were all things that you wanted. Is that fair? I think yes. Okay. And Tectone was supportive of that. Yes. Okay. If you had a partner that wasn't supportive of your career goals, that wouldn't be a very good sign of a mutually supportive relationship. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, but the inclination on direct was that him wanting to help you out, excuse me, that was a bad thing for whatever reason. It was the dynamic, the power dynamic. Okay, that he had more fans aligned and you didn't. He had more control over not just online, but also with companies and stakes in companies and partners. Okay, I mean, it could, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like he was leveraging that influence he had in your industry to help your career out. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. Was Tectone physically abusive to you? In what way? Would he hit you? He did shove my head into his crotch one time. Okay. Would he strike you with his hand? No. Would he kick you? No. Okay, when he did this, the alleged sexual abuse began. Coercion began when I moved in, and it got more aggressive as time went on. Okay. When I moved into the address, so is this December of 2022? No. That's when you guys met? Yes. Okay. When do you think you started dating? I believe a couple weeks after we met. Okay. So maybe end of December, beginning of January, something like that? Sometime in December? I can't remember. Okay. And so when did the alleged coercion, when did that begin? When I moved into the address. Okay. And I apologize. I don't know when that was. Do you remember like a month and a year? I believe it was possibly February of the next year, 2024. February of 24, okay, that's when the coercion began. Yes, when I wasn't paying rent and we were in the new home. Okay, and in your application, you state that around February or March of 23, you told John that you didn't want to live by this agreement anymore. What agreement was that? I wasn't paying rent. In my perspective, I thought it was because I was going to help him with thumbnails and graphics, and he started during intimacy. And he had stated during intimacy that it was for not that I was paying rent. Wait. Hold on a moment. I thought it was because I was going to help him with thumbnails and graphics, and he had stated during intimacy that it was for not that I wasn't paying rent because I was giving him blowjobs, and he stated in quotes, "Do your job, you don't pay rent." But it sounds like you guys were already in a romantic relationship by that point. That's why I was disgusted and confused. Okay, what was disgusting and confusing? That I thought I was his girlfriend, but he's treating me like a prostitute. Well, you kind of are if you do OnlyFans. I'm going to be honest with you. Sorry. And did you break up with him at that point? I told him I wanted to pay rent. I hoped that it would stop after that. I had already sold all of my items in my home, canceled my lease like he asked, and I felt stuck already. And it's not that easy to just move out. Okay? Did you were working online, you were, I think, doing some modeling, doing some acting, and I'm not deeply familiar with this kind of world, but is that generally what you were doing? I was doing, streaming and modeling, okay, and your income from streams from that, it was not as high as it got later when I began in OnlyFans. Okay, but there was an income stream. Yes, but it was not that high. Correct, but my question was, there was an income stream. Yes, and you were making money from that. Yes, okay. And certainly if the situation was coercive enough, if it was bad enough, you could have moved out. Is that fair? No, because like I said, he does have a lot of power and control and the power dynamic. I just felt like I was going to start paying rent and, that was going to stop and I was going to hopefully move on from that. Now, here's the question I would ask. The question I would ask is, have you point blank said that you don't want to do that and that you just want to pay rent? I have no idea if she does ask that. I don't recall, but we'll continue reading. Okay, but Tectone wasn't keeping you in the home. He wasn't physically keeping you in the home. How so? Explain what physically keeping. I'll strike that. And you reported this alleged sexual abuse to the Austin Police Department? Yes. Okay, when was that? It was in early 2025. Okay. And Detective James Thrift, does that name sound familiar? Yes. He was the detective assigned, is that correct? Yes. Okay. Would it surprise you if the investigation had been suspended? I suspended it. You suspended it. Yes. Okay. So it was your request to suspend the investigation? Due to the threats and harassment, I couldn't do what the officer was requesting for my safety. Okay, but you proceeded with filing a protective order? Yes, and hopefully after the protective order, if I feel safe and comfortable enough, I will most likely reopen the case. So, she is saying right here that she's going to attempt it. Probably. Most likely. Probably, most likely, reopen the case. Okay. Have I gotten to the Hassan part? I have not gotten to the Hassan part. I'm sorry. It's not really spoilers, though. I think everybody knows that Hassan is mentioned in it. But tis okay. Hey. Anyway. Okay, I want to ask you about another police report that you had filed. One was back in February 12th, and you called the Leander Police Department. Is that correct? Yes. And at the time of the report, you were residing with Tectone at, is it on this address? Does that sound familiar? Yes. Okay, at the time, you were residing with Tectone. Yes. And you made the report because of Tectone's ex-wife. Freem had messaged John something like, is she better than me? That's not why I made the police report. That wasn't my question, okay? Did Tectone's ex-wife message him something like that? Is she better than me? That is what he told me. I did not see it. Why would you ask her that? Okay. Again, like, okay. Okay. I just think that his lawyer is kind of dumb. I think Tectone needed a better lawyer. Maybe my legal mindset would have been a better lawyer. Or maybe Ava would have been a better lawyer since she's a family law lawyer. But who knows? Okay, but that is what your understanding was, that Freem told Tectone. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. And you made a report on the basis of the suspicion that Freem had videos of you and Tectone engaged in intimate activities. Yes. And you believe that she had those recordings. From what I was told, yes. Okay. From what you were told by who? Mr. Robinson. Okay. By Tectone. Tectone, yes. Okay. And you believed what he told you because your next action was to call the police. That was not the timeline of events, though. Correct. It was about 14 months after he told you. Is that fair? It was after multiple people had told me that they were sent that. After multiple people were what? Stated that they were sent footage. Okay. And these multiple people, did they ever provide you any of that footage? No. Okay, so you don't have any independent evidence or verification that anybody had that footage ever. Is that fair? No, there was some footage. It just wasn't sexual footage. Okay, but to be clear, you never saw any video footage. No, I was believing Tectone and his friends. Okay, when did Freem message that to John, to your understanding? First time? Yeah, this lawyer harmed his chances. I think this lawyer's getting him the death penalty. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, you know. I believe that was December of 22. Okay, and is that what you learned about it? I didn't understand the full context. I just knew it was some footage. Something going on, but I didn't understand the full context. Okay. Judge may approach. You may. Have you ever had a different position on that? On what you learned about the footage? What? Have you ever had a different position on that, on when you learned about that footage? I just was told, or that message, that it was me giving him a blowjob, but I didn't know if it was inside the garage or if it was outside the garage, like the full context of it, because I'd never seen it myself. Have you ever changed your story, is what he's saying. That's fair. Let me back up. When did you learn about the message that Freem sent Tectone, something to the effect of, is she better than me? When did you learn about that? December of 22, he said that she called and said that. Okay, I believe. And what did you take from that? I was disturbed. Okay. Was Freem there? Freem was where? Was Freem in the home when you guys engaged in intimate activity with each other? No. He's trying to discredit her by bringing up past testimony from other trials as possible. It's possible. Let's see. So the implication from the message to Tectone was that she was viewing what you guys were doing in the house someplace. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. Did that concern you? Yes. Okay. And you learned about that in December of 22? Yes. You didn't report it to the police for some 14 months until February of 24? Yes. Okay. And on that date, you spoke with an officer, Elisa Hoffman. Do you remember the name? Yes. And she's an officer with the Leander Police Department. Is that correct? Yes. And you reported to the officer Hoffman that Tectone's ex-wife, quote, had recorded you in sexual contact with John. Yes. And you wanted to file that police report against her because you believe she had been monitoring cameras in the house and recording you engaging in this sexual conduct, is because she was sending it to multiple people. Okay, and at that moment, were you speaking with Officer Hoffman, you believe that Freem still had videos of you and Tectone engaged in intimate activity? Yes, and I'm sure with Officer Hoffman standing there by your side with a badge and gun and handcuffs ready to arrest Tectone if he had broken the law, it was over... Oh, sorry. Hold on. My apologies. You certainly would have told Officer Hoffman it's extremely important that we get these videos, not only because Freem has done something wrong, but these videos contain powerful evidence of coerced sexual activity that I've been forced to perform. No. I'm getting a little lost here with what he's trying to do. I know what he's trying to do, but I'm even getting lost here by reading it. Let's see. You probably would have told her I've been coerced into performing oral sex and these videos will contain evidence of that. May I explain? Sorry, or you can if your attorney asks you, but... Oh. My question is that not what you explained to Officer Hoffman, is it? Those videos did not contain coercion because it was before it began. Okay. Okay, again, this is February of 24. The footage was from December of 22. Okay, and you had, but fair to say, the coercion, according to your testimony, had started February of 24? 24? Yes. And you had every opportunity to tell the officer on February 12th that Tectone was sexually abusing you and she could have acted on that. Is that fair? We only spoke through email and specifically about the case. So Officer Hoffman never responded to Venezia View? No, she did not. I never met her in person. Okay. She's sitting outside. She's going to testify. Are you sure that's your testimony? From what I remember, we had gone through email and phone call. Getting lost in it? Yeah. One of Pink's friends on Mrs. Stream shared her the footage. Okay. Too much legal sauce. No, I just think that that his lawyer is fucking dumb. I don't know what he's trying... Like, I'm having a hard time figuring out what he's trying to argue, honestly. Okay, and if she reduced her interaction with you there at Venezia View to an offense report that was filed, would that be incorrect? If she represents in that offense report that she spoke with you, I just don't remember. I don't know. Okay. I just remember us going through back and forth through email and phone calls, so I couldn't recall if I had met her in person. That's the Chewbacca defense. What's the Chewbacca defense? Remind me, please. How many interactions with law enforcement have you had in your life? How many times as an officer? Strike that. How many interactions with law enforcement have you had in your life? Possibly 3. Okay. So fair to say that if So fair to say that if an interaction with an Officer Hoffman on your doorstep in your house on the sidewalk outside, that would have been significant to you? I just can't remember. Why is he harping on this? Fuck, it's confusing even me. I just can't remember. It's been so long. It was a couple of years ago. Okay, and fair to say that you didn't disclose anything to Officer Hoffman about sexual abuse that you were allegedly suffering in John's hands? At the time, I didn't know what to call it. I see what he's doing here. Okay, so he's saying you were talking to an officer already about another instance of potential sexual misconduct, but you were already going through sexual misconduct with my client at the time. Why didn't you report it? And she is claiming she didn't know she didn't really know what to call it. Her testimony changed between the trials. That's why he wants to hammer on, but he doesn't seem all that good at it. No, he doesn't. And I'm not a lawyer, but you know. Anyway, I see what he's doing. He's just doing it in a very shitty way. Anyway. Let's see. Okay, and did a detective with the Leander Police Department ever follow up with you about these allegations? It was very difficult going back and forth over the phone. I got to, so I don't remember. I'd have to look at my emails. To your knowledge, was Freem ever arrested? No. Did the Williamson County's prosecutor's office prosecute a case against her? No. So the case went nowhere? Yes. Okay. And because that case went nowhere, you filed a lawsuit in Williamson County Courthouse against Freem? Yes. Civil lawsuit? Yes. And Judge may approach, you may. While she's looking through those records just from big picture, this lawsuit again dealt with Freem, Tectone's ex-wife, allegedly videotaping sexual interactions, sexual encounters between you and John. That's again big picture is kind of what it involved in her alleged distribution of those videos. It was also defamation. Okay, very good. Judge, at this time we will offer Respondents Exhibit 1. I don't have any objections. All right, Respondents 1 is admitted. I'm going to publish portions of this, judge to the courts electronically if that's all right. Sure. I'm going to drink a water here. All right. Pink Chew. So I want to go ask a few questions about the lawsuit. In that lawsuit, you allege several different causes of action, including unlawful discourse or promotion of intimate visual material, common law defamation, statutory libel, business disparagement, tortious interference with business relations, intrusion on seclusion, and stalking. Is that correct? Yes. And you filed this lawsuit on June 25th of 24 in Williamson County. Yes. And that, what we just published as Respondents Exhibit 1, that is a certified copy of that lawsuit. Okay. Is that fair? Yes. I didn't see it. Yes. And you described your relationship with Tectone as a private romantic relationship on page 6 of that lawsuit. Where? I can make it a little bit easier for you. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me. You got it. So this lawsuit, and this is the front page of the lawsuit. Is that fair? Yes. And on page 6, you refer to the relationship. And again, Tectone is John. Is that fair? Yes. And Pink Chew, that's you. Yes. Okay. And so in your lawsuit, as kind of the background of the relationship between parties, you describe the relationship that you had with John as a private romantic relationship. Yes. And again, this was filed in June of 24. Yes. I also want to direct your attention to a second page in that you, at various points in this lawsuit, discuss or characterize sexual interactions between you and Tectone. Is that fair? The interactions from December of 2022. Correct. And you describe these in various points as private, intimate moments between Pink Chew and Tectone. Yes. And a romantic relationship between Tectone and Pink Chew. Yes. Let's see. And you talk about some of the false statements that people have been making about you and John in the videos that have been allegedly distributed. Yes. And some of the, I think you call them rumors that are online. I believe so, if that's what it says. Okay. And you said that there were some, quote, toxic lies being distributed and distributing the intimate videos involving you and Tectone. Yes. And how these videos, these intimate videos allegedly being distributed, have negatively impacted your career prospects. Is that fair? Yes. How you weren't getting signed to Mythic Talent as soon as you might have otherwise? Yes. So fair to say from that experience, you have a good understanding of how an allegation or rumors online can affect somebody's career? Yes, because you experienced it. Yes. When you went through this with Freem, is that fair? Yes. And you're extremely aware from this experience that allegations like that can influence ability to get endorsements. Yes. Okay. And business deals that may happen, it may affect how many followers you might have at any of your social media streams. Is that fair? Not entirely. Okay. What was incorrect about that, or what would you disagree with? I would say similar to kind of how Tectone has dealt with it, is you just make a pivot to very hateful and opposite type of content to garner a new audience in that sphere, and you can actually grow, is what I've seen people do. And since you, well, strike that. Again, you characterize those interactions between you and Tectone as recorded, intimate interactions between Pink Chew and Tectone, correct, for December of 22. And among those false allegations, you identified where that Tectone was grooming you. And then you go on to say that grooming is defined as a practice of preparing or training someone for a particular purpose or activity in this connotation. Freem, who is that? His ex-wife. Freem, yes. Was implying that Tectone was preparing Pink as a sex slave because she was autistic. However, this is not the basis of the relationship between Tectone and Pink Chew. Is that correct? That is what is written, yes. Okay, and again, this lawsuit was filed in June of 24. Yes. Okay, and both of the specific interactions that you list in your application for protective order happened before that. Is that fair? In March of 24. Some of them. But the ones that you list with specificity in your application for protective order happened in March of 24 and then May 28th or May 29th of 24. Yes. Okay. This lawsuit was filed less than a month after this last incident of sexual abuse allegedly perpetrated by Tectone on you? Yes. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. But despite that, you are calling the allegation that John was grooming you a lie. Is that fair? I was not aware I was being sexually abused at the time. Okay. And can you explain that? I did not until I confided to a friend after I knew what was going through was not good. I didn't know what to call it. Okay. And that did not happen until after I moved out and confided into someone. So she's saying there is, yes, I was going through these things at the time. Yes, I am changing what I am saying now. But I'm changing what I am saying because I didn't know I was being sexually abused. I don't know if it mentions it in the hearing, but I have an issue with that because she does talk about how she was sexually abused when she was younger. Which is something that I would hammer on, where it's just like, how would you know, how could you claim that you're not being abused when you have suffered from these things before? What is different, between all that kind of stuff? And that's a really sucky thing to have to ask and talk about. But when you're doing these kinds of examinations and you're trying to go against somebody, you're going to have to answer these hard questions. So I'm curious if he brings it up. But you described for Miss Locke on a direct that both of these incidents caused you pain. Yes. And was without your consent. Yes. Okay. But it wasn't until you talked to a friend after you and Tectone broke up that you changed your view on these things and decided that it was sexual abuse. Not deciding that is sexual abuse. Okay. But again, okay. But at the time that you filed this lawsuit, you believe that the idea that Tectone was grooming you, or that you were his sex slave, or that this was the basis of your relationship, you believe that to be a lie. I was highly manipulated at the time. That was not my question. Okay. My question was, at the time you filed this lawsuit, you believed the idea that John was grooming you, or that you were his sex slave, or that this was the basis of your relationship, you believe that was a lie. Yes. Okay. At the time, yes. And further, you called them disgusting lies. These rumors that were spread about you and John. Yes. And further, you believe the idea or rumor that you were going to have a gag reflex surgery, you believe that was a disgusting lie. Yes. Would you really want to ask that in front of the biased judge, though? You're going to have to. You have to. I don't really know what other argument you could make on behalf of Tectone. But you kind of have to. I understand what he's arguing, and it's a good argument. And again, if Tectone kept his mouth shut, maybe this argument would have swayed the judge. Just saying, Your Honor, she changed her mind, when it's very clearly shown here in legal documents what her thought process was. That's why, it sucks that he did talk as much as he did online. Because I feel like it would be way easier for me to, be on his side if he didn't act like an asshat online. Hi, hello, how are ya? And again, this is less than a month after this May 28th or 29th incident that you put down your application for protective order. Yes, okay. And in this lawsuit, despite, according to your testimony, having been abused by Tectone at least in March of 24, and then in May 28th or 29th in this 2024, in this lawsuit, you didn't describe your relationship with John as one of an abuser and a victim. At the time, I did not. I was not fully aware of what my situation was. My question is, in the lawsuit that you filed in June of 2024, did you describe the nature of your relationship with Tectone as one of an abuser and a victim? In the writing, yes, that is what I wrote. Yes, or the lawyers wrote, put together. Where in that lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as one of an abuser? Sorry, I think I'm just confused on the question. Okay. In any place in that lawsuit, do you characterize your relationship with Tectone as one as an abuser and victim? Me or you don't? No? Is that fair? Okay, I don't. Again, being told something by egg boy equals manipulation. Being told by some by friend is not a manipulation. Curious how that works. No, I agree. And again, that's why it's really easy for me to say.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Sorry, but it just is. I think that there was fuck ups on both ends, You know. But both ends really fucked up. I think that you can reasonably infer that she is lying in here based off of this. The lawyer's trying to get her answer a certain way. She is being groomed in the court. Oh, fuck. But yeah, I see what the lawyer's argument is. Which is why, again, if he had kept his fucking mouth shut, it would have been easier to... in my personal opinion, I would be more on his side. I can't be on his side because of how he's acted. But again, by the same token, I can't really trust her because of some of this wording as well, you know? Now, we're still going to go through the rest of this here, but, like... That's just something to point out, you know? That's just something to point out. Although, here's another funny clip that I'll use. Basically, what the lawyer is saying to her is...
That one didn't age quite so well.
Alright, I just wanted to use that one as well. What has Tectone done that is actually bad besides relationship drama leaking out? This lady lied. Well, yes. But again, I'm gonna hammer the point home. If he kept his fucking mouth shut when he knew that she was seeking a protective order, I think it would have been a lot easier for him. Him running his mouth and saying all these things that she can then use, that's him fucking up. That is, and he's even admitted today that that was his fuck up. All right? So, if he didn't speak out and just kept his mouth shut when he knew when he was active in litigation, it would have gone a lot better for him. And again, I would argue that if he kept his mouth shut, he probably wouldn't have the protective order on him. You know? He might win appeal. I highly doubt he's going to win appeal. Because he has to appeal to the exact same judge. That's good luck on that one, buddy. So if he wins appeal, great. But I see very little to no chances of him winning appeal. Just saying. I don't think it'll happen, really. Because he has to appeal to the same judge that is an activist judge. Good luck with that one. You know. Anyway. Let's see. Is it fair to say that in no place in the lawsuit do you describe your relationship with John as sexually abusive? No. It's fair to say that in this lawsuit you didn't describe your relationship with Tectone as sexually coercive. Wait, sorry. Repeat the question. At no place in this lawsuit do you describe your relationship with Tectone as sexually coercive. No. And despite you filing this lawsuit on June 25th, 24, less than a month after Tectone allegedly sexually abusing you. Yes. And in cause of action number 2, again, you describe this characterization of Tectone grooming you to be a sex slave as false at the time. In June of 2024, yes. Less than a month after Tectone last allegedly sexually abused you. Yes. So in June of 2024, it was false that Tectone was grooming you. No. Just what I had written at the time. I was not aware of what to call what I was going through. But that's what you put in your lawsuit. That was false that Tectone was grooming you. Is that correct? Yes, that's what was in your lawsuit. Yes, that's what is written. I thought it was a sex slave once. Turns out it was just gas. Oh my gosh. Alright, chat, come on. Come on. And in your lawsuit of June of 24, it was false that Tectone was preparing or training you to be a sex slave. That's what's in your lawsuit. Is that correct? Yes. And that lawsuit that you filed in June of 24, it was false that you were Tectone sex slave. That's what's in the lawsuit. Is that correct? Yes, that's what's in the lawsuit. And on page 13 of the lawsuit, again, filed in June of 24, less than a month after Tectone, according to your testimony, brutally, orally assaults you. You call the notion of you being John's, quote, Tectone's whore, ends quote, a quote, lie without any substantiation. Yes. My opinion is still debatable whether SA happened, but I think he absolutely deserved the protective order. Maybe not for the SA allegation, however. Again, I will ride on the fact that him speaking way too much is why he gets the protective order. If he said nothing, he would have a harder or an easier time arguing. Him speaking is why he fucked up. And he admits that. He admits that. So, you know. Which, by the way, I wouldn't have admitted. Personally, if I was in his shoes. But he decided to admit that. So, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. So, hold on a moment. Let's see. And again, this is less than a month after the May 28, 29th incident that you put in your application for protective order. Yes. Sometime in the early summer, you and Tectone end your relationship. What type of relationship it was, you end it? Yes. And that was kind of an extended process. Is that fair? How so? Well, you didn't break up in an afternoon. You move all your stuff out that afternoon and you never see each other again. Okay, yes, it was extended. Yes. Correct. It was protracted. Use whatever word you want. It took a while. Is that fair? It took a while after. It was fairly fast after I got out of the hospital. You mean Austin Oaks? Yes. Okay, but through that time, you guys were continuing to communicate. Yes. And you and Tectone continued to be intimate? Yes. Consensually intimate. What is the timeline of this? Well, let's just say June and July of 24. I don't know. I'd have to look at what was going on at the time. Okay, July 23rd, do you recall discussing a sexual encounter you had with Tectone and describing how hard it was to be, quote, friends with benefits? Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. And what does friends with benefits mean to you? That was my first time ever having that, so I didn't. That was just a term he used. There should have been a gag order from both sides and called it a day. Probably. The problem is, again, type of judge you got. Let's see. I guess friends who are sexually active, okay, and you and Tectone were sexually active, yes, consensually sexually active. Prior to that, no. Prior to what? Because I do remember there was one consensual action from the friends with benefits situation, but the other time there were not. There were many times that were not consensual. The judge should have permanently banned them both from the internet. I would have been okay with that. Ban them both permanently from the internet. Make them duke it out and smash. Excuse me. The injury she sustained should have been in her medical records. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about specifically. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, we're going good, decent way through this. So, both sound toxic AF. Yup. Yup. I won't play the norm clip right now, but yup. Trial by combat. Yes. At some point in June or July of 24, did you engage in a consensual sexual encounter with Tectone? I believe one time, and that's probably the time that you were maybe referring to in some of the text messages. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. All the other times were not consensual. No, there were specific times that there were, and there were many times where there were not. It's very nuanced. So they had sex after they broke up, it sounds like. Interesting. But you guys weren't broken up at this point? Yes, I broke up with him. Okay, so how would these non-consensual, if you guys are broken up, how would these non-consensual encounters come about? No. Had you moved out at this point? No, I'm speaking about the time that he wanted to be friends with benefits. There was one consensual time, and then that was it. Okay, from what I can remember. And you remember going into Austin Oaks on June 29th, if that's the date that's on file, okay, and your phone number at the time was blank. Yes. Is that correct? Yes. Do you recall texting Tectone the day before you went into Austin Oaks at 7:44 p.m.? Sorry, last thing. As a thank you, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. Kirsch is about to talk to Tectone about the stuff. Is she really? Is she really? I hope she asks him real questions. I hope she asks him real questions, and I'm going to be honest, I hope she kind of reads some of this stuff, because she kind of should. But yeah, I'm hoping that she does. Tell me if it's interesting. I'm not going to stream Sniper or anything. Just tell me if it's interesting. Tell me if it's interesting. Let's see here. This is what he instructed me to do. But did you send the text message? Yes. So just to be clear, so I understand your testimony, Tectone instructed you to send him a text message asking that you could fellatio him that night? Yes, he told me I needed to ask to fellatio him to show he could trust me because I tried to reach out to another girl and talk about what he had been doing. What was the date of that? June 28th, 24. That was the month before hospitalization. That was the night before. No, hospitalization was in July. I'm sorry, July 28th, 2024. Okay, thank you. And judge my approach, you may. What's the date of this? That was July 23rd. She should reach out in private. You can't count on Tectone keeping his big fat mouth shut. She has a notepad with questions. Oh, good. Good, good, good. What are the questions? Again, I'm streaming right now, so what are the questions? I'm curious. I don't know. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. What's the date? July 23rd. I don't know if she can authenticate it. Judge my approach. You may. And Tectone, or excuse me, Pinkchu, if that is a fair and accurate representation of those conversations that you had with Tectone, I believe, from July 28th, 2024, leading into July 29th. Yes, I remember. Okay. And that is a fair and accurate copy. Is that correct? Yes, I believe so. Yes. Now I'm going to mark and offer this as Respondents Exhibits 3, 2, and 3, Your Honor. I would offer them at this time. No objections. Respondents 2 and 3 are admitted. Permission to publish, Your Honor. You may. Again, Pinkchu at 7:44 on July 28th, you say, love you, and then what do you call that? An emoji? Yes. Okay, what does the emoji signify? Happy, nervous. Okay, hope you're having a good day. Sorry, last thing as a thank you. Can I sucky your blank? I assume you mean your D, and then another emoji. And what does the emoji signify? A mouth opening. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And this was the day before you went to Austin Oaks? Yes. And then when you went to Austin Oaks, they did screening process with you. Is that fair? Yes. And they would have, judge may approach, you may. Are you going to introduce all of the records? I am. That is excerpts. I have their voluminous, so I have them on a flash drive. Judge, I don't have an objection, but I think the entirety of the records need to come in, not just the sections. I don't know if they're coming in under the business records affidavit. Judge, I have a copy of an electronic copy of the records. Okay, so you're offering an electronic copy of the entirety of the records. Correct. Okay, that respondents 4. That is respondents 4, and I'll represent to the court and opposing counsel that that's what they are. Okay, any objection to respondents 4? No, in its entirety. No, Your Honor. All right, respondents 4 is admitted. Judge, can we take a comfort break? Sure, how much time? Not much. I think after this witness, we'll take a lunch break, maybe not an entire hour. Brief recess. Please proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Cross-examination continued. Pinkchu, again, I think we were discussing you going to Austin Oaks. Yes, and before you went into Austin Oaks, you sent John a series of text messages, and you guys had a text conversation about your decision to go into Austin Oaks. Is that correct? Yes. And that is what we see on the screen behind us. Is that fair? Yes. Our discussion, yes. And you said, I really need a friend right now. I think I need to go to the mental hospital. My mom doesn't answer. I don't know if the medicine, I'm having a hard time. I need to see a doctor. Figure it out right now. Pack my bags, heading to my mom's. I hope you see this, but I'm going to do the right thing and get a full psych evaluation and get some real help. I love you so much. I'm sorry if I ever hurt you, and I can't wait to come back feeling better. I love you. Is that what you wrote? Yes. And did John direct you to write any of that? No, not that. Okay. Just the other part about the oral sex that evening. Yes. Pretty damning. Or pretty interesting, excuse me. But that was the only part he directed you to write. No, he's done it before. Okay. And then he responds, Jesus Christ. All right. Well, be safe and trust your decision. Is that correct? Yes. He doesn't belittle you. Not in that text. Correct. In that text, he doesn't belittle you. No, not in that text. Okay. He doesn't call you crazy. Not in that text. He doesn't call you psycho. No. Okay, he says, if you need me, just text me. I have my phone now. I'm so sorry you're going through this, Pink. Correct? Yes. Okay. He's supportive in those texts. I do appreciate that she's I do appreciate that she's saying that. Oh, fuck. Hold on, I'm Okay, so somebody sent me like I got a picture of her questions, the questions that Kirsch is going to ask. Some of them are good questions. Some of these are actually decent questions here. I will say that some of these are good questions. Some of them are kind of dumb questions, but you know what? That's fair. She's allowed to ask a silly question. Asks about the 8th month investigation. Ask about the vagina trauma. That's a funny one. Let's see. Asks about the NDA. That's good. That's good. That's good. Ask about the eye stabbing. Why waiting to cycling kick and twitch? Baby oil background. What the fuck? That's interesting. She has some decent questions, Kirsch does, you know? So I'm just hoping that she doesn't take it point blank and she actually just, like, does some real... Would you touch poop for $20? Please don't tell me that's actually a question she asks. I don't know. Anyway, decent questions, you know. I mean, I don't think she's going to ask about the case because she can't. Well, she can, but he can just say, I can't answer that. I don't know. Some of those questions are all right. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see here. For the sake of our questions about these text messages, that's what I'm referring to. Okay, in this group of text messages, he's not dismissive. No, he doesn't use any pejorative language, crazy, psycho, anything like that. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. And in fact, when you message him, hey, he says first thing, hey, are you safe? Yes. That's what's the priority for him, is that making sure you're safe. Okay. Is that correct? If that's what I'm not him, I can't tell you. Okay. But that's what it reads as. Right, but that's what he wrote. Is that correct? Yes, that's what he wrote. Okay. And then you respond with, I'm safe. Yes, trying to figure it out. And he doesn't say, cool, don't care, good luck. He says, okay, keep me updated. Yes. And then you describe your sister coming to take you going to Del Seton. And then you eventually say, they're probably going to take my phone away. In other words, don't be surprised if I don't call or message. Is that fair? Yes. And you say, John says everything will be okay. And you respond, I love you so much. Please don't tell anyone. And Tectone replies, 100%. Are you with your sister? Yes, she's on her way. Can I call again? If not, that's okay. And he says, I need you to be strong. Yeah, correct. Witness nods head. Again, he's supportive. He's encouraging you to get whatever acute mental health crisis you have going on addressed. Is that fair? I just wasn't feeling good. It wasn't acute. Okay, well, we'll get into some of those medical records. I mean, at the time, were you having some feelings, some thoughts of self-harm? I mean, yeah, I was, okay, in a bad situation. Sure, and okay, maybe we have a different definition of acute mental health crisis, but you felt like you needed to go. Kirsch is talking to Tectone right now? Okay, cool. I asked somebody to give me the Cliff Notes later, but I'm just going to go through this, basically. Okay. And then again, John says, text me when you're on your way and please be safe. Be careful. Correct. And you eventually tell him I'm going to Austin Oaks. And that's when you check yourself in. Yes. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. Want to ask you about that process. And when did you go into Austin Oaks? They ask you a bunch of screening questions. Is that fair? Yes. Judge may approach, you may. And they ask you a bunch of screening questions. Is that fair? Yes. They want to get to know your situation a little bit more. Okay, is that fair? Yes. For instance, they're going to ask you on page 26 what you're allergic to, and you respond blank. Is that correct? Are you allergic to blank? On my hands, I get red bumps. Probably probably wheat, if I'm going to be honest, because autistic people are allergic to wheat. Here's my question. Can I like... Okay, I'm curious. How does that copy paste? Okay, they redacted it correctly. They redacted it correctly. So I'm okay with that. I'm glad that they redacted it correctly. They're better than the federal government. Yeah, you get red bumps, and you disclose that to the nurse at Austin Oaks that you get red bumps if you touch blank. Yes. And they ask you about a special diet. If you have any special diet going on, and on page 31 you talk about blank. Did you have at the time? Yes. Yeah, because you knew the importance when you were going through the screening process, when they were asking you important questions of being honest, acute, and complete in your answers. Is that accurate? Is that fair? Yes. Because you knew if you had left something very important out, it could lead to disastrous results, right? If you didn't tell them about your blank allergy, for instance, and they touched you with a blank, you could get those red bumps. Yeah. Excuse me. So understanding that is why it's so important to be honest, to be complete, to be accurate in those answers you provided. Is that fair? To the best of my knowledge. And for instance, they ask you about your history of your present illness on page 15, and you indicate that you quote blank when I'm in high stress situations. Okay, and then when you go on to say that that was the reason that you believed Tectone broke up with you. No, I don't. Oh, the first time that wasn't. I don't believe that was the reason the first time. Okay. I broke up. Are you talking about the time where we like mutually talked or are you talking about the time that I broke up with him? In medical records, you describe it blank, and that's why you believe Tectone broke up with you was because blank. Do you mind telling me what page that's on? Sure, that's on page 15. I don't see that. I just see blank. And that's how you, in those medical records, characterize your relationship with Tectone. Is that correct, that you were friends? No, I'm just confused because you said blank, and that's the reason we broke up, but I can't find it on the page. Okay, I can get that addressed for you. Okay. So that last line on the history of present illness, description of acute illness or expectation of illness requiring admission. Is it on those printed pages? I just can't find them, or is this a separate page? Yeah, so it's on that screen you should be able to see. Oh, it's just on the screen. Yep, okay. And these are things that they wrote down because I don't believe that's my handwriting. Well, yeah, they would have, okay, talked to you and would have reduced what they had what you had to tell them in writing. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. Sorry. Yep. Yes. What the fuck is... I hate top chat. Give me normal chat. There we go. Okay, and again, you detail that you get blank. Do you get blank? I mean, anyone who's getting accused gets pretty blank. Okay, do you blank? Do you blank, chat? Do you blank? I haven't in the past year since I've been out of this situation. Okay, but at the time you were not in front of anyone. It was more of like by myself. So if it was by yourself, then why do you think why at the time in July of 24 did you believe there was a reason John broke up with you? I believe they probably miswrote what I was explaining to them because I was probably crying and stuff. Oh, okay. But the quotation marks there, you think that they may have mischaracterized what you told them? I think they may have okay. It looks like they were trying to cut down into pieces, and I think they probably weren't understanding what I was trying to explain. I don't blank in public. Good to know, chat. Thank you. Okay, fair enough. We'll come back to that later. But you think the nurse thought you were attempting to be accurate, honest, and complete with your answers. You think the nurse with training and certification probably wrote it down wrong. Well, no, it is because I was under a lot of distress. I was trying to explain everything as much as I could and putting that into a small paragraph. Got you. It's very hard to do that accurately. Got you. Okay. And then in page 33, they ask you about your history of sexual victimization. Okay. And they ask you about your history of sexual victimization in the last 6 months. Do you remember that? Yes. And your answer at the time was blank. Is that correct? Yes, because at the time I didn't know that I was. Oh, legal mindset. Okay, and when they asked you the question, and again, this covers in the last 6 months. This is in July 29th of 2024, correct? Yes. And so going 6 months back, that would have covered both the May 28th, 29th incident that you allege of 2024 that you allege in your application for protective order. Yes. Is that correct? That occurred within 6 months of you going into Austin Oaks. Yes. And I was not aware that was hold. Okay. But it covers that. Is that correct? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. And it also covers that March of 2024 incident that you discussed in your application for protective order. Is that correct? Yes. So they ask you specifically, have you been sexually victimized in any way? Not sexually assaulted, but sexually victimized in any way. And your answer on July 29th was blank. Is that correct? That's got to be just no. That's got to be just no. That has to be just no. What the fuck? It's so short, it has to be no. Oh. And then they go on to ask your entire history of sexual victimization. Again, not just sexual assault, not criminal offense, but any sexual victimization at all over your lifetime. And you say blank, but you clarify and explain that blank blank. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. You would agree with me that at no point in this question do you mention any intimate interaction that you had with Tectone, that you don't discuss anything related to Tectone at all. Is that correct? No, I did not. Okay. And you understood at the time that you needed to be honest, complete, and accurate in the information and answers that you were providing, to the best of my current knowledge. Okay. They ask you on page 16 of those, have you experienced any emotional, physical, or sexual abuse in any way? And you disclose that blank blank. Yes. Okay. And was that the relationship that you were in 6 years prior to going into Austin Oaks? I was a child, so it's sexual abuse as a child. Okay. Do you discuss your relationship sexual abuse in this answer? You mean with Tectone? Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I mean any adult sexual victimization. Do you discuss that in this answer? No, I don't believe I did. So what he's trying to do here is he's trying to say, did you tell the people when you went to the mental ward that you were going through this, basically? And she's saying no, I did not explain that. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Okay. Sorry. I had to respond to an important message. Let's see. Did you mention any sexual abuse in this answer at Tectone's hands? I believe I only put it blank in there. Okay. At any point in any of these records, do you discuss, according to your testimony, this vicarious, multiple vicious, brutal, sexual, coerced sexual encounters that you had with Tectone? No. Again, that's kind of important there because she's claiming again, it's retroactively going back and claiming these kinds of things. Retroactively going back and saying that she suffered at the hands of him, which is the problem that you're able to point out. Let's see here. But you had been through sexual abuse before. Is that fair? You were familiar, unfortunately, with what it looks like, with what it feels like, and the dynamics involved. So again, he's trying to say, but you are familiar with what this kind of stuff looks like, is what he's trying to do. It was very different. It was fully blown, you know, crying, pulling your pants down, raping you, and like, that's very different. I understand like what rape is. I didn't fully understand like sexual assault. So again, this is my problem with it. Not to like moral grandstand or like get on the high horse or whatever or anything. Well, probably not even the right wording, but like she knows what it's like to have these horrible encounters in her life. And maybe you can chalk it up to autism. I don't know. But she's claiming that she was harmed sexually as a child. She goes through this relationship with Tectone. And then later down the line, she reports it as sexual abuse. That is the problem, and that is why I feel like a lot of people have an issue with this. Again, it's hard for me to feel sympathy for him because of how he took it. That's all I'm going to say. Let's move forward. I want to pivot and ask you about how you were released from Austin Oaks. Is that correct? May I have a moment? I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. You were released from Austin Oaks and you and Tectone continue communicating. In fact, I believe he is listed blank. Yes. You listed him as that? Yes, because that's where I was living at the time. Okay? And you sent Tectone your patient access code so that he can call up to Austin Oaks so that he can find out more information. Is that fair? I don't remember if I did that. Okay. If that's in those text messages, would you have any reason to disagree with that? No. So she gave him messages. She gave him access to her in the mental ward. So she trusted him enough to give him access. Okay, I want to fast forward to the post that I believe you made on X. I think we can get rid of the formerly known as Twitter by this point in time. Well, what fun is that? They're both victims of SA. Wouldn't he have more sympathy and patience for her? Probably. Probably. Again, the muddying of the water on both ends is what makes it really difficult, in my personal opinion. Really, really, really difficult. So, again, you can just, yeah, you can just be upset with both parties, I guess, at this point. Again, you know.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Why crash out publicly? Because Tectone is insane. That's the thing, is I think Tectone is insane. And he's a content creator, and content creators make everything online. So that's my thought process. And this was on November 20th, 24. You write on your Twitter. Oh, excuse me. And I quote, "How are you supposed to feel if a guy is abusive and makes you cry, then shoves your head on his crotch and demands that you suck him off, and his excuse is, quote, emotion just turns me on when you cry, or when you're asking that you don't feel comfortable doing something sexual and he records you and demands you stop making faces and pretends like you like it, or you say you don't want to do it anymore and he shoves your head down until you throw up, guilt trips you into giving BJs and says, do your job, you don't pay rent. I took you to a water park, so you owe me, and all you can do is sleep upstairs because you know what he's going to keep telling you to do." Isn't it not uncommon for abused people to become abusers? Is very well, it is not uncommon. Yes, you are correct. You are very correct in that. Do you remember making that post? Yes. Okay. And this wasn't a private post, correct? It was on an alternative account with a very low following. It was really just for close friends and small fans, not like my main account. Well, it says Pink, and that's kind of your screen name. Is that fair? It's like an alternative name, Pink Chow or something like that. Okay, but fair to say in November 20th of 2004, I'm pretty sure that's 24. Well, before any of the exhibits that were entered in evidence, well before any of that, you make the allegation that Tectone had sexually abused you. Is that fair? Judge, I'm going to object. One, that is a mischaracterization, and additionally, the best evidence are actually the text messages. We don't even have them to know what they say. Any response? Judge, I think she's ratified through testimony that those were her Twitter posts. I think that is the in evidence. All right, overruled. So, Pink Chew, I'm going to ask you again, November 20th of 24. Well before any of those exhibits were posted that were evident now through your direct testimony, well before that, you discuss Tectone allegedly abusing you. I did not say any names. I talked about a personal experience I had. Okay, and very similarly, again, I think we've established that none of those posts that have been made and entered into evidence that Tectone mentioned you by name in any way. Is that fair? There are posts, though, that he does mention my name. Okay, but you would agree with me that the allegations in your November 20th, 2024 post, they mirror the allegations that you made in your application for the protective order. It's a place where I can write down my personal feelings like a journal without, it's just personal thoughts. Okay, much in the same way Tectone communicates online, but he uses my name. I'm Sorry, I'm just saying it like there are posts where he uses my name. This is true, but that's not what they entered into evidence. Okay, at the risk of getting asked again and answered objection, I'm going to ask you again. Sorry, my apologies. Can you point to me any exhibit that is in the evidence where Tectone posts Pink Chew or any of her names? Is that binder? Does that count as the... No, ma'am. Okay. The exhibits that are in evidence. Okay. Not the ones that are shown. Correct. So fair to say that while you don't mention Tectone's name in this Twitter post on November 20th, fair to say he doesn't mention your name in any of these exhibits that are in just evidence. He's trying to say that they're both being vague about each other. Because they are. Because they are. Let's see. Just the exhibits, just the exhibits. Okay, what was your relationship? High profile? I'd say at the time we weren't very public, then we became public, so I guess what's high profile, I guess, because I like to think high profile, I think of politicians or celebrities. Okay, well, within kind of the relative scope of your sphere of influence online, did most of your followers know that you were in a relationship with Tectone? Yes. Okay, did most of Tectone's, from what you observed, did most of Tectone's followers know that he was in a relationship with you for quite a while? Yes. More mud for the water, I guess. Very much so. Very, very much so. In fact, it is exactly that relationship and the impact that online rumors had on your business that served as a basis of the lawsuit that you filed in Williamson County. Is that correct? No, it's not. It's not exactly the same because she did say those behind closed doors. Okay, but my question to you is, if you didn't have a significant online presence, there would have been no significant online presence for Freem to damage. Yes. Would you agree with me? Yes. Okay. So you would agree with me that you had at least a significant online presence enough that rumors online, lies, according to you, discussing lies that were spread online could damage your image to the point where you would lose endorsements, business deals, things like that. It's possible. What, and in fact, again, that is you allege in the lawsuit, fair? Yes. Okay. So you knew the impact with, even to borrow kind of a phrase from your testimony, you're small in comparison to follow John's following the impact that lies or rumors or negative comments that could have held on a business. Is that fair? Yes. Because again, that's the entire basis of that lawsuit that you filed. Okay. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. And understanding that in your sphere of influence online, it was well known that you were in a relationship with Tectone, and understanding that in Tectone's sphere of influence, it was well known that he was in a relationship with you online, you would agree with me that it's reasonable that those people, upon reading that Twitter post, would come to the assumption that you were talking about him. Is that fair? Not at first, until he publicly stated it himself, and he said that it was about him. Okay, that's... Woman, let's not joke here. Let's not joke here. Not at first, until he publicly stated it himself, and he said it was about him. Okay. You don't think it's reasonable at all that anyone would read that, understanding that you guys have been in a relationship, and come to the conclusion that you were talking about him. Maybe some people, but not, because there was no clarification of who I was talking about or any names. Okay, what was your intention in posting that? Why is she being coy about it? Because she's in court and she's trying to get out of answering correctly, obviously. Just saying that's how people are. Maybe some people, but not, because there was no clarification who I was talking about, any names. Okay, what was your intention in posting that? It was really for my friends, I think. Rules for me? Yeah, I would agree. Okay. People that he had been trying to isolate me. Okay, but you would agree with me that you were free to text message those friends, you were free to direct message those friends. No. You couldn't do that. I believe I was ignored and blocked by many people after we broke up. So she's saying she had to make it public because she was blacklisted by friends, basically. Okay. Let's see. You couldn't do that. No, I believe I was ignored and blocked by many people after we broke up. Okay, so it sounds like your intention was more not to communicate with close friends, but was to try and influence people that, and sorry, no, go on and answer. It was just the right thing to do, I think. Okay, to publicly come out with what had happened. Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like upon a little reflection that maybe part of your motivation at least was to publicly discuss what you had allegedly experienced. In my own experience, I didn't say anyone's name though. Okay, but we can agree that part of your motivation in doing so is to let other people know. I don't understand, like, okay, well, you have a journal. Is that fair? That was just a thing to write on. I don't really keep a journal. Okay, and for whose use is that? Let's see. That was just for him to write down the things he thought were wrong with me. Okay, and you could memorialize any personal thoughts that you have in that journal. Is that fair? No, that there's really not any personal thoughts. There's really only 2 pages that were written there. Only 2 or 3. Let's take a step back. Twitter is a social media. Yes. Correct. Yes. The purpose of Twitter is to communicate with other people. Yes. Okay, the purpose of Twitter is to communicate unless you have a private setting with anyone who looks at your profile. Is that fair? Yes. And if you wanted to communicate with friends, you could use text message, email, direct messages. It's more complicated, I think. How? Like, if somebody's blocked you or ignoring or doesn't want to get involved or scared to reach out, a lot of awkward interactions. So it's your sworn testimony here today in court that zero part of your motivation in posting that to Twitter was to let the general public know what you had experienced with Tectone. Tectone finished talking with Foxu. I've heard that her Discord server is lighting up right now. I've been told that her Discord server is lighting up and there are a lot of people in her Discord server that are unhappy. But I don't know. Can somebody tell me well, how the conversation went? I'm curious. So it's your sworn testimony here today in court that zero part of your motivation in posting that to Twitter was to let the general public know what you had experienced with Tectone. It had to do with a personal experience I experienced and I didn't explicitly say names. Was pretty chill. I understand it's pretty chill, but I'm hearing that her not safe for work chat is like extremely divided right now. That a lot of people are upset with her, and I'm waiting to understand why people are upset with her, but I'm being told that people are upset with her right now because of how the conversation happened. So I'd be curious to know what was talked about, but I'm right here. I'm not going to go back and watch it. But people, I mean, here's the thing. People are allowed to disagree with the streamer. I imagine that's like fine. People disagree with me, I'm sure, sometimes. But I'm curious to know what the disagreement is and whether or not it's valid. It's about Tectone. I tuned out because I can't stand Tectone. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I just want to know why people are allegedly so upset. Because I'm being told that people are like ass mad right now. Anyway, let's continue this. I got to switch over to Dogwave soon here. I'm gonna, how much, well, we got a long way to go. I'll obviously have to do another stream of this. Maybe I'll do it another day.
Obviously, Occo is a bad example because it's a lost cause.
At Internet's in Master 8952 tipped $5 to the lost
Thank you,
cause.
I appreciate that.
She asked questions, he gave answers, they both agreed they're pretty retarded. I have no idea why her NSFW are seething at her on Discord.
Okay, hold on. All right, I am asking people why people are so mad. Oh, fuck. Anyway, let's continue here. Thank you for the 5 internet, Zen. Let's see. If somebody's blocked you or ignoring you or doesn't want to get involved or scared to reach out in a lot of awkward interactions. I was flipping between you and her. If I had to guess, it was because she was pretty friendly towards him. Fair. Do you mind sharing your Discord link again? I'm not sure which one you want. Here's mine. And here's Under the T's. Let's see. So But your sworn testimony here today in court that zero part of your motivation in posting that to Twitter was to let the general audience know your experience with Tectone. It had to do with the personal experience I experienced, and it didn't say names. Were you talking about Tectone? He assumed I was talking about him. I didn't ask that. I said, were you talking about Tectone? And I'll remind you, you were under oath. Witness nods head. Yes, she was talking about Tectone. I talked about vague things that weren't lawsuit related. I imagine they wanted more substance, but substance would be against the PO. Well, that's the thing. Like, I think some people need to understand he's under a fucking protective order. She can't... okay. Be fair. She can't ask him all the questions she wants. He can just say, I can't talk about that. But, like, I don't imagine she's going to be a dick about it and just ask him, hey, did you do it? You know? Because that's not like a fair thing to ask. And, you know, even though, you know, I would ask that because, one, I'm an asshole, and two, I don't like him. So, yeah, I would ask that. But Kirsch is his friend, and I can understand why Kirsch would not ask him that kind of question. But I need to know why her not safe for work chat is blowing up right now. She asked him about his genitals and micropene. Fair enough. That's a good question to ask about to make fun of him. Might be an okay thing to make fun of, I guess. I don't know. Oh. So I guess people are upset because they want her to distance from Tectone. I guess her chat wants him to... her chat wants her to distance from Tectone, it sounds like. I highly doubt that's going to happen. He's too big of an individual, and she really likes him, so she won't distance herself from him. Just going to be honest. She's too close to him. She doesn't want a distance from Tectone. That is her thing to deal with. Anyway. Okay, here we go. So you were talking about Tectone, and when you put it on social media, we can agree that it's reasonable that people in the public, specifically business associate of Tectone, specifically potential employees of Tectone, would see it. Is that reasonable? Is that possible? I didn't think it was possible until he went public the next day. Like I said, it was all, is your Twitter set to private? No, but I put it on a small Twitter page that not many people could find. And that was like an alternative page with not many followers. Okay, if I represent to you that 114,000 people saw that tweet, that's what was reflected on your Twitter. Now, this is not appropriate because, like, I highly doubt that many people, not many people have seen the tweet now, but I don't think that's how many people saw it when it was first mentioned out there. So that number is kind of, you would have to use some sort of Wayback Machine for that kind of information. That's just my thought and opinion. A little bit of a criticism for him, you know. Anyway. What was that before or after he publicly made it public or publicized it? I'm just asking you a question. Would it surprise you? Judge, I'm going to object. The timing of the views in comparison to when it was posted and the number of followers she had on the post. I mean, he keeps talking about her. He never names her. We're getting ready to show the video where he specifically names Pink the day after these messages. So, I mean, I agree. Asking how many views there have been of this video not today is completely distorted. Excuse me. So, I mean, you can ask different questions. How many followers, how many views at the time if she knows. But to reference it today is not what you're asking. She's running damage control for him. Okay, you're going to have to be specific there. Oops, sorry. You're going to have to be specific when you say that kind of thing. Because I need some specificity about that.
The landlords have been tipped $10 by @InternetSin Master 8952 a Hassan disrespecter. Also, I'll say this about Tectone, his mod saved his bacon for that stream. A PowerPoint keeping him from rambling too much was a good idea. Fox Susan SFW chat is the minority. Most are neutral on him.
Well, I don't really care about that. I still think that it's important to understand why people are upset. Was that a desk slam? It was. My apologies. But I do want to know, like, in specificity, what the sweeping, quote unquote, is, or the damage control. All right, my throat's getting a little dry. I feel bad. I'm approaching dog wave, and Temp's going to be doing most of the... I mean, he does do most of the talking anyway. Regardless. That's my phone right there. Slam the desk with my phone. Anyway. Let's see. You can ask a different question. How many followers, how many views at the time if she knows, but to ask to reference it today is not what you're asking her. I agree with you, Your Honor. I love how the judge is injecting in there like that. Holy cow. Let me ask this a different way. You had more than one follower. Is that fair? Can we agree on that account? Yes. What the fuck? Okay, what's going on here? There it goes. For fuck's sake, what's going on? Hold on. There we go. Only damage control I think of is she wants an extra long in her stream to cover all of Eggman's stream, but that's all I can think of. If you want my personal opinion, and again, this is really... This is a criticism, but it's, you know, I feel like this is a fair one. If you want me to be fair, the only way she's going to satisfy the people that are upset is if she reads everything. And I'm talking about the some of the documents that have been posted and the hearing. She should read that if she wants to talk about it, because otherwise she's only getting a sanitized version from Tectone. That's all I'm going to say. All right, that's all I'm going to say. If she doesn't, I can understand why people would be iffy about it. It's like with the Cinder stuff. If you want to make an opinion about the Cinder situation, you have to read the facts. Otherwise, I don't think you should make an opinion. As I am reading this, I am forming an opinion that is basically, I hate both sides. So here is my call to Kirsch. I know she won't see it. I know that because of how dumb I am, she probably won't see it. I mean, I would encourage people not to spam it at her. But this is my call to you, Kirsch. If you want to say that you support your friend, Tectone, John, whatever the fuck, I want you to read the protective order hearing. I want you to read the facts of the case, and then I want you to come to the conclusion and say, I've read all that, and I think he's innocent. If you can do all of that, I really don't care what she says, all right? I really don't care. At that point, it's up to her fans to whether or not they want to support her. But if all she's going to do is take a sanitized version from Tectone, then I think that's crap, in my personal opinion. Now, I don't know if that's actually what is the case. Maybe she has. I have absolutely no idea. I don't watch her, so. But all I'm going to say is, you got to read the entire thing and then decide if you want to support him. Don't be like Mugen and just say you did when I know he hasn't. Yeah, read the whole thing and then make a determination. Don't just go off of what Tectone told you. Because that's bad, in my personal opinion. Kirsch is political, not drama. She'll get stuff wrong. Oh, no, that's fair. She's allowed to get stuff wrong. Political people get stuff wrong all the time. Trust me. Have you seen the current administration and the previous one and the one without it and the one before it and the one before it? That's fair. So, again, that's all I'm going to say, you know? Because that's all I'm going to say is, like, if you are a friend of Tectone, you need to know the facts of the case without him telling you, basically. Because otherwise, people are just going to say you're a sweeper. So, yeah. Anyway, we're on page 137 out of 225. We got Dog Wave starting here soon. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to use the restroom again. I'm going to join the room with Temp, and then we're going to start Dog Wave. If you want to leave because we're done with the Tectone stuff, that's fine. but we're starting Dog Wave here soon. So, oh, excuse me. So if you don't want to stick around for that, totally fair, totally understandable. Do we have a link to the transcript for someone basically put me through her stream suggestions? Yeah, DM me, Zugswain. I'll give it to you. Like I said, I need to ask Andrew if it's okay to post it, but I'll give it to you if you just give it to her. I imagine there's nothing wrong with me sharing it, but I'll give it to you, Zug. And then when I get confirmation from LM, I'll share it with other people. So anyway, give me like a couple minutes, use the restroom, and yeah, show what I sent you. Okay, hold on. Is this what you're asking me to share? It's funny. It's funny, but anyway. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna take a brief restroom break. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, chat. Oh. You know what? Since you mentioned, well, that's the wrong screen. What the fuck? Not the be right back screen. That's the be right back screen. Here, I'll play this song for you guys while I'm gone. Perfect. Oh boy.
Hello.
Hello. I saw you dancing there while I was joining. Were you listening to that song?
I'm listening to my intro. Oh, they can hear me.
Yes, they can hear you. They can hear. We're live still right now.
On your side, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm listening to my intro song.
Ah, okay.
It's a good song. Hello, the dog. It's mighty warm. Feel free to take off your jacket. It actually is pretty warm. Like, I'm like behind the camera, obviously. I'm wearing shorts and my window is open and I'm not cold.
Jeez. How cold is it outside?
Probably like actually I can't say. I can't say because that would actually maybe pinpoint where I live. A little better. But it's not cold. It's not warm, but it's not cold enough to say it's cold, you know?
Yeah.
And hi chat. How is everyone doing?
I think he
Who
means
knows
hello
what-
again, chat.
Hello again to my stream.
Yeah.
How is everyone doing?
Have you shown your chat when I made you today?
No. I mean, in the Discord I did. Speaking of chat, you should join the Discord. No, I haven't. In fact, Magma even doubled down on that one.
What?
So let me get this so chat can see this one.
Mom is hot. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So, Chad, if you're interested, by the way, in the Tectone stuff, we're done for the night. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to. That's totally fair. We're transitioning now into Dogwave. We'll finish the Tectone stuff another day. And once I get the okay from LM, I'm just going to spread the thing far and wide for people.
There we go, chat. This is what Occo did. It is the head pat dog. It's the head pat dog. Damn, quick, take off your jacket. You need 4 subs. Understood. I will have to walk away in about 4 minutes to go get dinner out of the oven. But otherwise,
okay. Gonna make me entertain chat.
We love the Tar Terrier. The Tar Terrier is great. So chat, as a reminder, Occo pretty much does not host Dogwave anymore. It is just me, meaning if you want to see the news, you should come over to my stream.
I mean, we'll still partially show it, but we're mostly just a talking point.
But if you want to actually, like, see the news, you should come to my stream. We will have a guest tonight. Jazz is joining, but he will be joining an hour into the stream because he has other stuff going on. So, Jazz will be here soon, TM. Otherwise, how was your week?
My week was fine, mostly snowed in. Honestly, I didn't really get to do a whole lot of important stuff this week. I did almost die because of when I was at work. I decided to be brave, and it was a bad idea. And then once I was done being brave, I decided to not be stupid, and that kind of saved me. Thank you, Gabby, for the 200 bits. Atari is hotter. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Occo's just the side chick on Dogwave. Keep that pimp hand stroked.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. this week for me was interesting. I do want to kind of have a little bit of a note here. You all might hear a cat howling in my room.
Nope, I don't hear that at all.
She's not howling right now, but we managed to finally get this cat in a kettle. Well, kennel, you know, whatever. For the first time ever, pretty much today. And she's going to the vet tomorrow. But because this is we got her in, we're not letting her out until after the vet. So she's going to be in the kennel. So she's okay. She has everything she needs. But you might hear the cat howling because she does not want to be in the kennel. It's okay. She's fine. Octomommy's hottest Nino Tentacles. A new cat or a horny cat? Horny cat. That's why she's going to the vet. That is indeed why she's going to the vet. I know how that is. So, because she's actually the calmest with me. She's in my office, in the kennel. So if you hear that, that's why.
Octomommy is the hottest. Jeez. I appreciate the simpery. Just letting you know, it's not going to go you're not going to get anything from it, but I appreciate that.
Indeed. So we will be starting probably news in about 4 minutes because, again, I don't want to start news until after I have my food. As far as my week, oh my god, it was so busy. Tuesday, we did Helldivers with Marshall, Shiroi, and Razor. And then we did Liza P on Wednesday, which, by the way, Liza P, first time I made it that far, holy shit, that game is great. It actually makes me want to go back and play it, and I'm just like, but I can't! And then RE4 Remake was Friday. Me and Magma finished RE5's base campaign yesterday, actually. So, you know, this is pretty good. And I got a cat in the kennel, which is fantastic. Are you sure that isn't a mall? I'm sure. A mall's partially dog. Partially. Not cat. Let's talk about the week until the late and gay Jazz appears. Well, we'd be talking about the week a while then. All right, I will be right back. Please entertain chat.
Okay. Well, I can't entertain your chat as much, but I am playing. More Enfield chat. I got the Fire Girl, by the way. I don't know if I showed that off, but I got the Fire Girl, and she's hot, and I like her. And I think she's cool. She only works, by the way, if you use all fire units, or at least 2 other units, and then I'm keeping that healer on because the healer's amazing. But like, she's really good. I want a copy of her maybe eventually, but like, I don't care that much. I'm also in the new area, but I'm not really like doing that much in it yet because I kind of wanted to focus on the old area, you know, and I'm having fun there. Also, once temp comes back, I'm gonna start a new print on my printer. I was giving it a break while I was giving my printer a break since it's been printing a couple things today. But I needed to print more things so that I can assemble my stuff and things. So once temp comes back, I'll do that. But yeah, I'm gonna slowly work towards the new area, I think, eventually. But I wanted to like do more shit in this area. Is the dog model a short stack? Yes, I would say so. I would say so. But maybe I'm wrong. You can ask him when he comes back. I like this. Here, chat, let me show you what I made for temp today. I don't think I have shown you. It's very simple, but it's just a head pat. Ain't that the happiest little tard you've ever seen? So happy to get a head pat.
It's so happy to get a head pat. Yeah. The tardiest of terriers.
Yeah. She's just so happy.
I got 18 out of 23 characters. Fantastic.
So happy. It's amazing.
I ask with only because curiosity, is dog model a short stack? I'm gonna say yes. Kind of. Like, she's not like short stack size, but she's short and stacked. So, one sec, I actually have the dog cannon height. You do, Gabby? So, we got a interesting night ahead of us.
Did you hear, by the way? I don't know if you found it, if you've seen the news, but China has started their own RAM and they're starting to sell it, and it's way cheaper than way cheaper than what people are getting it for here.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that's kind of funny. Okay. Legally not
She's
a dwarf.
Legally dwarf. No. Not that short. But like, let's put it this way. If there is a like okay, let's say there's a normal height fridge as a great example of this. She cannot reach up to the top of the fridge.
Okay.
So, short, but not
short.
Short, yeah. Anyway, so I think we have too many topics for this week, but we will try and get through what we can. I told Jazz we'd save Code Vein 2 stuff for when he was here.
Okay. So let's
Because
get some small stuff out of the way.
In fact, I think we'll probably talk about Valve.
Oh, you want to talk about
soon.
Valve without him? Okay.
Well, we have other stuff we can do as well.
That's up to you.
Let
me grab something here real quick.
Okay.
Keep talking. I just gotta grab my little shortboard computers.
Okay. What is all... God, there's so many topics here that'd be good for Jazz. Here's an interesting one. Let me switch over to the React page. People were mad about this for some reason.
Mad about what?
So, you've seen the One Piece live action show that Netflix is doing, right?
I have not seen it. I just know it exists.
Okay. So, Netflix obviously has a lot of sway about who gets picked. Because it's a Netflix show.
Picked for what?
But, like, the different characters.
Oh, okay.
But, the original creator, Oda, has the most sway on who gets cast in this show.
Of course. As he probably should.
As he should. So, the actor in this scene is the same actor. She actually, as far as I'm aware, intentionally gained weight to play this role.
Oh, gosh.
You can, in fact, see the amount of weight because that is accurate to the character.
So, does the character gain weight in the show and then lose weight in the show?
Yes. So, in fact, look up. So, at the very top of this, you can see the character when skinny and when fat. And then at the bottom, you can see the actor skinny and then fat.
Yeah.
So, that's a lot of, like, effort. That's not a fat suit. That's not a fat suit. She actually gained the weight to play the role she's playing.
That's insane.
And this is probably why Oda approved her. And that's because a lot of the actors in tied to the One Piece show.
Because she is like willing to get and then lose the weight or something.
I mean, she looks really close to the original character. Like, obviously, she's a darker skin tone. And that does seem to be a different thing that people have problems with One Piece as far as the live action show is concerned. But Oda has a lot of sway. So if he's picking these, or if he's approving the actors that are playing in this show, he's doing it for a reason.
Okay.
So, admittedly, yeah, she's not like a 1-to-1, but you know what? Cool.
I don't really mind if she has different skin color as long as she's a good actor and she's not like weird about it, you know?
Exactly. So, I don't know. I think this is cool. I do need to sit down and watch One Piece. But I'm sure, as everyone knows, that's a level of dedication.
That's a level. Hold on. You're saying that's a level of dedication you're not ready for. Your dad did, and your dad works way harder than you do.
Oftentimes, he will put a show on in the background and listen to it.
Yeah, I was saying you can't.
No, he's watching the dub because he can put it on in the background and listen to it.
Okay.
I want to watch the sub.
Okay. Fair enough.
Now you see where the difference is. Because I want to watch the sub, I actually have to sit down and watch it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
So, still, like, the dub's not bad. I'm actually when I listen to the dub when he's watching it, it's actually really good.
Well, I'm sure the old dubs are just fine.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's Funimation dubs.
Right, but they're older and thus probably not plagued by people and their personal opinions.
Yeah. And again, Oda has a lot of sway when it comes to the anime as well.
Oh, I believe so.
I prefer the Japanese voices. I do too. But
yeah, that's why I play sub.
That's like,
I play games in sub, honestly.
I don't. It depends on the game. One Piece's dub isn't bad. I still don't like Chris Sabat as Zoro. I don't mind Chris Sabat as his voice. I kind of mind him as a person.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that could be said for a lot of people at Funimation. Like Sean Schemmel. Absolute rat bastard. But at least his voice work is good.
Don't know him.
He's the voice of Goku.
Is he one of the Kick Vic guys?
Yes.
Okay.
And he is very much behind the camera, behind the microphone and everything. He's fine. But I've heard several reports, and we even talked about him on Dogwave a long time ago, that he actually tried to get a content creator actively banned from YouTube.
Okay.
Because he thought he was just using AI to repurpose his
voice.
I
remember that. Yeah. I remember that now.
Yeah.
I remember that now. Yeah, that's a reason to be upset at him.
Yeah. Chris Sabat is a just douche.
He's not a cool guy.
Not Sabat.
Sean
Sabat
Schemmel
is a dick. Sean Schemmel's a douche.
He's not a cool guy.
No.
Yeah.
I can't fault him for the work he does. The work he does is decent, but he's a dick.
Understood. Don't like him because dick.
In fact, ironically, I don't quite have 100% knowledge on this.
I don't like him because he has a dick.
It might also be a similar situation as
Ava, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Thank you.
Oh,
I
welcome,
appreciate
Ava. It might be a similar situation as Tobey Maguire. I've heard Toby is a bit of a dick off screen.
Okay.
But I can't verify that one. We can verify at least Schemmel.
Fair.
Sean will not do events if there's any other Goku VA there. Yes. The only one he will do events with is Masako Nozawa, and that is because she is Japanese Goku. She's been Goku since the very beginning. If he does not show up to that, that could actually probably get him fired.
Thank you, Devastator, for becoming a member. Appreciate that. But you already were, but never mind. Thank you.
Well, okay. I want to point out with that I lost my sub train, not train, but streak. When you change the pricing, my sub just automatically ended.
Yeah, it does automatically end when
that's
when you cancel those tiers. That's fair.
So that's probably where that's from. Is Devastator has sub before like that, but because of the whole
That's fair.
Changing of the prices.
That's fair. That's fair. Prices, by the way, aren't going to change anymore because I figured it out. Me and Ava figured out how it works.
Hey. Toby who? Toby Maguire. He's the actor who played the original live-action Spider-Man. Well, okay. He's not the first one, but he's the Sam Raimi one. The most popular one.
Yeah.
It's weird that Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma are all assholes. I stick with Vic. Yeah. Johnny on Bosch is my favorite VA. Dude likes doing Ichigo so much he voices for fan projects. Johnny on Bosch is a cool guy.
Yeah. He's a
and
cool
Vic
guy.
approves of him, so.
That's right, Vic. He's one of the few people that Vic approved of.
Mm. So, how dare you give Toby that stolen valor? But he is the most popular one, but he's not the first one.
Red Horizon, thank you for becoming a member too. I appreciate that.
Unless you're implying that Tom Holland is the most popular one, but I think I can speak for just about everyone that he's not. There is the Japanese live-action Spider-Man, but again, like, there's a difference between original live-action and popular live-action. To the point of that there are rumors that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man will probably be in Doomsday and not Tom Holland's.
Because he's more popular, or?
Actually, a lot of people think that his universe will be destroyed by either the X-Men or Doom, which is why, and he's like recruited to like another group of Avengers quotation marks by Deadpool or whatever.
Okay.
Again, the movie's not out yet. It's rumors.
Well, how far away is it?
December this year.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
But yeah, so this is the whole One Piece stuff. I thought this was interesting when I first saw it.
The fact that that woman gained a bunch of weight and then lost a bunch of weight, I'm surprised she doesn't have any fat rolls on her.
To be fair, you definitely can lose all that.
I imagine so. I've seen people lose all that.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm sure a lot of people have seen this, but Hasbro is actively being sued right now.
Yes, they are actively being sued right now, and the reasons why is hilarious because I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I knew this would happen if they ever. So, you know the story behind Black Lotus, right?
I believe so.
Okay, the Black Lotus is their most famous and infamous card, and basically it can't be printed anymore because if they do, it opens them up for a cause of action because it's a card that's supposed to be unique. And that's why it's never been reprinted, never been thrown out there. And whenever somebody finds one, they like cream their pants, basically. So, my understanding with this current lawsuit is they are being sued because they've overprinted cards, which has massively devalued other cards that people have, and that's like made investors pissed off.
It is also partially they've overprinted the crossover cards.
Yes. Well, okay. So I don't know if you've been into stores recently that have those crossover cards. There's a lot of those cards that don't get sold. Like the new Avatar ones, I've seen nobody pick those up. Like the ones that I've seen sold en masse are the Final Fantasy ones for sure, because everybody likes the Final Fantasy games.
Final Fantasy ones sold very well.
I believe the Ninja Turtles one sold all right or decently, but like there's a bunch of them where it's just like, are you really gonna sell these? And it just doesn't feel like they are gonna sell them.
That's not true. Black Lotus has been reprinted 8 times in the lifetime of MTG.
Well,
still reprinted 8 times.
Was it reprinted before they made that rule? Because that rule was specifically made to stop it to be reprinted, basically.
Yeah. I want to add on that I did not grow up with Magic. TCGs were not my thing growing up, but I do know Akko played Magic.
I did not grow up with Magic either, but I know a thing or two about it because I spent a couple of years in it.
Yeah, exactly. So Akko definitely knows more about this topic than I do. All I know is that they are being sued.
Yeah.
Because of overprinting.
Yeah, they overprinted, and because of that, it's completely undervalued the amount of money that people feel like they can, the perceived value that they can get from it, and that's why they're getting sued. And you know what? I say fuck them. Fuck them, because they should have learned. They should learn that to not do that. And so, you know, all I can say is good luck, buddy.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, I'm looking for rack mount screws.
Chat, you heard it here. Aka's looking for rack screws.
Yeah, for my rack mount.
As far as not only Hatsune Miku sold out.
I forgot that they did Hatsune Miku, I'll be honest with you.
Final Fantasy was also really hard to get as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bot on Twitch. Hold on, let me get rid of that.
They made a reprint that's not a real copy. I mean, if they make reprints that aren't real copies that can't be used in standard formats, then that's a little bit different, in my personal opinion.
There's not a bot on Twitch. I don't see one.
So they're upset because cards are more accessible. So I'll explain it like this. When a card is not printed in high demand, or when a card is printed in lower demand, more people are willing to get it because of FOMO, and because that increases the initial value and then the secondary market.
Yeah.
And so their overprinting has basically allowed these cards to lose their value, basically.
No, yeah.
Ooh, that looks perfect. Enjoying that corn dog there?
I am indeed enjoying the corn dog. Oh, there's the, hold on. I don't see that bot. Oh, you know what? I know why I don't see the bot. Because I'm a retard.
There.
I opened your stream and not mine, like the absolute dumbass I am.
That's funny.
It's gone. Thank you. Thank you, Nerdy Texan. Alpha, Beta, Ravnica, Return to Ravnica, 10th Anniversary, Eventide, and Collector's edition of the Alpha artifacts, and reprint of Alpha. The last two have happened in 2024 and 2023. I don't know who told you that, but it's not true. I've been playing MTG since 1999.
I could be wrong then. I just know that, like, I watched a while ago that if they reprint it, they could open themselves to a cause of action because of the kind of card it is. And by reprinting those cards, it would hurt the secondary value or the secondary market.
No, yeah.
That's why.
Sorry, I see Lobstutter's comment. I'm glad Nintendo didn't fuck something up this week. About that.
What did they do this week?
You've seen Tomodachi Life, right? Tomodachi Life.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so there are 3 gender options. Male, female, and non-binary.
Okay.
And apparently, there are 3 versions of the trailer that you gave recently. One for the UK, one for America, and one for Japan.
Okay.
The Japanese one shows a child or young girl, version of a me that tried basically getting into a thing with an older me.
What?
Yeah. At least that's from what I've heard. And then the UK and US ones are both, as far as I've heard, littered with DEI. I would like to point out, because at the first I wasn't sure. I wasn't ready to blame Devin Pritchard. I'm now ready to blame Devin Pritchard.
Really? Is it? We're at that point now?
Yeah, especially because of this. Thank you to Cabrutus for finding this, but this employee resources group
Okay.
for Rainbow was added to their website after Pritchard took over.
Interesting.
So, our comments for, we're not sure if Pritchard is going to be like Reggie, or she's going to be a liberal white woman. I think we've found out she's going to be a liberal white woman.
Really? That early?
Yeah, it's now been a month exactly to the day
Damn.
since she got appointed to the president of Nintendo of America.
It's just really funny because like you were extremely optimistic about it. Back when like this first happened, and now you're just like, nope.
Well, I already said that she was going to be one of two things.
Mm-hmm.
She was either going to be the next Reggie because of when she joined Nintendo, or she was going to be another, white woman taking over. Hell, another woman in general taking over.
Right.
Dispatch also got censored. Okay, so the dev team at Ad Hoc actually responded to the censorship. And basically said the version on the Switch is actually not Nintendo's version,
Okay.
like, specifically.
Chat, I'm
Like,
going to Home
I'm
Depot
pretty
tomorrow. Sorry, I just figured
As
I'd say
far as
that.
I'm aware, someone said that this is also the case on PlayStation.
Okay.
But as I have not played Dispatch myself, I cannot verify this. So Ad Hoc's brilliant superhero workplace comedy, Dispatch, is gearing up for its debut on Switch later today. Now, this was on January 28th. However, there will be some censorship differences on the Nintendo consoles. For those unaware, Dispatch includes a number of instances where players can see human, or well, superhuman anatomy, such as penises and breasts, throughout its various chapters. Meanwhile, there are certain noises that suggest sexual pleasure. In other versions of the game, it appears as on other platforms, there is an option for players to have toggle censorship of this content on or off. However, on the Switch version of the title, players will not have that same choice. Explicit content censorship is implemented as standard, and the option has been removed from the game.
Okay.
Different platforms have different content criteria, and submissions are evaluated individually. Ad Hoc said in a statement shared with Eurogamer ahead of Dispatch's Switch release, the studio assured, though, that the censorship on Nintendo's consoles does not affect Dispatch's overall narrative experience or gameplay. We worked with Nintendo to ensure the content within the title met the criteria to release on their platforms, but the core narrative and gameplay experience remains identical to the original release. So yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dispatch is censored on Switch at Nintendo's request.
Right. I mean, it is more of an adult game, but like...
It is more of an adult game. Well, okay, look. I would have problems with this. Sorry, I wouldn't have problems with this. Okay, I need to rephrase this statement to not sound horrible.
Okay.
But a Nintendo system is typically leaned towards kids.
Uh-huh.
Okay, fine. Then why are there so many godforsaken hentai games on the eShop?
No, I would agree with you on that. It's just like there's a little bit of weird hypocrisy.
There have been so many people that have made Nintendo Switch accounts specifically with a child protection on it. Meaning it was intended for children with parental controls. And you can still see the hentai on the eShop.
Uh-huh.
Double fucking standards, Nintendo. I'm just saying, does this suck? Sure. But if you're going to be pushing this, maybe, just maybe, you deal with the whole hentai problem on your eShop.
You know that it's very one-sided. You know that.
And the eShop thing is not a Pritchard thing, by the way. That's been the case for the Switch since day one.
Uh-huh.
So, I blame Nintendo in general for that one.
No, that's fair. I would say that's extremely fair. They had a bunch of AI waifu puzzle games on there too, don't they? Probably.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do.
They probably do.
So, you have all the hentai stuff, but then you do LGBTQ+, you do this. It's like, Nintendo, what crowd are you catering to? I'm just saying. This is 100% cherry-pick censorship. Ratings are ratings. Yep. And this is going to hurt them even more. Because now we are in a year where this shit is not tolerated.
Well, people will definitely call it out.
The non-binary shit, I'm sorry. This is coming to a point where it's not tolerated this year. When we started seeing it at the end, like, tail end of last year. People are done with this. People are sick of this. And because of the Ramageddon, because of all the AI bubble shit,
I'm sorry, did you call it the Ramageddon?
Ramageddon.
That's hilarious.
Because of that, people are not going to go buy a fucking Switch 2.
I'd watch this cutscene game. Let me skip. All right, fine. Won't let me skip. Sorry, go ahead.
So, I'm sorry. People don't want this. You know what people want? They want Link destroying monsters and saving princesses. They want Mario jumping on Goombas in a 3D world.
I would agree with you.
Stop pandering and start making quality, you sons of bitches. You know, I had actual hope that, like, maybe a lot of the problems with the Switch 2 specifically was Nintendo corporate and not the developers. Now I'm not sure. I'm ranting.
No, you are, but it's okay.
It frustrates me
Mm-hmm.
because, like, when I was doing Liza P as a great example, I had people come in my chat and say, "Hey, you know, you should make me, like, when you have all your banking stuff all set up and everything all ready, you should do a throne thing where you put up a PS5 to have chat fun so you can play specifically, like, exclusives on stream."
Like what? What exclusive games are on the PS5 would you play?
Demon Souls Remake, Astrobot, Bloodborne, exclusives.
Yeah, but you have PS4, you can play Bloodborne.
But I can't do Astrobot, I can't do Demon Souls. Like, again, I understand, like, why would you do that?
That's just
like,
two games, my man. That's just two of them. Might as well save for a PS6.
Well, I know. Well, I mean, I agree. But I think the point stands is I would actually approve that over buying a Switch 2 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because Sony's struggling for money right now.
They are. Yeah,
Sony has actually been kind of turning a little bit of a heel on some of this. Not all the way, but, you know. But we've always known Nintendo is so far behind the times that they're probably catching up to the 2020, 2021 era right now.
In terms of, like, what?
Well, like the
technology?
Shit.
Oh.
No, well,
that's just Japan in general.
Well, no, not all Japan, especially with the new prime minister. This is quickly being faded out in Japan.
I mean, that's fair, but are you saying that Nintendo is just slow to be slow?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Again, so just emulate OG Demon Souls. That's probably what I'll do. I mean, I have a PS3, so I could buy OG Demon Souls if it's cheap enough.
Yeah, don't get like the remake. Just get the OG one. OG is always better anyway.
I agree, but the option is there.
I'm gonna be honest. If you make a throne, don't put up a PS5. Just put up there a better graphics card. Double up on graphics cards.
Why would I do that? I have the best graphic card from AMD right now.
Yeah, get another one for your second
why?
computer. I don't know. Build a second computer.
Sorry, I just got sent this. Thank you, Zugs Wayne. So apparently this is a pre-order bonus for Pokepia.
What is that? Is that a little
Chad,
plant?
it's a bush. It's a fucking bush.
Yeah, but and it's cute though.
Right. Hold on. I'm curious about something. I'm gonna put this over here just so I don't click on anything I shouldn't. How much is Pokepia?
$70 probably.
$70.
$70 and you get a plant.
$70 you get a plant. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if that was like an Eevee plushie that you could put in your house, I think that'd go much better.
Is it a real plant though? That's my question.
Who the fuck knows? Like, there's a comment right here from Legends of Illumia. I'm gonna bring this over here. We're pre-ordering this shit right now, and I'm like, but why? Jazz is rapidly approaching your lovation. Well, Jazz, take your time. You don't have to rush. The bush is probably non-binary. The bush is probably non-binary. You're right.
Did you know that actually plants do have genders?
Yes.
So it can't be non-binary.
How much you want to bet there's some DEI in the Mario movie?
I hope not.
I'm not gonna say yes or no.
Just say I hope not.
I'll look at another soon-to-be dead MMO just like Ashes of Creation. Pokepia is not an MMO. Pokepia is like Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing, but Pokemon. It's a life sim game.
Yeah.
But I think this is the point, though, is like, yeah, we have Ashes of Creation in the docket, Victus. We're going through smaller topics until Jazz gets here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Ashes of Creation is in the docket for tonight.
That was pretty funny, by the way. When people started sending me that, and I was just like, oh, damn, that kind of sucks.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta respond to a message that I probably don't even need to respond to, but...
I need more of my boy Toad. That's fair. Toad was pretty good in the movie, I'll be honest. Wasn't super duper annoying.
From what we've seen of the trailer, the movie looks fine. In fact, the movie even looks fun.
Yeah, it's a mix of World and Galaxy and
World,
Odyssey.
2, Galaxy, and Odyssey.
It's a lot of movies all in one.
Yeah, I think it might be a little too much. Again, it feels like Nintendo wanted, like, Illumination wanted to do a proper sequel, and Nintendo was like, but what if Galaxy?
Mm-hmm. Just like, why Galaxy right now?
Yeah. So I'm a little worried that Nintendo is going to try and force it to be something that Illumination didn't want it to be yet.
We'll see, I guess.
Well, because you got to remember as well that at the time when Mario 1 came out, we already had Sonic 1 and we were approaching Sonic 2.
Uh-huh.
So Paramount and Sega clearly had a vision for what they wanted to do.
Right.
And Illumination probably wanted to follow a similar track record. But Nintendo being Nintendo...
Well, thing is, the Sonic movies kind of fit better because Sonic has a bit more of a definable timeline. Well, Mario really doesn't.
This is very true. This is incredibly true. You are very correct. Sonic has actual stuff to be like mixed in.
Should have done Sunshine. With Bowser Jr., I would agree because Bowser Jr. was unveiled in there.
Yeah, there's definitely elements of Sunshine as well because you can see him using the paintbrush.
Oh, really? Well, the paintbrush is in all of the games with Bowser Jr. though.
But the paintbrush originated in Sunshine.
Yeah. And
Sonic is a better franchise. I agree, but that's mildly biased because I grew up with Sonic more than I grew up with Mario.
I like Zelda. He's one of the coolest characters in the universe.
Oh, no. Sorry, you said that and I recoiled. Next Mario movies are probably going to be the Koopa Links. I wouldn't be surprised. Here's what I do expect. If Mario 2 succeeds, which I do think it will succeed monetarily, we're going to get Luigi's Mansion as a movie.
I would hope so.
Again, I like the actors they chose for these characters. They do a really good job.
There we go. It might need to cram in a lot for the short attention spans, sadly.
That's the thing, yeah. Yes.
Should have gone with Sunshine first. I would agree with you on that, but that's just me. That's just me. I want that thing.
Here's the thing. I don't know if Bowser will be the main antagonist of Mario 2. And I don't even think Bowser Jr. is going to be the main antagonist of Mario 2.
I just want to know how they're going to introduce Bowser Jr. because, I mean, to be fair, Bowser Jr. is not really one that, like, is easy to explain in the Mario universe anyway. They just say that he's Peaches. And there ain't no way that makes sense.
Right. But because I was not expecting him to take the Mario 2 route, you know, Birdo and Meowster and other stuff like that, I almost wonder if maybe they will take a route from 2 and basically remove the whole Mario 2 is a dream thing and give us, I forget his name, the Toad guy.
Uh-huh.
As like the main antagonist of the movie. That'd be cool. I'm very down for that. I think overall.
Good question.
Oh, okay. Wart? They could pull a Wart out of their ass. They absolutely could. I do think.
Please don't say that ever again.
That's
disgusting.
To be fair, I don't think if they did do that, Wart would be the final fight of the movie. I think that is still going to be Bowser.
Mm-hmm.
Because Bowser. And in fact, hell, they could imply like Wart is a creation of Bowser Jr.'s from like the brush.
Mm-hmm. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, honestly.
And basically just kind of like a ploy to keep Mario and Luigi off of him so he can, you know, rescue his father.
Uh-huh. Do his thing.
Maybe. I'm not saying they're going to do that. They're probably not going to do that. But it'd be fun if they did do that. And they won't use King Boo. That'd be cool. But they'll save King Boo for a Luigi's Mansion movie.
Uh-huh. Ward is one of the most neglected characters. RPG.
Huh?
Oh, chat's saying he's one of the most neglected characters.
Well, they kind of fucked him.
Bless you.
Because Wart is the main antagonist of Mario 2, and Mario 2 is a dream sequence.
Mm-hmm.
So none of those characters are technically real.
I mean, is that really fucking it over? If like that's just how the game the game works?
Right. Well, that's how the game works. But because of it, because Nintendo likes to like justify like, oh, like Mario Kart is Mario and friends, you know, having a party or doing a race or whatever, which implies that this is not a dream sequence, which means he cannot exist. So it's weird. I thought Peach being his mom was a lie by Bowser in Sunshine. Yes, it was. As far as we are aware, he does not have a known mother.
Yeah, not really.
There also is, in fact, there's one more game that's a part of Mario 2 that we actually didn't mention. They're also kind of doing Yoshi's Island.
I feel like
Story.
this you're just adding way too many things here.
No, we saw the babies.
I don't know. I just feel like you're adding way too many to add way too many. That's just me, though. Could be wrong.
I mean, I'm just saying, Baby Mario and Baby Luigi are actively seen in the trailer. So
I just feel like there's way too many things they're putting in this movie.
I agree. I feel like there is too many things, and that's my problem with it.
It's going to make it way too much.
Uh-huh.
That's my problem with
That
it.
is, yeah.
Sorry, I'm opening up some... What are these
No,
called?
you are.
Vienna fingers.
His mom is Chibi Doki.
Oh, gosh. That's like a crime against humanity. Although that would make a lot of sense now that I think about it.
But yeah, chat, that's Nintendo right now. Nintendo is shooting themselves in the foot and is probably going to make the 2026 even worse. In fact, some people even think that Nintendo will raise the price of the Switch 2 again.
Because of RAM shortages?
Uh-huh. Well, RAM shortages, they're not selling games because their games are shit, and they got to make a profit.
Mm-hmm.
And if the only thing to make a profit is consoles, guess what?
What?
Oh, your brain is slow. They're going to raise the price of the console
Damn.
if that is the only thing they're selling.
That's very mean.
Well, it was obvious.
And? Can't wait for the next console? I don't know.
Well, we're not going to see a new generation for a while. Because of the Rampocalypse, we're just not going to.
I feel like that could change, though, based off of China making their own RAM.
I doubt it.
Did you not see that video by Nexus?
No.
You didn't? That's a good... Oh, dude, you need to watch that video. I did hand it to you. I don't know if you want to watch it tonight, but it's... They are Listen, they are already at the point where they're offering RAM. Let me see if I can find a clip for it. Hold on a moment.
Akko brain tired, no work. Akko got mind broken by Tectone. Fair. Cheap Chinese RAM will have cheap Chinese performance of that. Yep. Pretty much.
But the question is whether or not it is cheap.
Oh boy, Chinese RAM, my favorite. So, I like how I mentioned the whole cat thing, and she's asleep right now, which is fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
Jelly Roll is going to be in a kids movie? Who's Jelly Roll? Did I miss the tech part? Yes. So you will have to go back to the beginning of Akko's stream to see the Tectone stuff.
Yeah, go back to the start.
As of this moment, we are in the Dogwave portion of Akko's stream.
I like how it took you a moment. It's your own thing.
It's my own thing.
Anyway, I can't find anything about it right now, but I read somewhere that like the prices that they were charging for RAM, like compared to RAM that cost like $300 to $500, they were only charging $100 to $200.
Right. So I have to ask, what collaborations, like with other indie games, would you expect to see from Balatro? Like Balatro in other indie games, not other indie games in Balatro.
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay. Is there any you can think of? Off the top of your head.
Well, the ones that I'm thinking of, they've already done.
Okay. All right, understood. So about that, there's a Dead by Daylight collaboration coming for Balatro.
That makes no sense.
So apparently it is a skin for the unknown, and it's Jimbo as like a skin.
The unknown, the trans.
I'm not actually sure which one the unknown is.
The unknown is the unknown is the one that was voiced by a trans actor who voiced both the male and the female counterparts of it. Which is why it was so funny, because it could play both a male and a female side, and it could disguise itself as both a male and a female side. That's why it's so funny.
Okay. So yeah. So yeah.
Oh,
Jimbo
Vic just
is
sent me the
coming.
thing I wanted.
Oh, good. The one that got upset about it being trans?
Yes. Here.
So-
I shared it with you.
Then that makes this even funnier. Because now they've said the trans character is a fucking clown.
Yeah. So this is from Pirate Nation, so you can take it with a grain of salt. But their new RAM company, CXMT, is selling RAM at only $138, where the average price is $300 to $400. It's a 32 gig DDR4 3200 ECC server RAM modules at $138, and they're selling it through Alibaba.
Okay.
Now, obviously, you would have to compare for like the kind of RAM that you want, and I don't know. As a tech person, maybe I'm at the point where I could start saying, "Hey, maybe this year for like a business expense, I'll to make a video, I just like make a computer and test the Chinese RAM, see how good it is, and then let you on the computer to see how good it is, you know."
Fair.
Because if it's that cheap for RAM, it's server RAM. Yeah, but we don't know what else they're making. They could be making, if they are a RAM manufacturing company, they could be pursuing RAM for all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't really know what the big difference between server RAM and regular RAM is.
Oh my god, she's got
Thank you for the 5.
@All0vid discovered mom has milkers and gave $5. As a fan of One Piece, I wasn't a big fan of the live actin'. Sub over dub 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Zal. I appreciate it. I think you're a little behind, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Corn dogs are done.
Are they?
They are done.
Okay.
Corn dogs are gone. Dog has consumed food. So Balatro actually had a comment about this, which is really funny.
Okay.
Here. So they replied saying, "Step 1, make a silly little card game. Step 2, sell a bunch of copies. Step 3, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Step 4, Dead by Daylight collab." Like, the Balatro devs don't care about a controversy. They just want funny.
Well, they probably don't even know that there's controversy related to all of it. So, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. So, I mean, I have no problem with this. I actually think this is really cool. Like, instead of creating, because
I think
when
it's
I first
funny
saw
is
this,
what
I
it
didn't
is,
realize,
honestly.
I didn't realize this was a skin. I actually thought they were just making Jimbo into a killer in Dead by Daylight. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, that's interesting.
It's kind of funny.
I'm not disapproving of collab like that, but as a skin, that actually works much better.
People don't realize that the big RAM brands are using the SODIMM and DIMM chips in their modules for the past 6 years. So if you have those models, you've already been using Chinese RAM for quite a few years. It's just not a Chinese brand. That's fair. Basic interface, server or RAM is not computed with most consumer motherboards. That's fair.
Don't search up Winnie the Pooh or your Chinese RAM will brick itself.
Oh, gosh.
Don't search up Tiananmen Square with Chinese RAM installed.
Well, again, the question would be then, okay, how much would it be for non-server based RAM? Because even though server based RAM is would probably be a different price, I have to wonder how cheap their normal consumer based RAM would be.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's all of the shit we have for Wu-Wei.
Oh, right.
Okay.
That's what that one was. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here we go. We'll talk about this. I know this one has some people up in a little bit of a tizzy. Speaking of Rampocalypse, a streamer caught their 4090 melting while streaming and playing Mobile Rivals. I put it in Dogwave suggestions.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, some guy kept his computer on while his graphics card wiring was like on fire. Well, not on fire, but like gassing, and it's just like, yeah, that was really bad. I don't know why he didn't turn off the computer as soon as he saw it. I would have been like, you know what? Maybe this is a bad thing to keep on.
Where's Jazz at? So Jazz is at work, or at least he's on his way home. So that's the reason why we're kind of going through some smaller topics before we jump into the bigger topics.
Yeah, he'll get here eventually. You just gotta wait.
The man had a life.
I mean, are you saying that you and I both don't have lives?
Not today, we don't.
I disagree. I have a life. I actually went outside to the gas station today. Ooh, pipes. That looks cool. Sorry. I was just like, literally, this game introduced like update 3 from Satisfactory, and I'm very interested in it. Listen, I'm very excited for when Enfield decides to add trains from Satisfactory as well, and then I can be autistic about trains.
Sorry, that was infinitely funnier than it should have been. Because it was like, I have a life. I went to the gas station. Oh, pipes.
Sorry. Listen.
Shiny.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I am not like normal other autistic people. I've gotten to the point where just sitting and playing video games all day gets kind of boring, and so I do actually do other shit. And so it's just like, I can't wait. So tomorrow what I'm gonna do is when I first get up, I'm gonna try and get up at like 10. Because I'm up till 3 now most nights because I journal and then clean and do other stuff. But I'm gonna go to fucking Home Depot. I'm gonna get some screws for my fucking server rack, and then I might go to another store and just look around a little bit. And then I'm gonna come home and play around with my server rack and see if I can get started with testing my Raspberry Pi and stuff. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been waiting for that to happen, but I had to fix my fucking 3D printer, and now that my 3D printer is doing what it's supposed to, like a normal 3D printer, and I love it so much, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
Fair.
I love my 3D printer.
Jingle the factory sim in front of Akko.
Factory sim with anime girls in it.
I mean, if you're like that's Enfield. Is like, it's a factory sim with big titted women.
Yeah, but the factory sim is like really just half of it. Like, the more I realize, the more it's just like half of it is exploring and doing quests, half of it is doing the factory sim. But with the factory sim, you really only seem to have interest in it when there's something you want to build for it. Like for me, it was like, okay, I need like medical supplies. But in order to do the medical supplies, I need more power, because without the power, then it becomes an issue. And also because... What?
No, sorry, Simon. Akko's going to play with her rack.
Yes, I am going to play with the rack. I want to add actual computers to it so that I actually can, like, do stuff to it.
Chat, you heard it here first. Akko wants to really go into the cyberpunk augmentation and add tech to her tits.
That's not what I was going for, man. You're just being dirty.
Yes.
Temp is being weird.
You do realize that you've been saying rack.
Yeah.
Right?
And you're the one making it weird.
I'm the weird one.
Yeah, you're the weird one.
Anyway.
See, chat, I'm gaslighting him. I need to get out the whiteboard.
Why are you so hyped to go to Home Depot tomorrow? Because it's Home Depot.
Exactly. It's the men's store. Why aren't you hyped to go to Home Depot? You not a man? The wrong thing? It is.
I'm not answering that question because that one feels like a fucking trap.
You don't say.
I work 51 hours every day, and online conversations is the most social interaction I get nowadays.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm a little frustrated. I'm not hanging out, in calls with friends more often than I do.
We definitely did, like, back during COVID.
Yeah. We absolutely did. There are 2 great racks on stream. I know.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I'm gonna put that back on. Tep outing himself as the bottom of a good. Tep, guess what we got? Cave Up Demon Hunters and Cross Furby for some reason.
Imagine not being excited for Home Depot. It's like that Weird Al song, The Hardware Store. You got to get excited to go to the hardware store, man. Got to be excited for it, you know?
Indeed. It's because you like the head pats. Yay! Oh. It's a jazz.
Fuck her right in the pussy.
Wow.
Oh. Do I not have your Fuki?
I couldn't think of a really good intro, so I just kind of, freeballed it.
I have to fix this. I don't have your Fuki on my thing.
Oh, shit. Should I switch to the other one?
No, you're fine. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just whatever's on now, I guess. I'll do.
It do.
Anyway, I apologize.
Oh, you are fine.
I'm a little bit late. It is 8:05. I did say 8 o'clock, but it's 8:05. I'm 5 minutes late. So sorry.
Oh, you're
But you know what? I guess it could have been worse. It could have been 8:06.
Exactly.
8:07.
The late and gay has arrived.
The late and gay has arrived. Agreed. It's very mean of you, though.
How was your week, Jazz?
They didn't catch it, chat. By the way, just
no, we didn't.
I wonder if anyone in chat got it.
Thoughts on High Guard, if any? I don't think any of us have played High Guard.
Oh, compulsory High Guard Steam DB check. Hang on. Wait a minute.
Did you actually play High Guard a little bit?
I did not. No.
Oh, High Guard is popular today, apparently. Players right now, 9,000.
That's not horrible, but that's about you know what sucks is Destiny has about that many players, and I don't know if that's a bad thing for High Guard or a good thing for Destiny.
It is lower than I like the day before yesterday when I checked High Guard numbers. It was like 11,000. So, but that's still pretty shit. It's not as shit as Concord.
Imagine being less than Destiny 2. What's Destiny 2 at?
I believe like before death, Concord was at like 500, 600 players on Steam or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Destiny 2 is 15,000 on Steam right
shit.
now. So High Guard is below Destiny.
Yes, but Destiny being at the place it's at is like very sad for them. And then Deadlock is just at a consistent 70,000.
Deadlock, a game that hasn't even been officially announced yet.
Yeah, that's damn.
And you have to be invited by other players to play the game. You cannot just go download it.
The 5v5 mode helped. Wow, damn, did it? Almost like they should have just had that in when they dropped the game in the first place, for fuck's sake.
Some people actually did credit the dev team saying, you know, we at least know they can work under pressure because the time it took to get a 5v5 mode in the game is quite impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is, it would have been more impressive if it was just in there when they released the game the way it should have been. Why the fuck would they make it 3v3? What the like?
At least it's, I don't know if it's better or worse than FromSoft, because FromSoft actively came out and like, oh, we overlooked a duos mode in Night Rain.
Yeah, you know, that's
depressing.
In their defense,
that was pretty rough too. But I don't expect much from FromSoft in terms of multiplayer. I
I don't either.
So FromSoft's always been a little with the multiplayer, so
Well, that's probably why they're doing it now. Like,
I'm really,
and
that is good. That is good. But what I'm hoping is that the next like mainline Souls game just goes ahead and takes a leaf out of fucking Lords of the Fallen's book, right? Because they just have like fully integrated, complete story mode multiplayer in Lords of the Fallen, right? Like you get your friend in there, and you don't get fucking kicked out when you kill a boss, right? You don't get cut off from certain areas of the game. You just play through the whole fucking game with a friend in one go, without having to like reconnect every fucking time you clear like one part of the map, right? Like, it's the fuck's sake. How did it take this long for somebody to think maybe this would be a good idea? Maybe the people who enjoy the multiplayer of these games would appreciate this. Like, fuck, and come on.
Yeah. But you know what? I would rather FromSoft focus on making a quality game and not focus on the multiplayer. And maybe like if the multiplayer has problems, tune it up afterwards.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I mean that's fair. Also, 5 co-op armored core game like AC5 Verdict Day.
Oh,
yeah, they made that. They made that. It's called Mecha Break. Go play it.
Or
nobody plays Mecha Break, sadly.
I know, but it's pretty good actually.
I actually wanted to bring this up. It's gonna be a quick one. Markiplier's Iron Lung was #1 domestically on its opening day with $9 million. The film has already made at least 3 times its production budget.
That is hilarious.
Okay, so I feel like we've been talking for years about how like content creators are gradually replacing like traditional actors, right?
Slowly.
And it's like, yeah, no, this is the fucking like this is the accelerationist like, kind of approach to this at that point, right? Like Markiplier, the fucking biggest content, well, one of the biggest content creators in the world, is just straight up making movies now, and the movies are fucking crushing it. Like, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Point A to point B, get fucked.
I've heard the movie is not like the best thing ever, but it's like a B-level horror flick. Like, it's fun.
Oh yeah.
But
so
it's probably like most of the interest is probably just people who already watched Markiplier.
Exactly.
Like him, you know?
Yeah.
It's my understanding that Markiplier played this because it's based off of a video game. He played this video game and was like, you know what, I can make this into a movie, and then he made it into a movie, and it's doing so well that allegedly it's being hidden from the general public. I heard, or like the box office results are being hidden from the public.
Yeah. In fact,
okay.
I know Razor actually. I think he had a stream plan today. I could be wrong on that, but he basically canceled a stream for today to go see Iron Lung because at least at his theater it was being removed.
Really?
Why?
Like its time in the theater was just done already.
Why?
Why?
That I don't know.
Okay, that's fucking weird.
But if that is,
I'll tell you what though. I believe, fucking tinfoil hatting a bit here, but I believe that this whole thing is Markiplier just trying to make a path into getting himself into fucking Five Nights 3. Right? He missed out on 1 and 2. This is but he like now he's gotten an in. Right? Now he's Hollywood, so he can get in there.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be in Five Nights 3.
Yeah. Yep. As one of the animatronics, by the way.
I could see it.
He's got to give the vitamin A7.
It's just gonna be that fucking Meat Canyon video, right? You have to fucking milk.
You know,
in your
Meat
bones.
Canyon actually did something recently.
I love that video so much. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Meat Canyon actually did a trailer for Mugenics for Edmund McMillan.
Oh, did he?
He did.
Interesting.
Huh.
So I haven't watched that one yet, but he did. And I think it was a few months ago he did that one.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of chat, Mugenics comes out on next Tuesday.
Remind me what Mugenics is again.
Breed your cats and take them to hell to destroy demons.
I mean, cats are pretty good at anti-demon
This sounds
fighting.
awesome. Hang the fuck on. Let me look this up. Is it on Steam?
It's on Steam.
Sounds awesome.
Here, let me bring up Mugenics.
Yeah.
It sounds pretty. It sounds like a cats versus demons. I could believe that.
Obviously,
here, I'm gonna
Aqua's a
play
bad
the
example
trailer
because it's
for
a
people
lost
who don't.
cause.
Oh, in fact, this is the Meat Canyon trailer.
At Mercenarix21 tipped $5
So
to
it's
the
on
Lost
stream,
Cause.
so
The fact
either
that
of
they're
you wanna watch
removing
it.
the
Okay.
movie from theaters and hiding the numbers means tortious interference in my book. Markiplier might have to sue.
Neck. He has horrible IBS. His mouth and one of his ears are missing. His soul is removed by a Kandarian demon.
What was that last
He's
one?
taken a shotgun to the face a couple times.
What?
He's got rabies, I'm pretty sure, and he's made a deal with the devil. He was stabbed repeatedly in the neck, chest, face, and hair. He's incredibly dehydrated. He has depression. Who doesn't nowadays, right? He appears to have a conjoined twin. I don't really. He has a gambling addiction. He was probed by He was mauled by a large headless beast. His tail appears to be growing a head. He has ADHD. He got into a fight with a dog.
Eugenics coming to Steam February 10th.
That's not
So-
horrible.
Yep. Okay. I'm in.
So basically,
I'm sold.
you are basically breeding cats, leveling them up, and using items. Again, for people who do not know, Ed McMillan is the creator of The Binding of Isaac.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
this tracks. This absolutely tracks. Yeah.
Expect insanity.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
Uh,
But between this and that fucking indie game I saw the other day, where it's just like fishing with guns, I'm gonna have some good time on Steam soon.
Is that Gerard? No.
I can't remember what that fucking game is called though. Did I bookmark it?
Really quickly on the Markiplier movie, I wanted to respond to this super. The fact that removing the movie from theaters and hiding the numbers means tortious interference in my book. Markiplier might have to sue. Maybe. I have no idea.
To be fair, we don't know if they're removing it from theaters because of it's out doing other stuff, or if there was because it's like a time limited thing. Because if you also consider anime movies also do not sit in theaters for very long either. So
Wasn't
maybe
wasn't Infinity Castle in theaters for a good bit?
it was, but I also am pointing to Dragon Ball Super, Broly, and Superhero. Neither of them were in theaters very long, and it's Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but I mean, that was also. I feel like that was when they were really starting to try, doing anime movies in theaters. So maybe they just got the shit into the stick because they were like the first to really,
Fair.
Give it a go.
It's a time limited thing. He said in his stream that it's only for 1 week. Yeah. So if that is the case, then it's the time limit's up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think he's got to sue. If hiding numbers is one thing, but the removal from theaters, it's just the time limit is up.
Maybe they gave him a limited run for it.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is pretty cool though, and the fact that he's seeing some solid success on it, that's awesome, man.
Yeah. I will say.
I wonder how long until the Asmongold movie,
That's never going to happen. It's going to be an AI movie. I will say, as a YouTuber, I'm not really interested in making my own movie. I just want to make dope content on YouTube itself. I think some people aspire too far, but it's nice that he is doing as well as he is.
What about like an animated YouTube series?
I mean, I'm already animated, so
1 week, but it came out on the 30th. That doesn't add up. No, that doesn't add up. That's weird.
I don't know, like if I could fund like a sort of like YouTube mini series of just like shenanigans among my VTuber friend group, I absolutely would. That sounds like it'd be amazing.
I mean, technically, I could be wrong. Isn't Mythic doing something like that?
Yes,
With
but
other
I'm going to be
talents?
honest with you. They should stop because a lot of the people that they included in that video, some of them are in controversy right now. Like the Lakuri guy.
It doesn't change the fact that they're doing it with their own talents.
Yeah, that's a bad idea, in my personal opinion.
Guess we'll have to see how it goes.
It's just funny that the Lakuri guy is in that video, and then a little bit later he gets revealed. And a lot of those other people are in controversy, like Shy Lily.
I think, chat. The Cinder.
Oh, right. I remember now. Wait, still? Wasn't that like months ago?
She prolonged it into New Year's by talking about it on New Year's.
Ah, I see.
But basically saying, I was right, nobody believed me. Even though that's not true.
Womp womp, I guess. Christ.
Yeah.
So I think it's time we get into one of the big topics of tonight.
Oh,
Valve
yeah.
faces a $900 million lawsuit in the UK over Steam pricing and commissions.
I'm going to be honest.
The lawsuit...
Go ahead, finish.
The lawsuit claims Valve abused its Steam monopoly to impose unfair prices.
I'm going to be honest, they really don't have to do anything about this. They could be threatened with
really
no longer
don't.
having service in that country, but they could just say, okay, whatever. And then the country is just going to get fucked.
I'm just like, can we elaborate on the unfair prices? Because like, unfair to who exactly? Like to the developers who make these games? Because that's what it feels like sometimes.
So
right when they're like every other fucking day there's a sale with like 90% off of whatever the fuck game, right? Like, what do you mean unfair prices? God, like the UK just more retarded every week. Every week it's something new. Christ.
Valve will now have to defend a $656 million or £1,000,000 lawsuit in the UK after tribunal ruled that the case against Steam can proceed to a full trial. The decision was made by the Competition Appeal Tribunal, which rejected Valve's attempt to block the claim from moving forward. The lawsuit accuses Valve of abusing its dominant position in the PC gaming market through the operation of Steam, leading to unfair prices per the BBC. The claim was filed in 2024 by digital rights campaigner Vicky Shotbolt. There are rumors, by the way, I do not have verification of this, but there are rumors that Vicky Shotbolt is a part of Collective Shout.
Of course.
Always.
Listen, tell you what. The way the UK leadership is moving right now, give it like a couple of months and just send them a few goats, and we can smooth it over that way. That'd be fine.
So, again, I'm not sure, but if this is Collective Shout at the head of this,
I do think that they are upset because they didn't succeed in everything that they wanted to do, and they've just been kind of like a pill on the gaming industry.
Yep.
I knew the name's not specific. Yeah, I can't claim that one as certainty because that is a rumor, but I would believe.
That's like this is pattern recognition at this point, right?
Exactly. On behalf of up to 14 million Steam users in the UK, it alleges that Valve uses restrictive contractual terms to control how and where PC games are sold, limiting publishers' ability to offer lower prices or earlier releases on rival storefronts.
Bless you.
That is wrong. That is wrong. I mean, all the other stores just suck shit. Like that's all it is.
No, you are correct.
Literally the only thing. That's the only thing that's actually happening here is that every other storefront on PC fucking sucks.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll be getting into that because a certain opposing CEO had to open his mouth.
Oh, please tell me it's fucking what's it called? Oh god, it sucks so much I can't even remember. Yeah, that one. Please tell me it's Epic Game Store.
It's fucking
yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's poetry.
According to the filing, Steam's rules also require players who purchase a base game on the platform to buy all associated downloadable content through Steam. The lawsuit argues this practice effectively locks users into Valve's ecosystem and enables the company to charge commissions of up to 30%, costs that are ultimately passed on to consumers. The collective action covers UK customers who have bought games or add-on content on Steam or other PC platforms since 2018. If successful, the case could result in compensation being paid to affected users. The action is being supported by law firm Milberg London LLP. Valve has argued that the case should not be certified to proceed to trial, but the tribunal ruled that the claims were sufficient to move ahead. Valve has been contacted for comment. The lawsuit follows earlier scrutiny of Valve's business practices, with a separate consumer case also filed against the company in the United States. Steam, which launched in 2003, remains the largest digital storefront for PC gamers. Industry data from VG Insights estimate that more than 19,000 games were released on the platform in 2025, generating $11.7 billion in revenue, underlining the scale of the market at the center of the legal challenge. So
yeah, well, I guess that's the long and short of it. Also, I put it in chat. Victus pointed out that GOG is a good storefront, and yeah, I do hear that.
GOG's
so
alright.
you know,
Yeah.
we'll exclude that one. GOG's okay. I need to check it out. Honestly, I've never actually bothered to check it out, but I hear good things, so maybe I can go check that out sometime.
Now, it's not in the docket, but GOG did come under some scrutiny this week because they are actually running a sale on their storefront. And on the banner for the sale is an AI generated image. And oh no!
Oh no! God. Fucking.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. I'm so past like even pretending to care at this point. Like,
yeah.
When it's just like when it's something this like minuscule. Right, like it's the goddamn like lamppost and Claire Obscure all over again. Like, who gives a shit? It's just like some tiny little like fucking graphic on a website. Nobody cares. Nobody actually gives a shit. Like, it's fashionable to pretend you care. It is, but like nobody actually cares this much about something this small.
Yeah, it's actually something that might be worth looking into.
All right.
Yeah, the AI. Social media service.
What?
Did you have that in the docket to talk about?
No, I didn't. I know Ava talked about it though.
Did you want to?
Was it Ava or is it Mizu?
I have no idea.
We can, but we'll get through the Valve stuff first. I'm not gonna just deviate and.
Oh yeah, of
course you should.
Might as well. Don't be like the Offensive Charm podcast where we fucking lose the thread every like 5 seconds.
What makes it amazing?
Fair. GOG has no DRM measures on the games. You can download those and install them whenever you choose. Yep. That's why GOG is good. Hold on. Magma, that's the exact same link that Akko sent me.
LOL.
Thanks for sending it, though.
It must mean we definitely have to talk about it.
So, this user, Ryan Fleury, I don't even know what he does. He's a debugger at Rad Game Tools. Saying games have never been cheaper, and if you could even claim that, this is not even on screen. You could claim that Valve has a monopoly on game distribution. They don't. They're in that position because they've done an excellent job providing good and often free services to players.
Only reason I don't use it more as my bank.
Saying if Valve's 30% transaction fee is so outrageous, it's not, then others simply provide alternatives, then others can provide alternatives and charge less. If players still don't want those alternatives, it's for a reason. The higher prices they see are worthwhile for the various services involved, so the alternatives need to also compete on quality. That isn't an unlawful monopoly. That is a competitive service provided at an acceptable rate for developers and players alike. A competitor can undercut that price, but they have to actually do a good job providing an alternative. It is completely absurd to involve the government to punish Valve.
Yeah, like this definitely like smacks of overreach.
It does. I literally can't use my Epic Games DLC or Xbox DLC or Game Pass DLC or Ubisoft, on any platform than that platform. How can they even use that as an offense when it's the default?
Really quickly.
Victus is asking the question that everyone is asking.
Yeah, really quickly. Noir says, I love GOG. The only reason I don't use it more is my bank always thinks it's fraud because it charges through Poland. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a thing. That is very much a thing.
Well, yeah. That is just at the end of the day, long and short of it is that Steam just has the best kind of setup for this whole thing, and people like having all their shit in one place. So, and at this point, it's been cemented so long in that place that it's going to be extremely difficult, even for like a good service, to upend Steam at this point. Like, it's like trying to compete with fucking YouTube. Like, what are you supposed to do? Where do you even start in that fight?
Exactly. So, Tim Sweeney, Mr. Wonderful CEO of Epic Games, Tim Sweeney, responded to Ryan Fleury, saying Steam's rules do explicitly prohibit games from steering players to competing purchase methods, forcing everyone to pay 30% to Valve. Apple and Google did the same until the court explicitly found this practice to be unlawful. Now they don't. There was a community note on this, and some people will notice a trend on a lot of these posts, that there's a lot of community notes on a lot of Tim's posts for this topic. Saying district and circuit courts rejected Epic's Sherman Act claims on distribution, exclusivity, mandatory IAP, and anti-steering. Epic only won on anti-steering based on California state law. Steam is not a walled garden, so the anti-steering theory / remedy doesn't map cleanly into it.
I can't
And they
believe he's
actually-
that
I think
angry
it's-
towards them. It's hilarious.
I also think it's really funny that this bitch ass crybaby would bring up exclusivity in any like why would you bring that up at all, considering how Epic Game Store gets down with that shit? I'm pissed off because fucking, well, actually I'm not, because I play on console, but I know the PC players are pissed off at Lords of the Fallen 2 because it's going to be an Epic Game Store exclusive. Because they offer them a shit ton of money to make it an exclusive for ever. I don't know if it's gonna be for like a year, forever, but yeah, like he does that shit all the time. There's
I know
an extended history.
I know. I looked into it when you were doing your podcast the other day, and I specifically pointed out that it's being published by Epic, which means it was being published by Epic and funded by Epic. It is probably not leaving the platform in the same vein that Alan Wake 2 is not.
Okay, yeah, it sucks. That sucks for people who want to play on PC. Obviously, again, not really an issue for me, but yeah, I feel for the PC players on that one. Having to interact with Epic Game Store is that's just unfortunate, you know.
Indeed.
Yeah. I would like to bring up the cat again, chat. She has decided to wake up from her nap. As a reminder for new people jumping in, it has taken me a long time to get this cat in a kennel, to get her to go to the vet to get fixed. And I got her in a kennel, and she's behaving. So if you hear a cat, she's in the kennel, and I can't let her out, because if I do, that opportunity is gone. She's well taken care of. She's fine. You just might hear her meowing.
Meow.
I did hear it. Just making a little bit of a fuss.
A little bit of a fuss. She doesn't like the kennel, but she's okay.
Well, who would like a kennel? Let's be real.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. So right now the Grammys are going on, and you know Heidi Klum, right? She was one of the announcers for. It was she was one of the announcers for Project Runway. Somebody shared an image of her when she showed up, and she literally just looks like she showed up as an uncooked chicken. I can't show this picture on stream because her nipples are literally out there. Is that? I think she's like literally just wearing latex. And
I am curious. You can just DM it.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you. But it looks like she's literally just like wearing latex, and her nipples are just right there for everybody to see.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Like, it almost looks like she's just kind of like covered in like paint almost.
Someone even said she looked like an uncooked chicken.
What the fuck
like
is
I said,
this material? Like,
I'm pretty sure that's latex right there.
Yeah, it looks like latex.
And like, why would you go with that color? That is bizarre. That is just so fucking like. It's again, you know what? Fair is fair. It's not the dumbest thing I've seen a celebrity wear to one of these events, but
no,
like,
I heard one celebrity. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's gotta be up there.
I heard allegedly
Yeah,
one
it's
celebrity like was wearing nipple clamps as part of their dress.
I remember like. I always, whenever I see some shit like this, I always think of that one guy who like showed up to a red carpet event in like a fucking like Roblox suit, right? It was like just a bunch of like squares. Like he looked like a Roblox character. I forget who the fuck it was. I think it was like a rapper. But yeah, it's like I always think of that one because that's got to be one of my favorites. I don't know, man. If I was like stupid rich and I was just like, and like the point of these things was to try and like stand out and get a little more like, you know, gossip and whatnot going on about me, I might wear some stupid shit. I don't know what exactly, but I might take the opportunity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I might get a homie and like we could show up as like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy or some shit. I don't know. Like, it's just something silly. I could do that. That'd be fun.
Reminder, Temp needs 3 more subs to reach 800. That is correct, Phasma. Thank you for the reminder. Chat, if you enjoy the content I create, I greatly appreciate it if you left a like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, join the
Chat, help
Discord
Temp
as it is
reach
deep.
800.
I noticed.
Yeah.
I noticed you removed the jacket as you were saying that. You
I didn't even think about that, but yes.
Temp. Really trying to whore yourself out here like an OnlyFans woman. I think I'm gonna have a Tectone moment right now.
Oh.
Honestly, I was just more like taken aback by how like thin your shoulders are. I don't know, is that just me? They're very thin
Might
shoulders.
just be you. I don't know.
I mean, that's just Psycho models.
Yeah, fair enough.
Poor cat. I know. It sucks. I wish she could come out of the kennel, but if I let her out, I'm not gonna get the opportunity to take her to the vet again for a long time, and she needs to go get fixed. So, if you hear the kennel rattling, she's trying to get out because she doesn't want to be there, and I don't want her to be in there, but she has to stay in there.
Somebody said you actually got 2 more subs. All right.
All
right, the pants next.
No, there's no toggle for that. I'm not Ava.
Wow. Like chat observe the fact that the reasoning given was because there was no toggle. If there was one,
He is right, Temp. You know that.
He is right. I wasn't even conscious of it. A natural.
Open your window. I'm nearly finished. Oh gosh.
Oh no. Anyway, so Tim Sweeney said this, and he's kind of got calmed on, and then he replied. Currently, there's a misleading community note on this.
Fake news.
You can buy Steam keys off Steam. Once you own a game, Steam forces developers to use Steam payments for all in-game purchases and pay 30%. This is the practice courts found illegal for Apple and Google.
Okay.
And even sources Valve's own documentation where it says, for any in-game purchases, you'll need to use the microtransaction API so Steam customers can only make purchases from the Steam wallet. You can learn more about this at this page. You can use the Steam wallet to purchase individual items or to purchase your in-game currency. Okay. And he went on to reply saying, the prior misleading community note has been replaced with a bogus, legally confused community note. Epic v. Apple and Epic v. Google cases found those stores' anti-steering provisions to be unlawful. Apple under the Unfair Competition Law, Google under the Sherman Act. There was another community note on this tweet saying, the Google case that Epic won involved broader antitrust violations. The Apple case found no federal antitrust liability, anti-steering included. Epic's anti-steering win is California state law. It is relevant context when making anti-steering legality claims across platforms.
It's just, I feel like it's been a minute since we've seen somebody just get pieced up by fucking community notes like this.
And he's claiming these are bogus community notes, by the way.
Just getting absolutely fucking Dempsey rolled.
Meanwhile,
over here. Shit.
These community notes are linking to actual court documents.
Yep. Like I was hoping you'd scroll down his next post and just say nuh-uh. Fuck you mean nuh-uh?
Finally, the 5th community note is true, but the community note simply confirms exactly what I said. Congratulations, community note team. And now there's a misleading community note on my post pointing out a misleading community note.
Oh my gosh, I fucking hate him.
Steam's own policy requires their payment with their 30% fee on all in-game purchases. Developers who take this note's advice will be thrown off Steam. And then he made a tweet saying, and it's gone.
I love how he's like just trying to watch it all the time. That's hilarious.
Yeah, this is a level of obsessed that I'm like, Why do you? So he's
the CEO of Epic Games Store. I imagine that like he's haunted by the spirit of Gabe. Like it just keeps him up at night, right? Like he just sees Gabe's face every time he closes his eyelids to sleep.
He looks like iDubbbz.
Damn, that's brutal.
I mean,
oh wow, he kind of does. Holy shit,
kind of does look like iDubbbz.
It's fun.
So obviously he's been getting clowned on.
Also, his hair is interesting.
His hair is thinning.
It's like little spider legs coming down from the middle there, just in all directions. This is certainly a choice.
So he got a reply to one of his many posts, coping and seething, saying no, they literally don't. Steam's parity rules only apply to game keys, which state the same sale should be applied to Steam or on Steam after a reasonable amount of time. And actually linked to a partner.steamgames.com document talking about this, where it says it's okay to run a discount for Steam keys on different stores at different times, as long as you plan to give a comparable offer to Steam customers within a reasonable amount of time.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Just saying.
I like Zen Master's comment.
Gabe is just astral projecting his spirit into Tim's room every night and just sitting there menacingly. Oh god, let me find the post. I didn't want to glow like this tonight, but I have to. Gabe Newell Epstein.
Oh gosh.
What? I'm sorry. Huh?
It's
It'll
Fire
make
Nation.
sense. Don't worry.
Gabe Newell was not in the Epstein files again, and it's just Gabe Newell with this. And it's just like, imagine this is what Tim Sweeney sees when he goes to bed.
Tim
It's just
Sweeney on the
Gabe
Epstein
sitting-
files?
I don't know. I have no idea. But apparently Gabe isn't in them.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, like, you know the meme of Captain America of like in Spider-Man 1 where he grabs the chair and he sits down and it's like, so you've done this again. And I just imagine it's just that, but it's Gabe Newell.
That's great. Also, I neither here nor there, but I love the fact that Gabe is very gradually becoming Santa.
He's actually lost a lot of weight.
Has he really?
Yeah, but I mean,
yes,
he's still kind of pudgy though, so he could still be a Santa.
Oh, he could. Look at this lad, Lord Gaben. Exactly. And he's so happy.
He is. He's doing great. He's lived a great life.
So you're in detention again. Just imagining that it's like, so you're angry at me again.
Again.
It's just, you can't compete with me.
So,
again.
So your PC gaming platform's losing to me again. That's crazy.
Gabe is too much of a fish
have you thought about making it better?
Again.
Have you thought about making it good?
Moot was referenced in the Epstein files, but not Gabe Newell. This is hilarious.
Indeed it is.
Oh, Gabe is too much of a fish autist to hang out with Epstein. Very true.
Also, wait, what was that shit I saw? Like, was that yesterday or earlier today? With like, apparently, fucking Epstein was getting around on like the fucking like Yuri Reddit.
Yeah,
Yuri
threads
Reddit
or some
and
shit. Yeah.
Xbox Live and Roblox and.
Like, but here's the thing. At this point, like, if it's like all these different things that he did, like browsed on Reddit or whatever, like it's really starting to get to that point of, did you know that Hitler drank water and breathes air? Like, kind of like, you know, like. If he fucked around on the internet, that's one thing, but that doesn't necessarily like it's funny to like poke fun at those groups to as like a connection to Epstein, but at the same time, it's like, okay, guys, it's a bit much.
Mm-hmm. We really need to build the golden throne for Gabe, unless he's doing it on one of his boats.
He might be already building it on his boat.
Yeah, he might be. To be fair, he's actually actively talked about uploading his consciousness to like a robot or like a cloud.
I believe
You know
it.
what he really needs? What he really needs to do though is like show up at a con in the fucking like God Emperor cosplay, right? Like
Yeah.
full
Oh
suit
my
of
god,
armor,
if he did that.
the wings, the halo, the glow, right? I'm sure he could. He's got it fucked on, but he can figure out the glow, right? Just all of it, the whole nine. And oh no, you know what? And like sticking out of the armor, just like in every direction, is just the little like on sale things on Steam, just 60%,
Oh my God.
80%, 70%, 90%, like just all over him.
Yeah.
That'd be glorious.
That would be
Gavin
funny.
deserves another yacht company.
He does nothing and continues to win. Yes.
Exactly.
Yep. The Luigi strategy is timeless.
So, Gabe Follower replied to Tim saying, pushing Apple and Google case as an example is insane and pure concept substitution. Windows nor any other PC OS isn't locked to Steam only. Users are free to install other stores and buy games from there. Same as developers are not forced to release their games on Steam. They can release it in GOG, itch.io, or Epic Game Store without releasing on Steam and not following their rules. Exactly. Because of what PC is, you are not locked into it like, you know, if you buy an iPhone, yeah, you're locked into Apple's ecosystem. You buy an Android, you're probably locked into Google's. You buy a PlayStation, you're locked into Sony's. You buy an Xbox, you're locked into Microsoft's.
Yeah.
Valve doesn't do that.
Yeah. I mean, I
No.
suppose you could maybe make a case for this once the Gabe Cube drops, but I mean, I don't think even then, right? Because I think you probably put like
Well, no, they've
like
already said
Linux
it's going to
on
be a
that thing.
computer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you put
it's
like Linux on that thing if you want to. Fuck it.
It's a version of Steam OS.
Yeah.
That it comes with natively, but you can like put whatever the fuck you want
Yeah.
on there.
God, I can't wait until like the public release of SteamOS. Oh God, please. Sooner.
I mean, technically, you can use it now. It's
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I need to look into that then. Just fucking Windows. God damn it.
Yeah, I get it. And then Gary Colomb also replied to Tim Sweeney saying, I buy Steam games cheaper than Steam all the time on sites that are not Steam. Here are reputable sellers that routinely offer better deals than Steam. Humble, Fanatical, Green Man Gaming. Valve takes 0% from these keys. Also, never buy from stores that resell Steam keys.
Humble
Very
Bundle
true.
is all right.
No, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He's like, Humble's good, Fanatical's good. I've bought games from Fanatical. Green Man Game.
What's the choice?
Yeah, like they're good.
Yeah.
I agree. And he's right. It's like, yeah, Valve allows that so long as these companies offer a similar sale on, you know, Steam directly.
Right, because otherwise it would be directly competing with Steam.
Exactly. It's like,
Yeah.
you could do this now, and it's
Just
like, oh,
reasonable.
hey, in like a week, here's the same sale on Steam.
Sorry, chat. While we're talking,
I
I'm
mean,
like assembling these new parts for my Raspberry Pi server rack shelving.
You're fucking what? Huh?
Yeah, I'm assembling. I'll take a picture of it and send it to you.
Okay.
I gave Occo a hint that this was happening, but chat, our favorite Nepo baby opened his mouth again.
Oh gosh, hold on, let me.
Pirate Software has
Okay.
returned to talk about Steam.
He had a nice opinion for once.
He did.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like that first line. It's like, okay, wait, hang on. Don't
And here's the thing
put the
is-
rocks down.
Because he has published a game on Steam, he actually has a fairly decent take here because he's played around with that side of Steam. This UK lawsuit against Steam is absurd. Steam does not impose price restrictions outside of Steam keys sold on other platforms. If you want to sell your game for less elsewhere, you are allowed to. You just can't sell the key for less elsewhere because then Steam would be on the hook for downloads on a 0% income from the sale. Steam does not control pricing or release timing for DLC. Tons of games have cross-platform or account-bound DLCs, and you can buy it outside of Steam and still have it when playing on the Steam version of the game. Looking at you, Warframe. In-game purchases being tied to Steam also isn't true. These can be tied to your game account based on developer infrastructure. At no time is this forced to be tied to your Steam account and only your Steam account. Steam doesn't charge a high commission to developers. It charges 30% for a massive amount of features, Steam Play Together, seasonal events, workshop, forums, trading cards, visibility rounds, and a ton of other features. At the same time, they take 0% when you sell a Steam key, and you can make an unlimited amount of them, which is wild as hell. You can read all about Steam's features here, and you can read the lawsuit here. And he actively pushed 2 links and posted an image.
For once, he actually said something correctly, which is hilarious.
I know. And it specifically says about the claim. What is the claim about? The claim alleges that since at least June 5th, 2018, Valve Corporation has abused its dominant position in the PC gaming market, leading to UK gamers paying more than they should for PC games and add-on content on Steam, Valve's popular game distribution platform. The claim alleges that Valve Corporation is breaching competition law by preventing price competition. Valve imposed price restrictions, which means that games sold on Steam cannot be offered at lower prices on other platforms, making it harder for rivals to compete and keeping prices high. Controlling pricing and release timing for in-game content. Developers are restricted from offering add-on content at lower prices or earlier on other platforms, limiting consumer choice and value. Tying in-game purchases to Steam. Once you buy a game on Steam, you are locked into buying all add-ons there too, allowing Valve to collect a commission on every transaction, and charging high commissions to developers. These extra costs are often passed on to consumers through higher game and add-on prices. We allege that this behavior has harmed competition and led to inflated prices for UK gamers. Under UK competition law, companies with a dominant market position are not allowed to block fair competition or control pricing in this way. This claim is about making sure powerful companies like Valve play fair, so that gamers benefit from lower prices, better platforms, and real choice. Read about this claim here, you know. So yeah.
That, where do I even start? With how
the UK is full of dumbasses.
Just start at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, just every part of that was retarded. I don't know, like, where... For what? Okay, so like they're saying like, oh, they're like price gouging and they're like price boosting and all that. Aren't like any given game on Steam isn't like the same as like the way it's priced on other platforms?
Yes.
You know, PlayStation, Xbox, etc. Like usually the exact same prices as you would get the game anywhere else. So
like, oftentimes it's cheaper.
Yeah, oh yeah, obviously. Like with Steam, like they often do like day one sales, or you know, and like there's the fucking once every season sale that's like ridiculous and platform wide. There's random ass like publisher sales every week or two, right? Like
I mean, what
the fuck
sales
are they
on
talking
right
about?
Now? Hold on, let's see.
Let's see.
Disney,
I know there's at least
classic game
publisher
sale.
Yeah,
Fallout franchise sale. Just Cause 3. Amplitude Studios sale. Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, Fable Anniversary, Barony, and Shrouded, Red Dead Redemption, Half-Life Alyx, Split Fiction, Forza Horizon 5, Steam Board Game Festival, discounts, demos, and more now through February 2nd.
Like they'll come up with more reasons to have sales than my dumbass warehouse will come up reasons to have people wear stupid shit like every week I go in for work. It's National Wig Day, it's National Crazy Shoe Day, it's Pajama Day, like every fucking day, I swear to God. Like, but Steam even has them beat at this point for like literally no reason for sales. There is no occasion. Here's a sale. Here's another one. Steam, please. Steam, stop. No, more sales. More.
There's a reason there's the meme of Gabe Newell in like regal dress, like with all the Steam, like that
King Gabe, yeah.
King Gabe, Lord Gaben, exactly.
Are you ready for a miracle?
So,
actually love that. I'm gonna go watch that shit right now, actually.
So here's what's funny, is we look back at the Pirate Software tweet. I don't know quite what happened here, but someone replied to him.
Okay.
And it's wonderful. His response was, "Hello, I sell games on Steam. Price parity is for Steam keys only. I can and have generated 50,000 keys at one time."
Jeez.
If you buy a game on Steam, you might have to use your Steam version for in-game purchases based on the developer's implementation. As an example, Warframe, you do not. And in that response, the person he responded to deleted their tweet.
I must have felt so owned by Rat Software. That's a pretty embarrassing thing to be owned by.
I know.
Yep. It's a shit show.
I am the bone of my platform. Unlimited sale works.
I hate it.
I like that. I like that one. No, that's good. That's good.
So, Game Follower kind of got into a, I wouldn't say fight with Tim Sweeney, but Shockbroker here saying taking a 30% cut is probably a bit excessive. It's like my government's 25% VAT for doing absolutely nothing. This shit could be half the price if it weren't for such leeching. How does Epic Store charge? Tim said we charge 12% when the developer uses our payment service and 0% when they use their own. Gabe Follower responded saying, did the 12% and exclusivity deal work out for Alan Wake 2? Also, why are you gatekeeping it and restricting customers who want to buy it on GOG? And just address me.
And did he address
Damn. God is that? Did he?
Nope. Nope, there was no reply. Someone named Chicken Man said, why did Valve push child gambling and asked for 2,000 USD for a game pixel? Game Follower responded saying, the issue here is that you're asking an Epic employee. I'm not a Valve employee, so you should ask Valve. I'm not here to defend their practices. Tim and Epic have done a lot of great things for the industry, but his argument here is irrelevant and intentionally manipulative. And he's right, it is.
Also, I'm kind of curious as to what this person is referring to when they say 2,000 USD for a game pixel.
Yeah, I'm interested in that one too. I've not heard about that one.
Yeah, because I feel like that'd be a pretty big story if something like that actually happened, but I don't remember anything like that coming out of Steam.
I don't either.
I'm unfamiliar.
Also, the child gambling thing. Like, what's that? Is it because there's like some gacha games on Steam now, or
maybe? Yes. So, I have something very interesting in our docket for this whole discussion. Court documents.
Oh, I've read enough of those today, Tim. You get to read them.
Someone go find Ava.
I actually asked Ava if she wanted to come on because we were talking about this.
I figured she would probably be busy around this time.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, I suggested Vax. Did you ever ask Vax?
No, I've been busy.
Wow.
Is it going to be the whole thing then we're going through here?
It's only 4 pages. So.
Only 4 pages?
You read it. I've read enough court documents.
That's fine. I don't mind reading it.
Go for it.
Notice of an application to commence collective proceedings under Section 47B of the Competition Act of 1998. Case number 16, whatever. Pursuant to Rule 67 of the Competition Appeal Tribunal Rules 2015, the registrar gives notice of the receipt on June 5th, 2024, of an application to commence collective proceedings. Hold on, there we go. That way I can read it better. Collective proceedings under Section 47B of the Competition Act by Vicky Shotbolt, Class Representative Limited, the proposed class representative against Valve Corporation. The proposed class representative is represented by Milberg London LLP. The claims under which the PCR seeks to combine in these proceedings are standalone claims under Section 47A of the Act on behalf of around 14 million UK-based consumers who purchase video games designed to be played on PCs and or additional content, including subscriptions, for such games such as extra storylines, characters, features, or in-game currency during the relative period the period from the start of the class period to date of final judgment or earlier settlement of the claims. The class period is defined in the collective proceedings claim form as the period up to the date of the collective proceedings order in these proceedings from June 4th, 2018. In relation to members of the class domiciled in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland,
I love the name
and
domiciled.
from January 1st, 2010 in relation to the members of the class domiciled in Scotland. According to the CPCF, Valve, which operates Steam, the leading game distribution platform, has committed and continues to commit an abuse of the dominant position in breach of 18 of the Act and Article 102 of the Treaty on Functioning of the European Union. Specifically, the PCR contends that Valve has abused its dominant position by A, imposing platform parity obligations that prohibits publishers which market PC games from selling products through other distribution channels on better terms than the same products are available on Steam. B, restricting the ability of users to purchase add-on content for games purchased on Steam through other distribution channels, a tying or anti-steering infringement, and or C, charging publishers unfair and excessive commission rates for distributing their products, collectively the infringing conduct. The PCR contends that these three abuses constitute a single and continuous infringement, including because Valve's PPOs and tying/anti-steering restrictions are designed to reduce the competitive pressure to which Steam is subject, so as to enable it to continue charging high commission charges absent the PPOs and or Valve's excessive commission rates. The PCR alleges that both commission rates and the product prices would have been lower across the relevant markets, including because publishers would have been free to sell products through other distribution channels more cheaply than on Steam, and reductions in commission rates would have been passed on to consumers. Though through lower prices, it is said that the tying/anti-steering restrictions have exacerbated the effects of those two abuses. The PCR contends that the infringing conduct has increased the prices paid by class members for the products over the relevant period of an aggregate total of £656 million, including interest. The CPCF therefore seeks to recover damages to compensate the proposed class for the loss suffered as a result of such price increases, together with interest. The proposed class compromises all persons who, during the class period, made one or more payments for the purpose of purchasing A, PC games, and or B, add-on content for PC games, including subscription payments for PC games and or add-on content, collectively relevant purchases. The PCR provisionally estimates that there are approximately 9.3 to 14.2 million class members falling within the proposed class, and that each proposed class member will recover between £8 and £23 in respect of the purchase of games, between £14 and £29 in respect of the purchase of add-on content, and between £22 and £44 in total. The PCR submits that it would be just and reasonable for it to act as class representative. In summary, the PCR contends it would act fairly and adequately in the interest of class member Rule 78-2A for the following reasons. A, Miss Shotbolt has a long-standing interest and experience of advocating for the interests of consumers who play video games, including minors.
It's all about minors.
Miss Shotbolt's experience will be complemented by the advisory panel, which consists of individuals with specific expertise in technology, gaming, and children and vulnerable consumers' rights. C, the PCR is supported by a legal team with extensive experience in competition litigation and specifically collective actions. D, The PCR has prepared a comprehensive litigation plan, which is intended to ensure that the proposed collective proceedings will be effectively and efficiently pursued in the interest of the proposed class. The litigation plan has been developed with the assistance of the PCR's legal advisors and the notice specialist notice and claims management provider pursuant to Rule 73C 3C. The litigation plan includes inter alia, the way in which the PCR intends to communicate effectively with the proposed class, as well as how it will administer an aggregate award of damages. To this end, the litigation plan incorporates a notice and administration plan. E, the PCR will ensure the communications with PCMs will be appropriately tailored and can be received, viewed by minors within the proposed class. E.g., using language that can be understood by individuals with all education levels. F, neither the PCR nor Ms. Shotbolt are members of the proposed class. G, the PCR has entered into a litigation funding agreement to enable it to pay all necessary costs, fees or disbursements, as well as an ATE insurance policy which provides adverse costs cover. H, Ms. Shotbolt is not aware of any conflict of interest which prevents her from acting as the sole director of the PCR, nor is she aware of any other person seeking to act as the class representative in respect of the same claims. The CPCF states that the claims are brought on behalf of an identifiable class of persons on the basis that individuals will be able to identify whether they've made relevant purchases by checking email receipts and/or accounts used for the purposes of PC gaming. Example, their Steam or Epic Games Store account. The PCR contends that it will be straightforward for Valve itself to determine and/or verify whether individuals fall within the proposed class with reference to Steam account data. It holds. The CPCF also states that the claims raise the following commission issues. A, the definition of the relevant product and geographic markets. B, whether the proposed defendant has all relevant times held and continues to hold a dominant position on the relevant markets. C, whether the proposed defendant abuses dominant position on the relevant markets. D, whether any abuse of dominance by the proposed defendant has caused loss or damage to the proposed class members during the claim period. E, if the proposed defendant's abuse of dominance has caused actionable loss, the aggregate quantum of the losses for which the proposed class members should be compensated. F, the rate at which and the period over which the proposed class members are entitled to pre-judgment interests. Sorry, I had to let a cat out of my office.
No, you're good. Take your time. It's probably better that you take a few breaks to breathe here and there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a moment to just need some water.
Yeah.
Yay, reading, especially court documents, my favorite.
Indeed.
The PCR submits that the collective proceedings are an appropriate means for the fair and efficient resolution of the common issues. In particular, A, all of the main issues in the claims are common issues. B, collective proceedings are a more suitable way of determining the claims in contrast to a host of individual claims. It is also the only economically viable and practical means for individual PCMs to obtain redress for the losses they have suffered. The average PCM's claims value is estimated to be as low as £8 in respect of the purchase of games, £14 in respect of the purchase of add-on content, and £22 in total. In the light of this, and given the complex and costly nature of the litigation, it is inconceivable that any material number of PCMs, including a large number of minors, would bring individual claims, nor would a traditional book building exercise to assemble a group claim be practical or proportionate. C, when considered in aggregate, damages are likely to be substantial. The PCR's expert provisionally estimates that the claim may be worth £656 million, including interest. And the claims are therefore very good examples of the type of claims that the collective proceedings regime is designed to facilitate, as they offer the only practical means of securing compensation for millions of consumers who would otherwise be left without effective redress. Although the claims of the proposed collective proceedings are substantial, the PCR submits that they are proportionate to the aggregate value of the claims, the size of the proposed class, and the fact that it would be practical impossibility for claims to be brought on an individual basis. Further, the collective proceedings should proceed on an opt-out basis, as it would not be practicable for the proposed proceedings to be brought on an opt-in basis in light of the size of the proposed class. The average amounts that each PCM is likely to recover in the fact that a substantial number of PCMs are likely to be minors, therefore unlikely to take the steps necessary to opt into legal proceedings at the outset. The relief sought in the proposed proceedings is 1. Damages on behalf of the proposed class to be assigned on an aggregate basis pursuant to Section 47C2 of the Act. 2. Interest at a rate of 8% per annum, or such other rate as the tribunal may consider appropriate. 3. The PCR's costs. And 4. Such further and other relief as the tribunal may see fit.
Fucking hell.
Notice how they mention minors a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
The usual smoke screen then.
Yeah, this is collective shout. You could definitely tell by a lot of the wording, this was definitely collective shout. I called it. They are just a bunch of mortal fiends. The collective shout connection might not be proven, but damn does it look strong. It does. I hate the term person, so when do we stop using proper English? Temp, she was involved in the Online Safety Act. Yeah, again, it's collective shout.
Yeah. Well, shit.
So,
I guess.
yay.
I mean, but can we not just ignore them this time? Like, honestly.
No, because this one could actually be bad.
Well, it can't affect him if he doesn't go to, if he just doesn't go to the UK. So
yeah,
let's get out of the UK.
Which I mean, easy enough to do these days. I mean, why the fuck would you ever go over there in the first place?
Yeah.
In fact, chat, leave Britbong land.
Yes, leave
Just
Britbong
leave.
land. I'm glad that you're adopting that, Temp.
I have other articles that is talking about Tim Sweeney, and I'm like, we went over Tim Sweeney's comments. Absolutely.
Thank you for becoming a member for 2 months. Prarity. P-rarity. Appreciate it.
Like, this whole thing hurts.
Please?
Chat, we should also
Yes.
watch out that these people will shut down GTA 6 from being released. They will sue to prevent it from being sold anywhere. I know. We've talked about it before when they pulled this shit with the Visa MasterCard shit.
Indeed.
And you could definitely tell by how this is written, it is the exact same people involved. They know what they're doing, and because of how they're doing it this time, they will probably have a major effect. In other news, who's ready for more censorship talk?
I suppose it's about that time, then, it?
Jazz, you'll love this one.
Why would you say such a thing? Why would you insinuate that I would love such a thing? Is it because I'm literally playing the subject of the next story right now as we speak?
Yes, you are.
LOL.
So Code Vein 2 is a thing, chat.
It is. It is indeed.
And I don't think it's as bad as people are saying.
It's not. So far, and I will admit, people when the game came out said, "Oh my god, this game runs like dog shit."
Again, wouldn't have too much to say on that one per se because I just play it on console.
Most of the performance issues are primarily PC.
Yeah, as they always are.
And those are valid complaints to have.
They are.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They
Won't
absolutely
deny that.
are. I will admit, I do not have the top tier like rig, but my CPU barely touches 65 Celsius with Code Vein 2, My GPU isn't taking a hit, and it runs like butter. Which is the same thing that happened to Borderlands 4, by the way. In fact, the only game I've had actual performance issues with is Monster Hunter Wilds, which we will be talking about a little bit later.
Yeah, that was back in the news. So, have either of you like checked the like PC version after that last patch?
No, Magma has
I don't
though,
own
and
it.
Yes, you do. You've
What?
played Wilds.
Oh, Wilds? I thought you were talking about Code Vein. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, Wilds. Sorry, yeah, I suppose I should wait until we get there, huh?
We'll get there, but the patch helped a lot. There's some
good.
fun stuff about that one.
That's good.
Nice.
So, when Code Vein 2 was coming out, this was one of the first things that people noticed was Valentin Voda saying there's a fine line between justice and bigotry. That was in the localized version.
Yeah, I honestly, because I'm playing the game in English, I haven't like heard that line yet, so I wasn't 100% sure if that was like real. I mean, I assume it is, because that's the still right there. I think is from his character trailer, which I didn't actually watch because I didn't care. But presumably that comes from a line that he actually speaks in game.
Yeah, probably. Now apparently the line in Japan is a fine line between justice and madness.
Yeah, I mean,
bigotry is madness, I guess.
Apparently,
that's funny.
Because like the whole thing with Valentin is I believe he's kind of trying to like do away with the emphasis on like bloodlines, because apparently there's like bloodlines and households in this Code Vein, and like he's kind of trying to like break that down a bit, and I think also improve relations between between the revenants, who are like the vampires of the game, and like the normal humans. Because apparently there's some pretty fucked up shit going on between those two groups as well, and he's trying to like eventually smooth things in that regard as well. So I guess his storyline sort of kind of leans into that sort of thing, but like not really from the point of view of like, you know, the modern Western understanding of like bigotry, right? It's really not the same kind of thing there.
So I know from what I've seen from Mizu, the game is not as censored as some people believe it to be.
No,
not even nearly.
So from Rock Solid, this is what Polish women look like according to the Japanese, which, sure.
Yeah, Jadwiga is fucking nuts. Like that pose, that picture, that pose, right? That is how you first encounter her, like the moment you meet her, pretty much. Because I'm assuming most people would just like go to the weapon shop. Not that up close, no. But like the fact that she's just like, you go into the weapon store, which is like just left of the entrance when you go into like the main hub, like the base area, and she appears there. And she's just like posted up like this, like just laying atop the counter in the weapon shop. It's like, yeah, okay. You know what? This is not usually how I would expect my shopkeeper to conduct themselves, but at the same time, I am not going to complain.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure there have been some crazy shopkeepers.
Well, I'm sure.
So Manga Lawyer jumped into that, basically saying that Rock Solid supports censorship now. And he calls it a new low when this is what was posted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they added like a flap to the front of her dress. I mean, really not that big a deal. Honestly, it's hardly a difference, and she's still like ridiculously fucking sexy. Like her tits are still all the way out. She's a second away from having a nip pop out, right? Like,
yeah,
correlates to the other censorship. This person is retarded.
Yeah.
Manga Lawyer.
Don't worry.
Who is this individual?
Surprise, they're a Christian. I'm sorry, I like Christians. I'm a Christian myself.
I'm a Christian.
I don't like Christians on the internet. Christians on the internet.
I don't like Christians on the internet. I'm sorry.
But I'm a Christian
well,
on
okay.
the internet.
Not all Christians, but like, okay, you're different, and you know that.
I do. I just like giving people shit when they say that sometimes.
I've had a lot of bad experiences with the Christians, and I hate saying that, but they get very self-righteous, and
yeah. Can't deny that. It happens.
Now, this is one. Now, Jazz, you may be able to confirm this one because I've not seen this one for myself in the game. Bandai Namco has censored Io's outfit in Code Vein 2. Users report that the company spent so much time censoring that they actually forgot to add details to male costumes, and most of the deluxe edition items feel like a cheap scam. It's over. And this is an image from the actual game of Io's outfit.
Well, that's EO in the first game. Right.
Was this the first game?
Yeah, that's definitely the first game.
Okay.
That's one of the endings is that scene, I think.
Because
either that or the very beginning. It might be the very beginning, actually.
Because I've not seen any outfit to back this up, and that's part of my problem with this. Is also like.
So if you want, I am actually in the character creator right now. I could go ahead and just show it to you.
Perfect. That'd be great.
Yeah. Here, hang on. Let me just pop out a preview from OBS
Mongoloid is also
here.
China shill, so opinion disregarded.
Shit. Hang on. And then this here, share screen. I'll just be using my own character for reference, of course.
Here, let me pull this up because React Discord and boom.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm fucking around with the hair, trying to figure out how to make it more like anime-ish, but that's neither here nor there. Let me look at the clothing. So yeah, the DLC outfits are down here. You got some random masks and cloaks and whatnot.
Nobody's gonna
and then
wear
starting
those.
here, you get to probably not, no. And then starting here, you get the first game characters outfits. So you have a bunch of the characters from the first game, and yeah, EO's right here. I do believe that they. Oh, yeah, because I think in the first game it was like straight up panties, and now it's kind of like spats instead. So there was that.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's pretty one-to-one, I would say. Like the leg parts, the wrapping, that was all there. Obviously, the chest is a lot smaller because, for whatever the fuck reason, like this is the one thing that does annoy me is the fact that you still can't make your character's tits massive like EO's. Or,
I think it's because
Scarlet.
of clipping and all of the outfits.
I would give you that, but like shit clips all over the place anyway. Like,
Yeah,
like
it does.
That's
yeah,
fair.
like it's like the clipping problem is so fucking bad, and it's not even just your
The
character. It's like
landlords have
all
been
the
tipped
characters
$10
in the
by
game, right? Like I
Mercenaries
remember
21 a
there's
Hassan
a
disrespecter.
scene later on where a guy is on the ground because he got knocked out of his wheelchair or whatever, and his fucking like his trench coat like clips through like the middle of his body in the middle of a cut scene. Right, like it's bad. It's fucking awful. They really didn't bother to give any kind of collision to any of the character models. So I can't really give you that argument. But I will say that it is like as far as the chest size goes, it's the same as the first game. So
Yeah.
I can't necessarily fault it for that. But I was kind of hoping that they would, give you bigger chests. I was hoping for like Neo 2,
Yeah.
No, that's fair. Really quickly.
Yeah,
Oh,
and on
finish
that regard,
your
I think they actually fucked that up in Neo 3 because I'm vaguely remembering because I did play the demo for Neo 3 a while back, and I think the character creator was in there, and I do believe they like vastly reduced the chest sizes that you can have in Neo 3. So
Yeah.
Neither here nor there, I suppose, though.
Really quickly, Mercenary says, unlike these guys who Edge got out with their ego, see what I did there? I will not kneel before God like these crazies. I will, however, give God a hug and tell him thank you for putting up with us. I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like a bunch of these people do it performatively. I'm not going to do it performatively. Guess what? If I go do stuff, like if I go to church or if I commune with God, I'm not going to tell you about it because you don't need to hear about it, I just think a lot of people are very performative and they do it online because they want the gratification of people giving them ass pats for saying, oh my gosh, you talk to God? That's amazing.
Yep.
It's probably why people hate me because I'm not as Christian as they want me to be in public.
I will agree with this one.
Hang on one second, actually. I'm just going to save this to a slot so I can fuck with the hair more a little later. But what I wanted to do was just actually put on the EO outfit and like remove the cloak so you can see like the actual dress All right, so that, and then cloak off. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, like, in terms of EO's outfit, like, and this is, like, what she wears when you're in the hub area in the first game, like, without the cloak, because cloak she only puts on when you go out to do your proper adventuring, right? And in that regard, yeah, no, it's still, like, it's completely backless, pretty much, right? Like, all the way down, pretty much almost down to the ass, right? And, yeah, I mean, aside from the spats instead of panties, like, it's pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that
and reduced bust size, but that's just the character creator.
That's the character creator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would say, and that the panty shot thing has actually been a major problem that people have had, and I've seen Magma bring it up a couple times in chat.
Yeah, it happened with her outfit too, where the tits much smaller smaller than the actual character.
Mm-hmm. But again, that's the limits of the character creator. Which, to be fair, it's limits that shouldn't be there.
It's garbage.
But
garbage. Fucking hate it.
Mm-hmm.
So they actually kind of go on to say this is Code Vein versus Code Vein 2. Japan is an honest culture that has been raped by corporate globalism, and whether they are being held hostage or making their own decisions, it's time for some accountability. And they post an actual reference image here of Code Vein versus Code Vein 2. And I mean, I get it. But
and that does suck a little bit, but like to be
Her
honest,
ass looks
like,
bigger in 2.
it looks bigger in 2 because it is bigger.
Okay, yeah, I believe like so Misu joked about this, but we believe that whoever was doing like character design for Code Vein 2 is absolutely like an ass man, because like between the gigantic like 9-foot tall lady with her giant ass, and then like Lou, who is your like main partner in the game, who just has like the thickest possible fucking thighs you've ever seen in your life.
Now, in Lou's defense, Lou has no chest, so she needs to compensate somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah,
and admittedly,
somebody is definitely like a thigh/ass man on the team.
Yeah, and before chat's like, oh, she has no chest, it's DEI. No, her chest is literally gone.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, because like you don't even need Lou, because again, like we were just looking at Yadwiga. Yadwiga exists. Fucking Lavinia exists, and she's like literally like she's bigger than Occo. Like, come on, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And fucking and Holly exists, and I don't know if you like. I guess minor spoiler if you haven't gotten to Holly yet. Okay, well, there's gonna be some hot springs later on with Holly. And you're gonna see, and she's gonna be naked, like a lot, like often.
Cool.
Obviously, there's gonna be like water censorship, but like no, like she's like not even the bath towel. She's just full on like tits out naked.
Yeah.
And her tits are massive, so there you go. It is not nearly as bad as what's it called? Twitter would have you believe, right? I believe that these like it's not. The censorship that did happen is not good, right? We don't appreciate censorship of any kind, but it's not nearly on the level of like the typical Western censorship, where it's just fucking awful all around and just completely unappealing in any way at all, right? Mm-hmm. This game still has a lot of appeal. Right, there's still a lot of hot characters with fat tits in there. There's some monsters with fat tits if you're into that. Like some boss enemies, which is gigantic tits. Right, so there's that as well. Also, this one's like nitpicking. Come on, like you see a tiny bit less under boob, but it's still there. Fuck off.
But you can also tell a massive difference between like the actual character like models. Like
I'd say the second model's way more defined.
It is.
Yeah, man, and I'm a fan of that, right? Like, here's the thing, right?
Like, this
I
is
still
good.
get as a midriff fetishist / ab enjoyer, I get exactly what I want out of this game. All right.
Yeah.
They put. I wish you could like make the abs more defined. Like, there's no slider for that, unfortunately, but like they make them pretty good. So it's pretty good looking abs.
They went on to say, all panties have been censored, replaced with black shorts or a black void, including the towel outfit. Original outfits have also been censored. Now fans have noticed that the underboob designs have been censored as well. They think you are stupid. Has it? I don't know if I'd call that one censorship, because it's still there. It's
just slightly less. It's a point where some people are just being pedantic and stupid.
Yeah, it's too nitpicky for me at this point. Like you're doing too much with it.
One thing that I know has it made me a little upset. I will say, is Grumps. Grumps is a fucking. We all saw this coming. Code Vein went from waifu souls to Souls-like to censored crap shorts and character customization and body types. A and B confirmed. Don't buy it. You should be furious if you like the original. Absolute crap. And you know who's to blame? The ever-present activist Western localization departments who advise on what modern Western gamers want. It's time to AI. Bitch.
I disagree.
I'm not.
Bitch.
I do not think it's time to AI.
Here is the pick your gender. That's not type A and B.
It's not. Though I will say there is something there where it's like when you did it in the first game, it was like explicitly like the symbols male and female.
Yeah.
I'd still say it is explicitly that though, because you can tell one is male and one is female. If people are really getting this pissed off, I'm sorry, you guys are stupid. That is male and female right there. Like, I don't.
Censorship is censorship. I don't care if it's one less inch of booba. The second you let it in the door, it will keep happening and happening. Yeah, no, you're right. It will. But I think to the degree that people are talking about censorship with this game is an ass pull and a half.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like it's not nearly as bad as they're saying it is, and I hope that this isn't actually like causing the effect on the game's like performance, because like I did notice we did have a look at the numbers on Steam and it's looking pretty low for Code Vein 2, but at the same time it's like I don't think Code Vein 1 was ever all that incredibly popular. So I mean it might just be the fact that Code Vein in and of itself isn't like, you know, a gangbuster kind of series, right? It's not the IP that's gonna draw like thousands and thousands and thousands of players. It's still pretty niche overall, I suppose, but you know, I still like it. I think it's a pretty good game.
Mizu, I actually got one of Mizu's comments as well. What is this post? Oh, Chibi Review saying, let me get this straight. Within the last few months, Bandai Namco allowed OPM to be in a sorry state. Bandai made JC staff animators focus on censoring everything instead of quality control. Bandai is now censoring Code Vein 2. Bandai is using localizers to insert agenda.
Damn.
The text is there. I think that's enough, chat. Mizu replied, saying, you stay the fuck away from Code Vein, tourist. I was a Code Vein shill on day one, and I'm cautiously excited for Code Vein 2, but they have heavily deviated from everything the first game was. Not just in censorship standards, but in gameplay, story, and world design. Since then, Mizu has, played. He has made reviews. He's made comments. People have grabbed clips. And I know his opinion is quite good for this game. So, I'm going to be honest.
I think it's great. I think it's solid.
I've been told. I bought it for you, Tim, so you better play it.
Well, you already started playing it, right?
I have started playing it, yeah. Where I'm at now is I've traveled back. I won't say how or what, but you kind of know it's the beginning of the game. You traveled back.
Yeah, I mean, did they not like already cover like what you're kind of hinting at in the trailers for the game?
I never watched trailers, so I have no idea.
Okay, I think they did. So you might be okay to just like say what you mean on this one, but I mean,
yeah, I didn't watch trailers, so when they told me what was actually going on, I'm like, oh great, wonderful. But if it was discussed in the trailers, cool. In fairness, as a self-admitted Code Vein shill, he has an obvious bias here. It'd be better if it was not called... probably, yeah. It would be better if it was not called Code Vein 2.
I mean, I suppose I get that, but at the same time, it's like it's still using a lot of like the terminology and the it's like the world building stuff that Code Vein had in it, right? The revenants, the blood veils, the blood codes, all that shit. Like it's still very Code Vein in what it's trying to do and what it is, right? It's just it's just like it's more of like almost a Final Fantasy situation where it's like it's all the same kind of shit, but we're just dealing with a completely different set of characters, right? In a different different like universe essentially.
So apparently there was an article from Bounding into Comics stating Bandai Namco localization team admit they order Japanese devs to censor their female character designs, stating, "We tell them that the cleavage is a bit too exposed or the skirt is a bit too short."
Yeah, and that's dog shit, and they should shut the fuck up about that.
They should. Let's be frank here. There is something fundamentally broken in an artistic medium when those in charge of its shepherding have begun to proudly censor and boast about censoring a given artist's personal work. Sadly, such is the case for the medium of video games, as the localizers responsible for bringing Bandai Namco's Japanese titles to the Western world. Puritanical censorship of said works, partly or particularly any sexy female designs therein, has become not just common, but the industry norm. This unfortunate fact was recently confirmed by representatives of both Bandai Namco and Bandai Namco Europe. Europe.
Indeed.
During a recent interview given to the Japan Times, Matthias Senna. Or Cena, whatever. Asked for their thoughts on the local round of discourse surrounding English language localizers ongoing, self-important butchering of Japanese media, Bandai Namco Europe's senior localization manager, Frank Gentry, offered his support to this cultural imperialism and praised just how effective their censorious efforts have been, particularly regarding how Japanese game developers dress their heroines. "We tell them that the cleavage is a bit too exposed or the skirt is a bit too short," said Gentry. "Before, they weren't very flexible, but they've become more proactive on such subjects." Yet, despite this brazen admission from the company's European arm, Bandai Namco localization project manager Pierre Froget still believes, without a hint of irony, that localizers are working to ensure that the player, whichever country they're from, should understand and feel the same thing as someone playing in the original language. Efforts have been made to understand the needs of the English-speaking world, he noted. Further, the project manager revealed that the most common changes asked for by the Western localizers are related to topics such as alcohol, politics, or religion. Offering up an example, Froget assured that there are people dressed in black boots and big leather coats. In Europe, that could bring to mind a Nazi uniform. From there...
I'll tell you what I need as an English speaker. I need fucking hot bitches with giant tits. That's what I need.
Agreed. Further, oh no, we read that. From there, Froget closed out his time with Senna by affirming his belief that Bandai Namco localization efforts, at least those he has overseen, were all done in service of helping to create connections to Japanese culture and help Europeans discover its depth, while respecting both the game and the player. And while the actual act of confession itself comes as a surprise, this information does not. As recent years, we've seen Bandai Namco adopt female character censorship as part of their standard operating procedure for some time. In 2018, the company removed the Phantom Remedy mission from the North American release of One Piece World Seeker Phantoms DLC due simply to the fact that it featured a fan service scene of the female Straw Hat members enjoying a dip in a hot spring. Last year, data mining into their upcoming Amazon games published MMO Blue Protocol revealed that US players will be presented with less sexualized and less feminized versions of the original JP models.
Did Blue Protocol never come out?
I believe it did. I believe it did.
Oh.
However, in an example of life's many contradictions, it should be noted that though Bandai Namco is clearly leaning into American-styled modern puritanism, not all of their productions have been affected by this way of thinking. For example, 2021 saw the developer release Tales of Arise without any form of censorship. Likewise, one of their main talents is Tekken series creator Katsuhiro Harada, who is well known for his refusal to play ball with any and all attempts to shut down the fighting games franchise's identity, including those which have attacked its roster of female fighters. A lot of times, the swimsuits was a good example. People who don't even play the game, they maybe just hear that there are swimsuits in it and say, "Whoa, you have those girls in sexy swimwear. What's wrong with you? You're such male chauvinists," etc. Harada told Eurogamer's Oifi Wilson in 2016. But what they don't know is that it started off in the arcade and it's a season line, like you do for a Christmas, Halloween, or whatever, he added. It's not just the women. Robots have them, Kuma, Panda. The male characters have swimwear. It's not like we're trying to sexualize the female characters at all, but they don't go and look for that info before they criticize. So that is pretty frustrating. It's true.
Yep.
Unfortunately, while Tekken has a staunch defender in Harada, it appears no wonder Bandai Namco franchise has such a champion to defend against the tides of censorship. Thus, as of writing this, it only seems a matter of time before Harada, and likely members of his team, find himself at the company's sole island of artistic integrity. Well, Harada has left at this point, so...
Wait, did he?
Yeah, he's done.
Oh, right, yeah.
So expect Tekken to get uber censored, if that is the case.
Oh, fuck.
R.I.P. Tekken.
Yeah.
And in fact, when this article was... Oh, no! This article was about this time last year. 2 years ago, sorry. 2 years ago. Again, reason why some people seem to be overreacting to any form of changes localizers do nowadays. I know it's looking very schizo, but after one of that, do you all still have not still have a side eye? Exactly. Like, you have to be always looking. So, here's my take on the Code Vein 2 censorship stuff. I'm not disagreeing it happened. It is there.
It's just not as bad as some people think.
It's not as bad as some people think. But I do think that the team behind Code Vein 2 probably fought to keep what they could in, while corporate basically said, no, you have to do this.
Yeah, I would think so. Because again, they still managed to keep quite a bit in terms of like just straight up sexiness. So
exactly.
Yeah, I would imagine there were some diehards in there who were just like, yeah, no, come on, guys, we gotta keep this and this. Want to get the characters, the players are gonna love this.
In fact, come on. Do not even be that surprised if Code Vein 2 is actually the last game in the series for a while, and some of these devs may actually end up leaving Bandai Namco.
I would not be surprised
to actually either go start their own company, or if my theory is correct, probably join FromSoft.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like, FromSoft doesn't have overly sexual characters, but FromSoft sticks to what they know and does not deviate to a crowd.
No.
Yeah.
They make what they make because they know it will make them happy.
Exactly. So, and then the performance issues. Code Vein 2 is already available for those intellectuals who thought paying $70 was a good idea, and the game runs like ass, just like its censorship. Unreal 5, stuttering, anti-aliasing bugs, lighting problems, NASA-level CPUs, GPUs struggling to hold 30 FPS, an Eastern Ubisoft epiphany. I have a 9070 XT. I have a 13700 KF in here. I have 96 gigabytes of RAM.
Yeah, but Temp, you're the minority here of somebody with that kind of system.
Clearly, the game runs just fine.
You also know how to update your drivers.
I did have to do that. But that seemed to be an Unreal Engine 5 problem. Which, Unreal 5 is a problem all on its own. Not all hardware deals with this game the same. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Amal follows him.
Jeez, Amal,
So, yeah,
what the fuck?
I'm not going to say this game is perfect. It's not. It has problems. But you know what? It's not as bad as they're making it out to be.
No, this guy just sounds stupid, in my personal opinion.
Dude, sorry, again, neither here nor there, but I fucking love the fact that, like, if you go into the hot spring in the home base and Lavinia is there, you can make her do all the stupid poses in the photo mode.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is. There's I don't know if you've looked at the photo mode yet.
I haven't.
You definitely you should. There's so much good shit in there, like that. Oh my god, I don't know what you call that dance. That Japanese dance where you you kind of like rotate yourself. I guess I don't know how you say it, but like a bunch of people do it at the same time, and they kind of like make it like a waving motion. You know, fuck. What do you call that dance? I don't know, but it's in there. And, like you'll recognize it when you see it when you like go through all of them.
I don't support censorship. I was gonna buy 2, but waited a minute, and man, was that the right call. In my defense, I didn't buy 2. Akko bought me 2.
Yeah, because I owed you money.
I mean, I still think it's a great game that's worth getting. Like, just because it's fun, it's really fun to play. And again, there is still plenty of sexy shit in there for you. If that's what you're there for, like, there's still a good amount of that. Right? Maybe no panties, but, you know, pretty much everything else. So...
Yeah, it's a fine line the game is walking. It's like it's trying to do the bare minimum of censorship, but it's still censorship, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still give a mouse a cookie. Yeah. Again, should you support censorship? No, you shouldn't. But I heard an interesting take. It was a few years ago, where it's basically said, look, I get it. You don't want to support censorship. That's fine. Do what you want. But we only have so much time on this planet. Don't, like, if you want to, do it. Like, if you don't want to, don't do it. If you want to, don't. Like, if you want to do it, you want to play this stuff, just play it. Like, it's fine. And it's certainly an interesting take.
Uh-huh.
Remove the panties and player boobs, but have the NPCs have the best tits. Yeah. And again, that's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know. It's, again, Code Vein 2 walks a fine line.
I mean, I will say, ideally, you, like, as far as like character creation goes, you should be able to do like anything that you see on an NPC. At least the human-sized NPCs.
Yeah. In the same vein of, hey, shit doesn't run well. Shit's running well. Monster Hunter Wilds got its big performance update this week.
Yeah.
And oh boy.
Seems like we finally got some good stuff going there.
We did. Monster Hunter
Took a few
Wilds,
tries, but we got there.
big performance patch is out on PC. I spoke with the user who originally discovered the DLC bug, and they confirmed it seems to have been fixed. More improvements I noticed with some quick testing. Better 1% lows for smoother gameplay with less hitching and stutter. Lower VRAM usage. 10 plus gigs down to 7.5 gigs. Higher FPS in some cases. CPU optimizations. High-res texture pack is actually usable now. Lower the install size by 45 gigabytes with the texture pack. Some users report that their new frame rate without frame generation equals old frame rate with frame generation.
That's good.
So, more graphics options to tweak. Overall, this update seems to have done the trick. Still not 100% perfect, but much better than it was. Overall, the recent Steam reviews have also been very positive, so it seems that most agree. Another patch is coming into February with even more optimizations for both PC and console. Settings and PC specs at the end. This was the default recommended settings at 4K, DLSS performance, frame gen off, 16 times AF, roughly the high preset. Finally, Capcom didn't credit anyone in the patch notes, so a shout out to Till Morand for originally bringing the DLC bug to people's attention. So, Wilds runs much better now. than it did. Which is fantastic.
I agree.
In fact, he even mentioned the reviews. Look at those that change in reviews.
It looks like it has gotten better. That's good.
It's great.
I did see that, and that is good shit.
And another Monster Hunter content creator that I follow, Arknight, actually posted this, and I think this is probably a pretty telling thing. Wilds runs at 30 FPS on the Steam Deck, by the way. This is Wilds post-update on the Steam Deck, and it is running smooth at
Very
30
nice.
frames.
Is 30 FPS considered smooth to some people, though?
On the Steam Deck, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're still talking about a handheld here, so
Yeah.
That's fair.
for a game like Wilds, I'd say that is more than fair.
Yeah, exactly. Like if this
Switch
was on
2 ain't doing
PC
that shit.
Exactly. If this was on PC, I'd say this is bad. But on the Steam Deck, this is fantastic.
Yeah. Again, I'm still noticing a few little hitches in there, but yeah.
But that's so fine. Like, it's nothing like it was.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear the PC performance is finally actually solid. And from what I heard, apparently they're still planning even more optimizations for the PC version. So
Yep. Another update next month, and then because of the state it's in now, it will probably be done getting performance updates until the expansion in, I'm gonna guess, September.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. And man, I'm looking forward to it. God, please, Zenoker, please. I've been waiting for you, buddy. Zenoker, please.
Yeah. To be fair, I know people don't want Zenoker. I
Fuck you. Fuck those people. Fuck them.
You want the electric doggo.
Yes, that's my boy. He needs to
Are
be
you
there
saying
every time.
Are you saying I gotta update my copy and play it again? Man, I don't have the space right now. I get it.
I would just say buy another SSD, but like, they're expensive.
They're expensive. In the same vein of this, we got sales numbers from Capcom. I thought this was interesting to bring up.
Oh, for Monster Hunter?
Yeah. Resident Evil is at 183 million units sold overall. Monster Hunter is at a total of 125 million units sold overall. And then you see a massive dip. 58 million for Street Fighter, 44 million for Mega Man, 38 million for DMC, 19 million, 14 million, 13 million. Like, it just goes down and down and down from there. Capcom's top two franchises, straight up, is Resident Evil and Monster Hunter. Guess why they're not focusing on Mega Man?
Well,
Not as interesting, I'm guessing.
No. In fact, seeing this, I'm actually quite surprised that we're hearing rumors of a new Dead Rising game. We have a new Okami game coming. We have a new Onimusha game coming out. We got a new Mega Man game coming out.
I'm so excited for Okami. Like,
I am too.
Was it basically Okami 2? Finally?
Yeah, it actually is Okami 2.
Because it was only one. There was Okami and then Okami Den, and Okami Den wasn't 2. It was just like another.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
technically
Okami
it
you
was
played
a
as the
sequel. Chibi-Terasu, yeah.
Yeah, Chibi-Terasu.
Who is like, I believe when you meet Shiranui in Okami Den, like Shiranui comments that Chibi-Terasu is his grandson. So I assume that means Chibi-Terasu is like Amaterasu's child?
Yes.
Yeah. With who the fuck knows, but
yeah, that is indeed the question.
Like, I feel like the only like real answer based on characters we know from the first game would have to be the fucking the guy with the flute, right?
But that's also bestiality at that point.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? And I guess I don't really get how Amaterasu like goes about this sort of thing, but like later on when they return to the heavenly realm, maybe Amaterasu like assumed her real form, like her human form.
I guess.
Because like the wolf thing is just like a thing she does on Earth for fun, I guess. I don't know, like because it's weird, right? Because I remember like the there's an NPC in the first game. It's like a priest who's like blind or whatever. I think he's the guy who like watches over the dogs, right? The dog warriors, if you remember those guys. But like he comments about like when Amaterasu is in front of him, that he sees like the vision of a beautiful young maiden, right? So he sees Amaterasu's like true form behind the wolf that she runs around as just to interact with humanity, I guess. So presumably, if she goes back to the Heavenly Realm, she can just switch back and forth at will or something. I don't know.
Fair. On the note of Okami, too. Apparently. Now, this is from the official Okami Twitter. The teaser for the Okami 20th anniversary special website is now live. The site features a striking anniversary logo designed by calligrapher Masumi Narita, who also created the logo for the original Okami game. The handwritten 20 is especially eye-catching. The full website is scheduled to launch in April. We'll be sharing various updates about the Okami 20th anniversary as they become available. And this is the image. But if this is the 20th anniversary of Okami, do not be surprised if we hear something about Okami 2 this year.
It would be nice.
It would be
down.
indeed.
On the note of Capcom, I actually,
yeah.
Have either of you seen the trailer for the recent Resident Evil Requiem trailer?
No.
I have not, though I was hearing people talking about it and about fucking Leon's big muscly arms and how the women in the studio were very adamant that he would have those.
Yeah. So look at those arms.
He's got the arms.
I'm Eve now. Have good night, Magma.
Like, bro, I'm pretty sure he's been working out since
this is also
whenever his last appearance
Leon
was. Like he's getting into that fucking what's his name? The other guy, Chris. He's getting that Chris territory.
Yeah, this is also Leon in like his late 40s, maybe even early 50s.
Yep. Fuck it, why not?
Yeah. So remember how we were talking?
It's what the female gooners want, man.
Exactly. So remember how we were talking about Manga Lawyer earlier and how much of an absolute dumbass he is?
Yes.
Vaguely, yes.
Well, he's opened his mouth about Resident Evil Requiem.
So he's upset that he's upset that Leon's got arms?
Women employees were more involved than ever in shaping Leon's treatment in Resident Evil Requiem. You can tell the franchise's traditional fan service was redirected towards him, while female characters received little to none. Not every character needs to have tits hanging out of their chest or hanging out of their shirt, Especially in a horror game.
I will say, to a point, I kind of get it, because so often women will complain when a female character is really hot, but whenever they want to be really hot, we're just expected to be oh well, yeah, sure, I mean, if that's what they want, right? I wouldn't mind if all the women were hot. That'd be fine. I'd be cool with that.
I agree.
Or at the very least, at the very fucking least, when a hot woman does show up, if the women could all just shut the fuck up about it and just let it be, that would be cool. That, you know what? If we could do that, have all the muscly Leons you want, right? If we can just let bygones be bygones, if the dudes can have their hot chicks, the women can have their hot dudes, fair, fine. Everybody gets what they want, and everyone can shut the fuck up about it, right? But every time, and it's every fucking time. I see this all the time with Marvel Rivals, right? Because Marvel Rivals is always getting more skins, right? Yep. And every time a hot dude with a giant bulge comes out, right? For example, Thor got his fucking disco skin, where his MVP screen's literally him just thrusting his dick at the screen, right, while doing the like Saturday Night Fever shit. And you know, and then women are like, oh, I need it. Oh God, just pin me down. Yeah, all that shit, right? But then the moment Psylocke gets a new skin, oh, this fucking gooner game, look, her tits are out and she's got her belly, like, you know, like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're getting your shit too. Just let me have mine. Damn.
Exactly.
There is definitely a battle of the sexes for some of that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And like, I don't mind in this case that like Leon is hot. Like, you know what?
Yeah, I don't care. I couldn't give a shit less either.
Fine.
Yeah.
I just think that because like the whole point, and I want to point this out as well, because Capcom has made it plainly clear, by the way, that they want you to pretty much play Grace's section in first person, like 7 and 8, and Leon's section in third person, like RE2 remake and RE4
So that you can see the arms.
remake. So if the point of this is it doesn't matter what Grace looks like. To be fair, she is in cutscenes because there are actual cutscenes here, unlike, you know, 7 and 8 pretty much. But if the intention is to play her in first person, she doesn't need to be like tits hanging out, fat ass swinging everywhere. Like, no, you don't need that.
Yeah, fair enough.
And also, she's compared to series veteran characters, she's a newbie. Give her time if she survives this game. Maybe she will be hot in her next game.
Yeah. But I would say like shit like Ashley, right? In like from RE4 to RE4 remake, Ashley like definitely toned down a bit from her original, and
great example.
And I'd say the same with what's her name? Not Claire, the other one,
Jill.
Jill, yeah. Like Jill got toned down a good bit. You know, she's chin got fucking sculpted up a little bit. I don't know. Like to a point, I get where these people are coming from in terms of like arguing this sort of shit, right? And yeah, like the fucking learning law dropped the mega lawyer dropped the pictures there. There is evidence of this, right? And it's like people are saying there's like hints that maybe we're gonna see the RE5 remake finally, right?
That a lot of people are concerned about.
Yes, right, because like you think of Sheva and her fucking like tribal bikini outfit. And it's like, are we gonna can we have that back?
You think of Sheva, you think of Jill.
Was Jill in RE5?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like this bottom image right here, that's Jill in 5.
Oh yeah. Okay, I remember now. Yeah. And so like the way they looked in that game, can we have that back, or is it gonna be a problem? Like, are we gonna have to?
I agree.
Are we gonna have to desect Sheva and Jill in this one? Like, is Sheva gonna be nearly? Because gosh, Sheva's so fucking hot. Oh my god, it is a crime she never came back after 5. It really is.
Actually, we actually got maybe some news on that because this year is the 30th anniversary of RE. Sheva's actor has said that she's doing something for the series.
Oh, okay.
Soon.
Okay. I mean, Sheva's actor is really hot, so fair enough.
So
if they just mocap her, you know what? I'll take it. Good shit. And like. I don't know, just like the whole like Black Hunter thing that has been like the cloud hanging over RE5. That we'd be like, oh, they'll never remake it because you shoot so many black people. It's like, this game's in fucking Africa, guys.
It's in Africa, yeah.
But
I mean,
but
there's
maybe,
a reason.
Maybe we don't get like the spear chucking African zombies back. Maybe not.
To be fair,
I think we should. I think it'd be really funny if we did. So I think they should do it.
This is the exact reason I'm actually playing RE5 with a mall. Soon.
Man, I want to play 5 with somebody.
I understand his comments. Like, oh, you want Grace to be hot. I get it. But everyone's throwing on images that's, AI based. And it's literally like, she has the same tit size. I'm going to go with bigger than what Akko has. And I'm like, that's too much. Maybe something more akin to like Sheva here would be better. Would be, fair.
Reasonable,
exactly. I'm not saying Grace needs to be like massive. It'd be nice if there was something.
Yeah, nice like she is pretty much completely flat. So it's like
she is. So again, I get it. there are problems. I'm not going to admit there aren't problems, but I think to the degree that some people take it, it's, again, maybe too far. I wouldn't call it censorship either, because if she didn't have a design to censor to begin with, what is there to censor?
Yeah, but it's just that there's always going to be this like kind of how to put this? What is it? This inequality between the way like male designs are approached and female designs are approached, right? Like like with the male designs, you can just do whatever as long as his dick is covered, like it's fine, right?
I think
and nobody wants to complain about it, but
I think
like,
this conversation will get very interesting because I want to point out to everyone. Ada Wong has appeared in every mainline game Leon has. Guess who hasn't been revealed for this game yet?
Yeah. Oh man, dude. Once she drops, like, I like no matter what she looks like, it's gonna be a shitstorm. But like, depending on what she looks like, we're gonna see the flavor of the shitstorm, right? Yeah. Because if they make her super hot, then like women are gonna complain.
So,
if they don't make her super hot, the men are gonna complain.
Exactly.
Right? And then it's gonna be arguments on one or the other.
Fair.
Exactly. So this is actually Ada's design from the RE4 remake before they actually touched her up.
Yeah, and it's like I don't necessarily mind like the remake version because it's like we got like the sexy like dress sweater as opposed to the red dress that she had in the original. I think it's a pretty solid update. You know, she still looks really hot, and come on, dress sweaters are fucking.
It is
banger crazy hot, man. Like
in the remake, like that boob window's gone. She's wearing full leggings. Like there's no skin besides her face in the actual version we got. This version is better. I agree.
Yeah.
But
should have kept
they should have kept this. That is censorship. I don't mind the design. The design is great. Even the actual like the version we got in the remake is still great.
Yeah.
But I think
even this was. I would say like even this was too much. It's like the smallest little boob window. And it's like she doesn't really have that much boob to begin with. So it's like, is it really that big a deal? Just leave it in, like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Again,
yes, it is.
This one was weird. I will fully admit that. But we'll see with RE9 what Ada looks like, because I'm convinced Ada will appear. If she doesn't appear, that's breaking series tradition at this point, which might be interesting.
Yeah.
I thought Ada died in RE6. No, that was a clone.
What?
Ada was technically one of the main antagonists of RE6. But they ended up finding out that version that was the main antagonist is a clone. And it wasn't actually her.
I see.
But I haven't played RE6. We're probably going to with Magma, but we'll see. So I don't know. I get the conversation when it comes to Grace. I get it, but at the same time, like if there's nothing like in the design, to be fair, you know what? You show me like if there's an original beta design for Grace. Like, and she's more, caked up, or she's got more, boobs, whatever. Show me that one, I will change my tune. But as of right now, there's nothing to say that she was censored, and maybe they wanted to go for a bit more of a conservative take on it to start, to see, public opinion. Yeah. And then maybe tune it from there in, like, sequels or something if she's in it.
I mean, I have a hard time believing that they, like, sex her up even a little bit in any sequels, honestly.
I mean, viruses do some wild things.
Indeed, they do.
They're not gonna make her tits bigger. Come on, Temp.
Tam, this is only something that you get in roleplay. Come on now.
Viruses do some. Hey, if viruses.
I've known how you roleplay.
Listen, I'm not even gonna ask that much of them, right? Because midriff fetishist that I am, just put her in a half shirt and I'll be happy.
Like again, like people are focusing on her chest, and I'm like, I don't like. What if she has a thick ass? Like, I don't know.
I don't think she does, because I'm pretty sure we've seen like full body of this character.
I'm pretty sure we have.
And yeah, she's pretty just like, you know, like she's not ugly. She's not horrible looking or anything. She's just very like, you know.
Yeah, I think my
plain,
major problem here is like we're seeing these in trailers. Fine, can we wait till the damn game is out?
No.
Like,
no, it's not how this works.
Wait till the game is out, and then you want to have criticism. Fine. I'm not going to stop you with criticism. It's like, I think the criticism with like Code Vein 2 is weird. I get it. It's weird, but now the game is out. So you know what? With the information you found, that's fine. But with this, it's like, can we at least wait till the damn thing is... I'm trying to find it.
When you get more information?
Exactly. Like,
well, some people aren't going to do that. You know that.
They're not. T-virus is stored in the tits. Thank you, Victus.
Wow.
There's a reason it's called the T-virus.
I don't think that's the reason, but sure. There probably is a reason.
We've seen her in a business outfit, right? She has some ass, but not flat as a plank. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm sorry, do we actually know what the T stands for?
I'm sure it's explained somewhere, but I forget.
No, okay. Yeah, so we'll see how that ends up going. I mean, again, Capcom just in general in its entirety has been, you know, being preyed upon by the fucking what do you call them, the God damn, I always forget the fucking word.
The T stands for tyrant. Okay.
That's not what I thought it stood for.
The consultants, right? The consultants have been preying on Capcom for a minute now, and they've been having them kind of tone things down across the board, right? You know, like the whole thing with like Cammy's outfit and that whole thing. Like when Street Fighter came out, there was that whole fucking deal. And I was like,
here's my problem with that, and it's Wilds.
Wilds?
Gemma.
Yeah, I mean Gemma's pretty fucking hot, so.
Like for all we know, like even Alma's design is conservative enough to a degree where she's hot, but she's not like sexualized. And you know what?
She's like the bookish nerd girl. Like,
in fact,
so she dresses as such, you know.
In fact, I'm gonna do this. And chat, don't mind the fact that this says in library. I did buy it because I'm streaming it.
But Gemma is the hot one. Like, she's the sex appeal of the game, and like, in every time she gets a new outfit for like one of the fucking festival events, like it's even hotter than the last one, right? That fucking Sacred outfit, bro. God damn.
Here's a great example. Here's Grace in 2 different outfits, and guess what? She's hot in both of them. Cease.
Oh, they gave her the what's her name? Vampire
Lady Dimitrescu.
lady. Yeah, that's the one.
Like, in both of these images, and yes, you know what? You gotta buy their skins in the game. Fine. But that doesn't change the fact of, you know, she's hot here.
Yeah,
like, she's not
necessarily my taste, but I mean, yeah, she's alright.
And to be fair, like, the not safe for work art community is just going to, no matter what, turn her into a goddamn bimbo.
Because that's what they do.
That's what they do.
The internet.
Exactly. They also gave her the Alice outfit from the 3rd movie. They did. Let me pull that one up. They did give her the outfit from Alice in Resident. And like, this also looks really good. Like, Grace's design is actually just really good, and it works with so many things.
Yeah, I think that looks pretty alright.
So again, I do think there was care in how she was designed. I will change my tune if there's a beta design where she's got more meat on her bones, essentially. But as of right now, you're not gonna win that argument with me.
She's fine. She's like photorealistic, I guess. I mean, just whatever. Like, and it's like, here's the thing. In most of these cases, like, I just can't be fucked to care all that much when like they make a character like this. Because like, if I really If I really need to get my jollies, right, I just go like pop in Zenless and we'll have
Exactly.
fun,
Wow.
have our fun over there, right? Like I get everything I need from Zenless. Zenless can provide for me on that front.
Guess what? If you want the big titties and the bouncing titties, whatever, there are games for that. Not every game needs to be sexualized, and I think that's part of the problem with like people, especially like Grums is a great example of this. It's like,
Well, you have to
It's
remember
time
Grums
for-
played that. Was working on that weird fighting game that
he was.
that weird. It
But
was weird.
there comes a point with like
No judgment. It's just
everything
weird.
needs to be sexualized. No, not everything needs to be sexualized. Stop. Like, sure, if you want to make your main characters, like this is a great example. This is Jill in the first game in the remake. She's got some bouncing titties. And they're like saying Capcom confirmed that there will be no jiggle physics in Requiem for their female characters, like in previous games. But Leon's muscles will appear more toned and dynamic depending on his movements. Rule for thee, but not for me. Well, it's hard to have Grace have anything to jiggle when she doesn't have anything to jiggle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just saying. And again,
That's what it is.
they're saying for their female characters. Well, we've not got confirmed, appearances of like Jill, because in the original version of 9, Jill was in it. We have not gotten any confirmed sightings of Ada. They're saying this for some things that we know.
Chad is asking you to share the outfit again.
Which outfit?
I'm gonna say the previous picture you shared that had all the outfits.
And like across the series, like just
that one.
Like me, just off the top of my head, I feel like Jill might honestly be like the biggest chest that the entire RE series has to offer, pretty much. Maybe Ashley or Chev is up there too.
Ashley is definitely up there. Chev is up there.
And Lady Dimitrescu, I don't know if we even count.
Lady
that.
Dimitrescu is
She's like 9
biggest.
She's like 9 feet tall though. That's not fucking fair.
I would say Ashley, especially if you look at the original RE4, sorry, where literally they joke about her tits being ballistics. I would say Ashley is probably number 1 in the size department.
A joke that was removed in the remake. So
It was.
No one's gonna deny that there is like an effort to like kind of move away from how they used to do things in that regard.
Mhm.
It's like that kind of sucks, but whatever, I guess. Like it's as long as the game's still fun to play, like it's
I mean,
fine.
dude, it goes back
I'll go
to
get my
the code vein.
titties elsewhere.
It comes back to the Code Vein 2 stuff. I don't want to see censorship. Period.
Yeah. Yeah. But at least in Code Vein 2 you still get women with giant titties hanging around, so that's cool.
Yeah. Grums is a fucking scammer, so I don't care. I think that's Leon.
I wouldn't know anything
is
about that.
I think it's that Leon looks like he swapped bodies with Chris Redfield, which is jarring compared to Grace, who looks relatively normal by comparison. That's a good take. That is actually a fairly decent take on that. Is like Leon is pretty jacked.
Yeah. He's jacked to shit, right?
When
And it's like-
comparatively to Chris, he's not. I mean, if you want to compare the two, like Leon is definitely more like spy material, whereas Chris is, warrior material.
Yeah, he's like fucking Navy SEAL pretty much. Though
Yeah, exactly.
like his most I forget his most recent appearance, wasn't it in like Village?
Chris or Leon?
Chris.
Yeah, Village.
Yeah, and like he didn't really look as huge as he did in like RE5 in that game, from what I remember seeing. Like I saw somebody like play the Chris section a little bit.
Well,
he didn't
actually,
seem
this
as
is-
big.
Great example of that, actually. Thank you for the reminder. This was Chris in Village. So, and the top left was Chris in Village. That's jacked. They did. slim
Okay,
him
yeah,
down.
wow. I mean, he's still pretty fucking big though. Goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like not as fucking hugic as he was in 5. Like 5 was like, well, 5 was a more cartoonish game in general, so I guess it was what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's still a big fucking dude though. Like as far as what like male sex appeal, yeah, it's there's plenty.
Holy
in
muscles,
in the Resident Evil series. Female sex appeal, not quite as much. I mean, you got your Ada, and she's hot.
Yeah.
But in terms of like the aspects of what one typically thinks of in terms of like female sex appeal, it's not quite on the level as the male sex appeal, I would say.
Mm-hmm. This person actually brings up a really great note. In a way, it does feel like a double standard situation. Now, to be fair, I do think Grace looks very nice. I mean, if we're only talking about design, then I do agree that they should have done more with her design. Leon's design looks amazing for a guy who's nearly in his 50s. And I agree. I think Grace looks fine as she does. She's a really decent looking character. They could have done a little bit more, but...
Yeah. Half shirt, I'm telling you.
And you know what? Maybe that happens in the game. We've only seen the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be a fucking... What was that that new Silent Hill game called again?
F.
Yeah, so it could be a Silent Hill F situation where your clothes get more torn up as you go in.
Exactly. Like...
For all I fucking know. But I mean, I'm probably not even gonna, because I'm yapping off about all this, so I'm probably not actually gonna play it, because I haven't played an RE game since 5, actually.
Because of my recent escapade into the images that show up on YouTube tab, blame MommaOcco for that one. Again, chat, if you want to see the stuff we're talking about,
I don't know what you mean.
I highly recommend you come over to my stream.
Jeez, he's trying to show himself.
Because that's where we're talking about the news.
I mean, we're still talking about the news. I'm just like,
I know,
listening.
I'm showing the news.
Listen, I've been on all day. I'm sorry. Tired.
To end off Dogwave, because we actually have been going for way longer than even I anticipated we would. Oh man, we had that too. We'll talk about that one. Sorry, this one's gonna come up quickly.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Final Fantasy IX, 8 remastered, 3D remake, and 4 3D remake are now available on GOG. GOG has announced and launched Final Fantasy IX, 8 remastered, 3 3D remake, and 4 3D remake on GOG as a part of the GOG preservation program. All 4 games are now available with a 60% off launch discount until February 7th. So Chad, by the way, if you want to go buy any of those, are on sale on GOG.
I mean, that's cool. I still have yet to actually complete a single Final Fantasy game, haven't I? You know what Final Fantasy game I completed? The one that I've played from beginning to end? Crisis Core. That's the only one.
Fair.
Well, I don't know. Would you count Dissidia?
It's a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, but it's not really a traditional Final Fantasy game, though.
It's not. I know with this sale, I actually picked up 9 because 9 has not been updated properly, and they specifically state here they are included in the GOG preservation program, which means GOG has tested and will test compatibility with future operating system updates to make sure the games are playable with customer support. So if you have problems, with these games on other platforms, maybe consider GOG, because they actually work to make sure it, runs. But, that's not the only thing we got for Final Fantasy this week.
Oh.
In fact, this is one that has people a little on edge.
Well, what happened?
William Wallace, thank you for the sub. An update regarding the re-release of Final Fantasy VII on Steam. Also, my voice cracked. I'm sorry.
I did hear that. I wasn't gonna call attention to it, but then you just.
He did anyway, so it's okay to make fun of it.
Yeah.
Ha.
To our Final Fantasy VII community, we will be releasing a new version of Final Fantasy VII on Steam. Following the launch of this new version, the current version will be renamed Final Fantasy VII 2013 Edition. Please review the below information to understand how this update will affect existing owners.
2013 edition.
That's when 7 came out on Steam, was 2013.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I'm actually gonna use the bathroom real quick. Give me just a moment.
Wow, you're just gonna run away like that?
It did seem like a bit of a weird
Chat,
time for
I
it.
do
eh?
apologize if I've been not so talkative. I have been live for 7 hours, so I kind of let Temp talk a little bit.
I mean, I've been talking too, somewhat here and there.
Just kind of going through this. Level 49. I need sleep. I'll get some. Don't you worry, chat. I will be going to bed once we are done here.
Yeah, probably do some stuff after this, but then I will also go to bed.
Go to sleep. I can't go to sleep until we're done, chat.
Yeah, the news must be discussed. You understand?
And once I get up tomorrow, I'm going to Home Depot.
Oh, fun! Got a home improvement project you're working on there, or what?
No, I'm just getting screws for my my server rack.
My apologies. We will be done shortly. I know Akka's tired.
I mean, I have been live for 7 hours, so that's why I'm tired.
Yeah. So, Final Fantasy VII, when the new version launches, the 2013 edition will no longer be available to purchase on the Steam store. Existing owners will continue to have access to the 2013 edition in their library, and the new version will be listed on the Steam store as just Final Fantasy VII. Access for existing owners. All players who already own the 2013 edition are eligible to access the new version at no additional cost. Both versions will remain accessible in the owner's Steam library once the new version is released, and save data will not be compatible between the two versions. 2013 edition saves will only work with the 2013 edition, and new version saves will only work with the new version. They have not said anything about what is being changed, if anything at all. But some people are concerned that because they didn't say anything, there are planned. Something might be planned. I sat down and talked with a few people about this, and I think I know why this is being done. On the Steam store page, they specifically note requires third-party account, requires a Square Enix account.
Not the worst thing in the world.
It's unfortunate.
Not the worst thing in the world. Now, this is the 2013 version. This is not the current version. That's the one that's coming out. That is required to play a single-player game. My theory is that they are actually re-releasing the game without the Square Enix account. And that is all they are doing. And maybe, okay, admittedly, maybe they're also going to make it more, like, not player friendly, but like kind of up to date on the menus and stuff. Because as far as I'm aware, the version on PC, which Anubis in Akko's chat also specifically mentions, was released on the PS4 as well, might be a mobile version. Because Square has a wonderful habit of porting mobile versions to consoles and PC. Because I also did some reading in the in the reviews, and there's some bad reviews. Like, why do you need an online account to play a PS1 game? And other comments are like, hey, does anyone have any fixes for bad controller support? Bad controller support would come with a mobile version because that is not intended for controllers. So I don't think anything is actually being changed. I think it is a update to make it more modern as far as the UI and as far as like removing the Square Enix account and making it more accessible in a controller format. But that is it. I do not think anything else is being changed besides making it playable better on modern systems. Link to the Steam article, sure. There you go. The cat's howling again, by the way. I'm sure you can hear her.
Now I can since you brought it up.
Yep.
What are you doing? You fine? How was your nap? Yeah. Okay. And to end off the night, chat. I know some people wanted us to talk about it, so we're gonna talk about it. Ashes of Creation is done.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ashes of Creation just made an announcement that they are laying off every single employee and shuttering the doors on the studio inside of the next 24 hours.
Oh shit.
Okay, now she's becoming annoying.
I'm sorry.
You literally
You
bring
know
her
what?
up and now I can hear it.
On the bright side, we are close to being done.
And you have to go to bed with that.
There's a decent chance I just stay up all night.
Yeah, that's a pretty raw deal, and it sucks to hear that their whole thing just kind of collapsed. Though it would be interesting to know exactly like why it all just kind of collapsed all of a sudden, because this feels kind of sudden. Is it just me?
Temp, what would you say? I don't know.
Sorry, what was that? Can you repeat that?
I said this whole thing feels just kind of sudden. But,
Well,
so I'd be interested to know like exactly what the hell happened.
So as far as we are aware, this is from Kirsha. So,
Okay.
We'll see. This is from Steven, which is I don't know if he was the CEO of the company behind Ashes of Creation, but it basically says, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on the behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with mass layoffs. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is that the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserve better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed by the situation. So, if that is anything to go by, corporate basically said, wokeify it, probably. And they're like, but I don't want to.
And then they sent him to the gulag.
Yep.
I guess he sent him. Or I guess he sent himself to the gulag, but yeah.
He sent himself. But basically, corporate wanted to make changes that were against the act or the desire of the dev team. And that basically caused the death of the game. While it is frustrating to see that, I think that is okay. Because if they don't want to support what the corporate money bags want, you know what? Fair.
Hassan got unbanned. Yes, Hassan was just unbanned on.
Took longer than I expected.
Yeah, it was a 3-day ban.
Huh.
It was
The act on an
literally
actual
just
3-day ban.
a weekend. He'll be back
know
on
what?
Twitch tomorrow. Actually, it'd be funny if he decided not to go back to Twitch because of how much money he made on YouTube.
Or multi-streams.
True.
Prime example is Final Fantasy IX. The PS4 version of that game is a port of the mobile version. Exactly. So, Cat is in distress. As a reminder, chat, anyone who's showing up, it's like, oh my god, this is a cat having problems. She's fine. She has food. She has water. At least, within acceptable parameters, because she's going to the vet tomorrow morning to get fixed. But because I cannot catch her, under normal circumstances, I had to fight to get her in that kennel. She stays there until after her appointment tomorrow. And then when she gets home, she will have all the ham, all the, the goodies she wants because she played ball. She is fine, and she will be rewarded for her, letting us do this.
For compliance.
Yeah. She is okay.
So, what's that car meme? She's like got the AC on. She's got all of her favorite music.
Yeah. I was immediately thinking of that.
Yeah, very accurate.
So she's just fine.
She is just fine. But yeah, Ashes of Creation is dead.
Oh well, what kind of game was
imagine-
this supposed to be?
It's an MMO.
Right?
Ah,
And in fact, it's gotten some people to kind of go back on the question of, are MMOs dying? Is MMOs a dying breed?
kind of,
like game.
because I just don't feel like they fit.
Right now, they're having problems. Again, there's a reason the ones that are surviving are like, wow, Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, stuff like that. Because they made a living off that market when the market was hot.
Well, there's a lot of things that like they fit during the period, and then they stop fitting later.
Oh, thank you, Victus.
Oh, he killed her. Or it. Of course, is an it. Isn't it?
The
I have
AC
no
is
idea.
on, she has water, and is listening to her favorite song. I lied. No. Cat is fine. She is fine.
It'll be you in the hot box one day, Temp. Just keep
Oh,
that
I
in
know.
mind.
Literally,
My-
Temp gets into a hot box every day, though.
I do. It's called my office because my computer
Damn.
is a goddamn hot box.
That's not what I meant.
I'll be fair. Otherwise, chat. That's Dogwave.
Hey,
is-
we did it.
Indeed, Dogwave. Oh, hold on. Let me bring Jazz
Don't worry, Chad. I will
to
go to bed.
this side of things because Jazz is not over here, and we'll get rid of the head padded tard dog.
Oh, we love the head padded tard dog.
We do. Jazz, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, no problem. It was a good time. I'm glad you asked me to come and hang out.
Yeah, we need to do it more.
Yeah, and we need to get you guys back onto the Offensive Charm podcast soon. I think I believe Rada already set something up for like the next guest that we're gonna bring on, but after that I'm gonna be like, yeah, okay, we gotta get Akko back in here, we gotta get Tim back in here, we gotta figure that out. I will definitely be letting you guys know.
Let me know. I'm just. Yeah, I'm here. My cognitive functions are like struggling right now because I've been.
Yeah,
No, it's okay. Let's get you to bed.
8 hours nearly. Chad, I hope you've
well-
enjoyed all my. I hope you've enjoyed the content.
So I guess we should start. Akka, what are you doing next week?
I thought I was the one that talked last about that.
Yes, but I'm the only one who runs the show now, which means you cannot cut me off.
We'll see. Right now, it kind of depends on how much my job is willing to deal with the weather, and if they are willing to deal with the weather, then I'll probably be working. I hope, because I would like to go back to work.
Oh, that's nice.
And
Me personally,
outside of that,
I've had enough work for a while.
yeah, outside of that, I'm still trying to work on stuff. I will say I've kind of struggled a little bit with like some motivation for things. I'll echo what Andrew said. I mean, I don't think I have depression. I just think right now I'm having some motivation issues with things. And that really sucks. But I'm trying to rediscover that so that I can make the content that I said I wanted to make, and two, that I want to make. So, I think I'll get there eventually. Just need to get over that hump.
Good. That's what you need to do, is get over the hump. Jazz, how about you? What are you doing next week?
Number of things, I suppose. Tomorrow we'll be over on Rose's channel beginning the new D&D campaign that we've been preparing for. Should be interesting. I'll be playing a much more morally ambiguous character than I have been for the campaign that's been going on for like 3 years now. Something like that. But yeah, the new campaign we're working on is essentially going to be like fucking Suicide Squad, with all of our characters being pretty like somewhere around the evil alignment. So
that sounds
should be fun.
Familiar?
Does it?
Okay, so I ran a D&D campaign. It was actually my first time DMing, by the way, and Akko definitely knows this story because Akko was in the campaign. And everyone was evil, but our Minotaur.
Oh.
And every time everyone tried doing something, morally ambiguous or, evil or whatever.
Like, come on, guys. You can't do that. That'd be mean.
No, he threatened to kill our party. Times.
And
so
did you guys jump him or what?
And after several sessions, I was taken into DMs with him and basically saying, you can never do this again. I won't allow it. And I'm like, bitch, you are the DM. Fuck you. Because as a party of all evil, party members, we had to get one of our party members in the party. And what was the best way to do that? A PvP session. It was weird, but it made sense given the character, considering that their party also attacked us in one of the first sessions. So, a PvP session was fine. He's like, well, I don't like PvP. You shouldn't have done that, and you should have talked to us. And I'm like, why do I have to talk to you about these things? Like, you're not running the campaign. Leave me alone. And we had one final session where we were basically told, if I will just straight up kill any evil character. You just, none of you are allowed to be evil. And I'm like, excuse me? Everyone here is evil besides you. And that was our last session, and I haven't actually played D&D since, or DM since.
Damn.
Yeah, Temp has had PTSD.
Yeah, mildly.
I listen, I can't make any promises or anything, but I mean, we could ask Roses if you're down to, like, if you got like some Mondays you could free up. I mean, we could see if you want to come hang out with us. We're pretty we're pretty fucking consistent at this point as far as like just the party cohesion and like people being available and all that. Like it's a pretty chill setup we got going.
I will certainly have to think about that one. I know that I don't know if I can commit to long sessions, because we used to do like 3-hour sessions.
Okay, that is for our sessions usually go for like the entire day. So.
Exactly.
I think I just accidentally sent all my Twitch viewers to Mizu. I'm just gonna send the rest of them now.
Okay.